Today is the beginning of the end and the start of a new beginning. Time has come to redefine yourself and to let go of the demons in your head that have held you in captivity for so long. It's time to flip the page and prove them wrong. It's time for rebirth. Yeah, time's up to say goodbye to all the haters, doubters, and non-believers trying to bring you down. In the blink of an eye, you'll realize that there's so much more to the book than the page you were stuck on. Finally, you will be free to live a life you love living instead of the life you think other people want you to live. Remember, you are the highest authority when it comes to knowing what you want and what you love. So stop trading yourself for the approval from others. Ladies and gentlemen, weirdos and geeks, please repeat after me. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a I don't give a fuck. 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 It's time to start doing the right thing. So trust your instinct. Stop listening to others and own your decisions. People will always tell you what to do, opinion how to live. So let's create space for what matters most to you. You'll be glad you did. Now start claiming your time and your mental well-being by saying no more. No more. Say it loudly and proudly. In other words, fuck you. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
Target acquired.
Eagle 1, first strike. You have permission to engage the target.
Warning: the following video contains explicit language which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is Saturday night. That means it's a chill stream. We're going to hang out. We're going to have some fun. I am late to my own show. Sorry, we did an early Father's Day because I had plans for tomorrow, which are probably going to change now. But we fit things in where we can fit them in, and we don't look back on it and cry. So welcome to everyone who came in. Agrillipus, Smoking Spaceman, and Nate. I see you guys out there. Hopefully you guys are having a great night. Looks like we might be a little thin since I didn't start on time, but that's okay. We'll see if the people wander in. I actually have some good shit to talk about tonight, and it would be really cool to get a couple of people up and kind of have a little mini panel, little mini discussion. That would be sick, but we'll see where it goes. And we'll invite some people here. What's up, Ducks? Why? What's up, Duck? Everyone is all over the place tonight. Look, the riots. The riots have been going on. We had some politicians shot up in Minnesota. Democrats shot by Democrats. This is that's like, I think, the definition of a hate crime. I don't know. And we're having a great. We're going to talk about a lot tonight. One of the things that actually happened today while I was out with my son. As you guys know, it was his birthday, and we took him out to do some cool stuff today. What happened while we were there? You're just going to have to hang on to your seats and find out when I get there. But yeah, in other news, for sure. Welcome everyone. I'm gonna, I'm kind of just gonna dive right off into this because it looks like that two politicians, one representative and one, I believe, a senator, were shot because they had voted against continuing free health care for illegal uh, illegal aliens. So that's nuts, right? It's pretty crazy. What's up, Doomerang? Good to see you. Good to see you. But that's pretty nuts. What's up, Robert Schweitzer? Good to see you out there. People are trickling in. That's good. It's good. If you guys want, I haven't really taken a lot of time to throw this out in all the discords. If you would like to, feel free to do so. Throw the show link out in any discord that you're capable of doing so. What's up, Kevin? How you doing, man? I've been busy. I got your email though. I got it set up. I just need to take a couple minutes to make it happen. Yeah, but guys, it's crazy, this thing with these politicians. It's Democrat on Democrat violence because they didn't agree, and it's crazy, guys. It's crazy. So I don't even know what to think about it, really. I have to be honest. It's absolutely nuts. Hey, what's up, Anson? Anson, I'm going to throw you a link, buddy. I want you to come up. I want to chat with you tonight, if that's cool. Taking a lot of liberties with the ticker. I don't know what ticker we're talking about. Yeah, it's pretty crazy, I think, what happened. Yes, thank you, Duck, for the Happy Father's Day. I believe you said that you're a father, and so Happy Father's Day to you as well. I woke up to the news this morning about these politicians getting shot, and that's nuts, man. That's crazy. Like that's, it's so weird that all the things that the left accuses the right of doing is what the right does not do, but yet the left does. It's so crazy. What's up, Charles Darwin? How are you? Yeah, pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. Anyway, so the two politicians, as near as I can tell, the only thing they had done to draw such ire was they had voted against the continuing free health care for illegal immigrants. So that was that. Apparently, that is enough now. It's crazy. Hey, Naomi, how are you? Good to see you. Good to see you. Yes, I'm doing early. I'm doing an early Father's Day today because we're going to go. We'll get into that stuff later. Anson Knowles, I sent you the link. Jump up if you can. If you can't, I understand. So what's up, BIY? Good to see you, sir. Good to see you. Robert Schweitzer, yeah, it's a tough day at the office for the left for sure. It's interesting to me in a lot of levels. What's been going on? I don't really understand this No King's Day thing. We don't have kings in the United States, so it's kind of like people are making up shit to be mad about. But hey, that's nothing new on the left, so it's not like I'm surprised. So it's the apparently the person who shot the suspect in the shootings of the let's see, Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark were both killed in their home by a fellow, and I just had his name. 57-year-old Vance Bolter. He's now being sought by the FBI in the connection with that. So apparently, obviously, he's fled. Bolter is a former political appointee. So he is himself a political animal, a politician, and he worked on the same board as Hoffman, who was shot. And so, this is just, again, this is Democrats being, Democrats being Democrats. I doubt very seriously this guy was a Trump voter, seeing as how he was a political appointee in a Democrat office. So that directly contradicts that. So Hoffman, Mark, Senator John Hoffman, and his wife Yvette were both injured about 9 miles away. So so Bolton, he's apparently he's very pissed that these lawmakers apparently turned their back on the Democrat Party and voted with Republicans to discontinue free health care for illegals. Good to see you, Anson Knowles. How the hell are you?
Man, I'm pretty damn tired, to be honest with you. I streamed after you were on, and then I slept for like 3 hours, and then I got up and
I saw that you did, yeah.
started doing stuff. Yeah, you rated me, man. That was really nice of you. I appreciate that, Grid. But let me just tell you, I said some unflattering things about you last night on my stream.
That's okay.
And I promise I'll say them to your face if I can remember what they were.
That's fine. That's okay. I don't mind unflattering things being said about me.
Yeah.
Hello, Kissy Cat. How are you? I actually have. I would like to get Kissy Cat up here a little later. So anyway, yeah. So we have leftists killing leftists. Nothing new there. It's going to be very interesting to see how this all plays out in the obviously in the press, and I can't wait to. I really can't wait to see how this goes down. I really can't. What do you think, Anson? Where you at on it?
Well, I think that just like everything in general that's falling apart. I mean, when you say, what do I think? Like, today's kind of a wild day.
Today has been a crazy day. What do you? Let's back up a little bit. Where are you at on the No Kings bullshit?
Oh, yeah. So that's a contrived political movement that's been organized in advance because everybody knew that Trump was going to be presiding over the 250th anniversary of the army having their little parade with him standing out in front. And so there was messaging that was done. It was organized by community organizers who are paid by political operatives who are Democrat Party adjacent. And it's a political thing as a run up for the midterm elections.
I agree with you, and actually, I would have almost said exactly what you said, word for word. I simply would have added that at no point has Trump ever acted like or represented himself as a king. He is actually the opposite, which is one of the reasons why you don't like him so much. But yeah, so it's very interesting. The no kings thing was very interesting to me. The amount of fabrication that you have to do to get to that rhetoric is simply insane, and I just couldn't believe it when I read it today. But whatever, it's fine.
Yeah, and I'm offended by it because I'm a monarchist, and
I understand that you're offended by it, and that's actually part of the reason I wanted you to come up. So all right, well, we're on the same page with that. King's Day, whatever. And now, did you counter march and be pro king for a day or what?
Yeah. So, how do I put it? I'm a normal person.
Yeah.
So I don't like engage in things that are a ridiculous waste of time. Like if I was out chasing some tail or whatever, I would have got out there because the kinds of women that are going to be out doing that sort of thing on the leftist side are low time preference. What?
Yeah.
But so like unless I have some ulterior motive, like if I was doing political activities still at the level that I used to be, I would have been out there collecting names and contacts information for people locally to engage in other activism that I wanted them to engage in and stuff like that. But I didn't have any reason to be there. So,
so I don't know. I don't know that I really need to go down too deep down the well with the Democrats shooting Democrats in Minnesota. I just think it's very interesting that it happened today. I also think it's very interesting the reasoning behind it, and that is obviously that they did not toe the party line. One has to wonder if Hillary Clinton and her crew have moved on from accidental suicide, airplane crashes to just straight up, shooting them. So it's very interesting, but I don't want to spend too much time on it. The next thing, Anson, that I really wanted to talk to you about. And I don't really have a lot. I don't want to spend a lot of time reviewing the show from last night because I'm sure you've done that ad nauseum on your show. But I am very curious. You were in kind of a weird space last night, and I actually couldn't really pin it down. On one hand, I thought that you were actually trolling, and then on the other hand, I thought, no, Anson has like a method to this madness. I just don't understand what it is at this moment. So I'm really curious where you were at, what headspace you were in last night, and what you thought overall of last night's show.
I thought last night's show was golden, man. I don't know. You're the second person to tell me that I was in a weird headspace. Grumple was all like, "Man, what were you high or what was your deal?" And I tried to explain to him, I don't do drugs. I'm like radically.
No, I didn't think that you. I just thought that you were trolling like far more than normal, and you seemed a little distracted.
Really.
So I was just curious, where you were at last night.
No, I
mean, it seemed the same to me. Like you simped over the girls. I called you out on it. You denied it. I mean, that's just normal, right? Like that's just Saturday night or Friday night.
Do you not recall all of the negative things I said to that woman that won? I said a whole bunch of really scathing negative things to her because I called her a bimbo.
You did call her a bimbo.
Yeah, I mean,
But
she was
that's just how
gross.
you simp, Anson. You know what's up.
Yeah.
We all know. Anyway, all right. Well, I just wanted to make sure because it seemed like there was some contention. It seemed in the chat that you were trolling in a very different way, but I thought that you were basically kind of just being you, just a little off, right? Like you were distracted
Well,
or.
so
You know,
I did add something to my scoring.
mm,
I use the same rubric that I usually do, but I also tried to write a terrible joke related to something someone said during their debate so I could deliver it when I gave my judgment.
yeah.
That was the only thing that I really did differently in terms of like how I do things. And I thought it went really well. I mean, I saw people laughing when I said things. So
I enjoyed the show last night. I actually had a really good time. I wish it had flowed a little smoother. And I've really got to. I really hate to like kick people, but I'm gonna have to start kicking people if they don't leave on their own because that was awkward. But anyway, I thought the show was great. I thought the Kel whatever girl was I thought it was like kind of perfect, to be honest with you, because it looked like she was like using a 2014 iPhone on dial-up to fucking stream. So that was because the video was terrible. But and her argument was really bad. But anyway, and I don't know. It really seemed like. Also, it kind of seemed like Gibbs and Tyler, they were in a weird. I think they were kind of in a weird headspace too, because they came up with like some weird ass shit that I didn't see at all. Like arguments that nobody actually made, and like I don't know.
well, so some judges are more biased than other judges, right? You continually say I simp, right? But I've voted against the
If I
women.
honestly, Anson, if I joke with you about simping because I can and because you can take it.
Yeah.
If you were not you, I wouldn't. I don't joke about anybody else simping. I might say one thing once in a while, but you and I have developed this back and forth about you simping, and so I don't. When I'm saying that, I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm
Well,
not
I mean, yeah, I
calling
get
you
it.
out, right?
I mean, I got it. I've got a reputation to protect. Everybody knows that I'm a simp and a degen, and so I don't want people to get confused by you saying that I'm not in some way right now.
Yeah.
So let's just yeah.
Yeah. At any rate, so like the Avius versus Lethe debate, Lethe didn't make any points at all. Like he just basically the entire time he was just like, I don't even remember. Like it was so non-memorable that I don't even know what he said. But Avius was like, yeah, this is why education sucks. This is why our life. I mean, he could have tied it together better. But I think for off the cuff 5 minutes, I think he did exceptionally well. And we had two judges that didn't see it that way, and I was like, wow, what are they seeing that I didn't see? And I looked back and nothing, right? He was doing an excellent job of pretending to be a tree, and not really doing a great job of arguing the actual topic. So, but anyway.
You talk about Lethe versus Cleaner?
Yeah, Lethe versus Aquavius on education.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, because you and I were on the same page on that, where you were like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And I was like, I didn't hear any argument out of Lethe. Like, all he really did was apply some descriptors that didn't really mean anything. And, yeah, whatever. Anyway, I think it was a great show. I think there's a couple of things that need to be kind of changed. We're gonna come back to that. So I want to tell you a story, Anson, about something that happened today, right? And I'm normally kind of in public, especially, I kind of mind my own business, and I'm a live and let live kind of guy. I don't go out of my way to confront people generically. So my son today, my wife, who is beautiful and intelligent and wonderful, decided that this year would be the year that Aiden gets to have a paintball party, and his friends get to they get to go out, play paintball and shoot each other. And they had a great time. And so my wife took them to the the paintball range or field or whatever the fuck they call it. And I joined later. I had some stuff I had to get done this morning, and so I I showed up, and my wife took my youngest son to Bass Pro Shops and to look at the fish in the aquarium and just do some stuff in Nashville. So I'm watching boys play paintball. They're having a great time. They come back, they're covered in yellow paint. I mean, it's apparently these dudes are just like having the time of their life, right? Like literally one of the dudes, one of my son's friends said it was like the best day that he could remember having was out there playing paintball. So it was awesome. And there was another group that was kind of in our area, and it was a bunch of young men, probably, if I had to guess, inner city Nashville young men. And they had two adults with them, one an older fellow, another was a younger fellow, and they weren't really attending to the youth. They had one guy who would sit at the tables on his phone, and he did that the whole time. And occasionally he talked to the kids that came when they came back to like resupply or whatever. And then they had another guy who was actually the younger guy who probably could actually walk that far, was actually out there on the paintball field watching his boys, and trying to keep them in order and all that. You know how it is with young people.
Yeah.
So the wheels start falling off the bus because these kids are disrespectful. They're having a great time, but at the same time, they're annoying a lot of other people. And it starts raining, and two of the boys left their airsoft guns out in the rain, just laying on a picnic table. And so the lady comes out and says, "Hey, whose are these? Are these yours?" And first they're like, no, they're not ours. And she's like, "Well, I think they are yours because you're the only ones here. And listen, please don't leave them out in the rain. Now I have to go clean these. They get dirt in them. They won't work right. So I got to go clean these." And they were kind of jerks to this lady. Now I didn't know at that time that was the owner of the field, one of the owners. So fast forward a little bit, and what I come to understand that the young men were not following the rules of the field in regards to safety. And the one of the owner, the male owner, he was husband, I'm assuming. He would have to tell them every time they came off the field, "Hey, put the muzzle cover on, put your safety on, whatever." And he was looking for help from the adults. Now, is that a reasonable ask, Anson? If you're out with a bunch of kids, would you not kind of take the hint if whoever's, or whoever the official is continuously tells your young men to do something, would you not take the hint to start telling them yourself, "Hey, dumbasses"?
Well,
listen to dude.
It depends on the context, right? Like,
Okay.
Like, so in this situation, probably, but like,
well, I mean, it's a safety issue, right?
Yeah, but like,
have a muzzle cover on and the gun accidentally triggers or something, you could literally, you could put a kid's eye out, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, like it's like taking your kids to the actual shooting range, right?
Right,
Like you don't,
exactly.
the range warden isn't going to come down and tell my kids they're doing something wrong because they're going to hear what you're not supposed to do from me, right? And yeah, it's the same thing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, and I'm listening to this, but I'm really not involved yet, right? Like I'm not really paying that much fucking attention to it. To be honest, it looks to me like it's just a bunch of, initially I thought they were just two overwhelmed dudes with a bunch of boys who are out and the kids just aren't listening to them. But then it happened, Anson. The lady who owned the I keep saying airsoft field, the paintball field, comes out and she takes one of the paintball guns away from one of the kids and says, "Hey, I have to take this gun away because I've watched this kid put paintballs that he's picked up off the ground into the hopper of the gun, and that gets dirt in there, and it stops the gun from feeding, and I have to clean it, or now I have to clean it, and also you've got to talk to these kids about safety. Every single time that they come off the field, we have to yell at them and tell them to put the muzzle covers on and put the whatever." Do whatever the safety stuff is. And instead of the guy being like, "Yes, ma'am, I'll take care of it. I'll make sure those lads do what the fuck they're told to do," he comes back at her. "Well, why are you singling him out? What's going on? Why is it?
Yeah.
Why is this a big deal?" And so she said, "Sir, I'm really not singling him out. We would tell anybody this." And he's like, "Well, I just don't understand your attitude." He starts going back and forth, and he's got the victim card in full effect. And this lady finally says, "I'm not an employee. I'm the owner, and I will ask you to leave if you continue to talk to me this way."
Yeah.
And he's, "Oh, you're going to ask me to leave?" And all that, and she walks back to her office and with the paintball gun and just taking care of her business. And the other guy comes down and with a bunch of the boys, they finished a round or whatever. And now you got the two dudes there. And the old guy gives the most hilarious version possible of this interaction. And keep in mind, I'm watching the whole thing. I'm literally 5 feet away. And he tells the younger guy that, that she was just kind of harping on them and whatever, and kind of was snotty in the way that she said make them leave or whatever, or she was going to ask them to leave or whatever. And that guy starts ranting that, "Tell us to leave. Well, we paid $1,000 to be here. We got all these kids here, and bullshit. They'll give us a refund. What they'll do, they'll give us a refund." And then he turns around. I shit you not, Anson. He turns around and he says, "All you kids get on your phone. Get on your phones and leave this place a bad review." Literally told him that. And I'm like, what the fuck am I listening to? A grown ass man throwing a bitch fit. And if that had been the end of it, that'd have been bad enough. But wait. There's more. So then the husband's up there and his wife, and they're talking amongst themselves. And so the two gentlemen take it upon themselves to go back up there and reinstigate this shit. And so now the husband's like, "I have to talk to your young men in this tone of voice because you're not doing it. I have to, every single time they come off the field, I have to tell them to follow the simple safety rules of the field. And you're not helping, and you should be. This is, obviously this is my job, but you guys should help, and you shouldn't be getting in my way. And I will ask you to leave. I will throw you out of here. I will call the police and force you to leave because this is a safety issue, and you don't seem to be getting it." And the guy was actually, and I'm being a little bit more dramatic than he was actually being a little less dramatic and just being firm, but no nonsense. Like, "Hey, this is what it is, dumbasses." And so they go back and forth, and the guy does a really good job of de-escalating these two knuckleheads. But they come back over, and once again, they tell the young men to leave a bad review. And I'm like, you are fucking shitting me. This is how these men act in front of youth, that they are, and they have leadership on the back of every one of their fucking shirts.
Yeah.
They literally have the word leadership
Right.
on the back of their fucking shirts. Like this is like an
This all
Audi.
makes sense. Have you not seen this before, Grid?
I have never seen it this bad. So they come back over, they're telling, and I'm like, I can't believe these adults are acting like such bitches in front of kids, showing them an example to follow, so that from now on, every time somebody gets onto them, they're going to play that victim card and they're going to act like a bunch of bitches. And so I happened to be standing up by the in one of the interactions. I was standing up by the office, and one of the guys looks at me and says, well, that guy was on his phone too. Why didn't he, why aren't you talking to him? And the lady clearly said, well, his young men aren't giving us any problems at all. His kids are fine. We haven't had to talk to them even one time. So then I went, and I'm like, and so I started, I walked away. I went and talked to the lads, and, could ask them how their round was. And, we're just talking, about, shooting each other with paintballs. Anson, would you believe that the older fellow, the one who instigated all of this bullshit, comes over to me and he says, well, you were standing there. What do you think of all this? And I said, to be honest with you, that's the worst example I've ever seen in front of young men. You've done your young men a great disservice with your behavior. I can't even believe what I just saw. And he said, oh, it's going to be like that, and turned around and left.
Oh shit!
I literally said, I'm not sugarcoating it, not embellishing it, not making it, but I literally said that exact thing. I said, you have failed these young men.
No, there's one word that describes all that, Grid.
Bitch?
No.
What?
Pride.
Yeah, maybe.
He was like, oh, she's going to criticize the young man I'm with. Oh, yeah. she's going to single out this kid that I'm with. Oh, she's going to say that I have to leave. Me. Oh, yeah, that's how it's he's not going to agree with my narrative. Oh, I see how it's going to be.
I feel like it's more that victimhood bullshit. And literally, like, every single word out of this dumbass's mouth was victim. And I'm like, bro, I really was not, I did not want to insert myself into it. Right. Like, I'm sitting here trying to just sit there and hang out with the boys. Let them have a great day shooting paintball. Actually, one of the kids said it was like the best day he's had in a long time, was going out there and shooting paintball with his friends. And that meant a lot to me, and they were, they cleaned up after themselves. They cleaned up other people's trash. They did all of the things that you would expect my young men to do. And the owner came over and he said, hey, I'm really sorry you had to see that. I'm sorry you had to get involved. I'm like, hey, don't worry about it, brother. It's totally cool. I mean, I think those guys are I think they're bad people. I said, they're ruining those young men's lives. So, at any rate, that was part of my day, Anson. So what do you, having heard the whole thing now, what do you think?
Well, I mean, so those men, specifically the older man, internalizes criticism instead of using it as data, right? So he says that there's something wrong. Oh, you're saying there's something wrong with me.
Yeah, it's an attack. It's a personal attack.
Right. And so he's highly sensitive.
You're trying to attack me.
Yeah, and you see this with women all the time, where you try and have a rational conversation with them, and they turn it into like some sort of,
Nancy, did you freeze?
No, I'm fine. Yeah. It's like if a woman calls you fat, or if a woman asks if they're fat and you say that they're fat, right? Even though, if it's the truth, they still get offended or whatever. right? It's the same sort of thing, right? Where you're living in this sort of bubble of self-deception. And when reality doesn't match the narrative that you create in your head about what kind of perfect person you are, if all of the people around you aren't the perfect people that are making you look perfect, then the guy just has a super fragile ego, right? And he's consumed with pride and self-deception.
Yeah. It's rare for me to see the victim card live and in person, but this was nothing. But this was straight up victim, just straight up.
Well, you're online all the time, Grid. You should be used to it by now.
Yeah, but that's online, and a lot of times I feel like people are playing it up. I mean, I'm telling you, this guy was literally like, I watched him. This lady was not rude to him, Anson. She was absolutely. I mean, I'm not saying she was the most professional lady in the world, but she was she was just a Southern female business owner who said, "Sir, this kid did this. We can't have that because this is the way it's supposed to work." And and it wasn't even like, I didn't even think it was that bad. Like, I was honestly expecting to say, "Yes, ma'am, I'll take care of it," because that's what I'm used to, right? Like, the people I'm around, that's what they would say is, "Oh, my boy did this. Yes, ma'am, we'll take care of that." And I was blown away by the instant resort to being a victim and being, this lady is out to get him, and they're going to kick him out. Of course, he put himself in that position. So yeah. Anyway, so that was one of the things that happened today that was just wild, man. It's like crazy. Like, I can't really, I really can't get to it, like, and the thing is these are people, Anson. They probably had 15 to 18 kids in their group. And these men, these grown ass, bitch ass men, are in charge of teaching these young men life lessons.
Well, so it's like, you know how sometimes you see on these podcasts where these women have this deluded sense of self where they think that they're a 10.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same exact thing, only these men had the deluded self-deception that they were some kind of actual leader.
Okay.
And
okay.
it's the same exact mentality. And when someone questioned that in any way by saying that they were doing something wrong or someone in their group was doing something wrong, they couldn't handle it, and they went into straight cope mode, just like these broads that think that they're 10s do. It's the same exact thing.
I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Agrillipus, I see you talking real estate out there. I wish you luck. I don't know what you're doing, but good luck with it. Yes, it was weird today, man. That was very strange. It's just crazy.
Yeah,
live and in color. And I told the owner, I'm like, well, it gives me something to talk about on my show.
Yeah, my dad's a lot like that, where he has a super fragile ego and he gets super offended at stupid shit. And,
Really?
and so I've seen that a whole lot in my life. I grew up around that nonsense. That's normal.
What do you think about? So I grew up in the South, and I was taught that I may not agree with what this man or woman says, but if you're in their house,
yeah,
or it's under their rules, or whatever, really the only correct answer is yes, ma'am, no, sir, yes, ma'am, or, yes, sir, no, ma'am. I mean, like, there's no in between, right? Like, you're polite and you can be firm, but you are just certainly do not disrespect people just for the hell of it, right?
yeah. Well, like for example, tonight, right? Like, so I'm in a super bad mood. I've got zero fucks to give. But I'm not coming on here and being a dick to you. You know, I could do that very easily, right? And it's the same thing when you go over to somebody's house. You got to follow their rules, right?
Right.
And I really want to be a dick tonight, but I'm not, right? Because I've got self control. But those men lack.
I'm sure that you're really tired and you have zero fucks to give. So
Yeah. But those guys that you were talking about, they didn't have that self correction mechanism where they could say, okay, I'm in someone else's frame right now. And so I have to react and learn based on what's happening around me, right? They were incapable of doing that.
mm-hmm.
It's just pride, man. It's the worst.
I don't think it's wrong.
It's the worst of the character traits that the Christians think exist. It's the worst that the ancient Greeks thought existed. The hubris, the foolish self-deception. You don't. The man was a fool.
Yeah. You're not wrong. Okay. Yeah, I just thought it was really, really interesting, and it was such a dichotomy because all of the young men that were with our group today were they all go to the same school. I think one of them is a year behind the rest, but I think the rest were in the same class, all in the same class. And they were like on point the entire day. These kids, when they talk to me, they would call me sir. They would say that we were talking about music, and it's really interesting, Anson, to hear a kid that's like 15 or 16 say, "What do you think about Megadeth, sir?"
I was listening to Megadeth during dinner tonight.
I was listening to Megadeth before you were born. But it was sir. Thank you for the good time, sir. We really appreciate it. Really had a great time today, sir. And it was like they were so polite. Even they were polite to the staff.
So
it was such a massive contrast with this other group that it was like a glowing contrast, right? Like so huge.
So this is why culture is important, right? So you're describing two different cultures. One culture is a culture that values larger power distance, and the other culture is a culture that does not, right? So for example, if you go to Australia, people are super informal with one another. You could go up to your professor and call them by their first name. You could call all sorts of people by their first name that you can't hear because it's not the culture, right? So what you're seeing is a fractured culture because we're not as homogenous as we used to be. And so you're seeing this other thing that didn't used to exist in the South that's kind of infiltrated.
Mm.
So these are totally different kinds of people.
Yes. Well, you probably weren't. I mean, I don't know. I was raised with the idea that if I were impolite, my mother was going to magically appear behind me and beat me about the head. Right? Like I believed that, right? From a very young age. And then I went to military school, and it was and at that point it was like if I was impolite, or if I was if I was obstinate for no reason, they have a very effective technique called push-ups, and you could do push-ups until you thought that you literally lifted the earth, and then you would learn how to be polite, and I have to wonder out loud at how far we have fallen, Anson.
Yeah, well, it's just changing culture, man. It's totally natural. Don't be one of those old guys that says "get off my lawn," right? Do like Rush Limbaugh and get out there and mingle with the people. Don't be a good time plastic banana rock and roller. You know what I'm saying? You gotta stay hip, Grid.
I'm pretty hip, but I still tell people to get the fuck off my lawn.
Yeah,
because it is what it is. I sent out some links to people to come up when they feel like it, and we'll see who pops up. Arthur Daya, generically, you can't. Bump stock does not make a gun fire as fast as a full auto. Full auto, by the way, is not illegal in and of itself, especially not in Florida. I think in Florida you can pretty much own whatever you want. So that's interesting. And by the way, you don't need a bump stock to bump fire. Bump fire is very, very easy. So
Yeah, you just need a belt.
you don't even need a belt. You can. There's ways.
Yeah.
There are ways. But a belt. But yeah, a belt or a rope or a string or something that can help. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and if you get an SKS, you can modify the trigger grouping a little bit and make it full auto really simple.
Yeah. That's not wrong. So,
But don't do it, and don't get the instructions for it, or you have to
do not go read the Anarchist Cookbook.
Yeah.
Don't do that. It's an interesting thing, Anson, because I actually made quite a handsome sum of money in the past by dealing in fully automatic weapons, legally, of course. But it's just a weird thing.
So they made that Lord of War movie about you, huh?
What's that?
They said they made the Lord of War movie about you.
Wish that would be cool. No, so there was a time back in the day where you could, if you were an enterprising young man, you could buy, say, like I like to buy HKs, so I could buy an HK, I could buy like an HK MP5K or an MP5 SK, which I think was a super short one. And I could buy one for not a lot of money, but they're full auto, right? And so back then I was paying like $3,500 for one, and they just kept going up in value, just kept going, and so you keep it like a year or 2 years, and then it would be very much more expensive. Clover Tack, we'll talk more guns in a minute. I want to talk to Kissy Cat, and I have Anson here because this could get degenerate, and we need an expert in degeneracy.
Yeah, Kissy Cat's a total degen. Don't listen to her.
So Kissy Cat, I had an interesting conversation with a friend as I was driving around this morning.
Oh, Lord.
And it's really, and I thought of you and a couple of other ladies like you. And there was something I wanted to clarify that you said last night, is that you, when you were being asked if you regretted, I believe Kel was asking you if you regretted doing the, getting the degree and doing all of that. Why? You didn't actually say why.
Anson, take it away. Take it away.
Anson, what are you doing? That is a good picture of you, though.
Yeah, I mean, I regret it because I feel like it took a lot of my time that I should have been doing other things.
Okay. It took a lot of time away from what other things?
Like building a family, that type of thing.
Okay. So you're basically saying that despite obviously excelling and earning your degrees and just doing all the cool things, you would be, at this point in your life, you feel like you would be far more satisfied with life if you had a successful marriage, children, and maybe even work part-time or stayed at home.
Yeah. Like, for me personally, yes, I think so. Like, don't get me wrong. I feel like I have a pretty good life now. Like, I'm not like miserable or anything, but I feel like maybe I feel more fulfilled in that type of situation, that type of livelihood.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you ain't that old, Kissy Cat. You can still pop out a kid or two.
Well, I mean, yeah, but it is what it is.
Get on it, woman. Get it. You worked how many years getting that degree, and now you're just gonna roll over and take this L? Don't take the L. Have some babies. Start a family.
I'm just saying, I feel like the girls that were my age coming out of school, like we were kind of force fed kind of a lie. Like we needed to do that. It was looked down upon to be like stay at home mom and wife. Like you were nothing if you did that. Like,
was there a point that you looked down on your the people that you knew growing up that got married and settled down and popped out 2 or 3 kids, and did you look down on those people when at that point in your life?
I don't feel like I looked down on them. I kind of felt like
sorry
maybe
for
they weren't reaching their full potential.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So I had this conversation today, and I thought of several people, but you were, because of the conversation last night, you were at the top, and it was basically, it's a friend of mine, and he is in his 40s now, and he has never been married, and he was actually telling me today that he doesn't think he'll ever get married. He's never going to have kids. He's never, he has resigned himself to being what we in the South we call a confirmed bachelor, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where he's just, he's going to be that weird uncle that shows up with cool shit, riding a Harley, or whatever. And he's just kind of, that's just what he's going to do. And I was pushing back on him really hard today, and I was like, hey, there are tons of amazing women out there that you aren't even looking at. And the reason for it is always very interesting to me. And the reason that he gave is that in his mind, he couldn't attract an attractive to him female, right? Like, and and it wasn't just physical attractiveness. He's not that shallow. He's like, hey, I want, this and I want that. And I'm like, well, I mean, why can't you have that? And he's like, well, too old. There aren't enough women out there. And I'm like, look, I hear this shit from a lot of different people, but I interact with not a ton of women, but a fair number of women, not just here on the internet, but also in my professional life, such as it is. And there are a ton of women out there that are absolutely amazing. And for some reason, I see them, but it seems like a lot of men, especially men that would probably find you like super attractive, they don't see you, kissy cat. They don't. So I'm trying to figure out, is it that you, kissy cat, make yourself unavailable, that you just don't act like you're interested in anything? Or is it that these dudes have just given up, checked out, and they're like Anson over there, just they're just going to be femcells?
Oh no, man! I'm working on my 3rd ex-wife.
What's up, Glenn? See, I start talking degeneracy and Glenn shows up. That's how that shit works.
I don't know, Grit. I haven't really thought about it. I just do my thing.
Yeah. It's interesting. It's interesting to me because, and then, of course, the comeback when I told him that, I can see all of these amazing women out there, and I interact with them, and I, talk to them to some degree. And he's like, well, you're married, you're not threatening. You probably just have more confidence. You just can talk to women really easy. And I'm like, well, first of all, I can talk to anybody really easy. So, that's never really been my problem. But I have to turn it around back on him and say, hey man, you're not seeing the potential out there. And it's an interesting thing because I think most men early in life, they see that potential, but they don't know how to turn that potential into a relationship. And then as they get older, they forget how, or they just never learn how.
Well, as we get older, we all get a little bit of baggage. Like,
sure. Well, and a lot of guys don't want to deal with baggage. So
I mean, really, it's just like you have issues like from previous relationships and blah blah blah. So like, I feel like maybe it's harder as we get older to
Well, absolutely.
do
I think
that.
it gets harder. I think that the excitement. I don't want to speak for you at all, Kissy Cat, but I imagine that in your situation with what little I know of your history, it's probably pretty hard for you to just get excited about a relationship and get really ramped up.
She seems like she's super romantic, Grid. Have you not heard?
I believe that. I
anything she
100%
said?
believe that, but I'm gonna. I think that it's very. I'm just guessing. I'm waiting for an answer.
I am very skeptical at first, and then when I realize that it is like actually real,
Mm-hmm.
then I get excited. But I'm a skeptic at first.
So what do you? So do you think that you intimidate the men around you?
I've heard that, but I don't think so. I don't know.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah. K2 says that women get cringe about my job and the hours. I've heard that before too. I don't know how much I think that women. I think all women have to be talked into everything. Like their immediate first answer is no.
Yeah, they're vexed.
And so you then have to be like, yeah, I understand that you can't see the way through, but let me show you how this is going to work. And if you can do that effectively, then I think that you pull down a lot of those barriers that I and Kissy Cat, correct me if I'm wrong, that you pull down a bunch of barriers that women put up, and to be able to just say no right out of hand.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah.
Kat, you're super successful, like financially and professionally, and you've got a lot of success in those realms, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you have a lot of scaffolding you've built in your life to be able to do that sort of thing. So the pool of men who are not intimidated by that, who would think that's a positive, is smaller than the general pool, right? Unless you're looking for like a homosexual type relationship with some guy to take advantage of you.
Well, Anson, you've already been disqualified. So.
Well, I'm not in the rut. She's not my type, Grid. So
right, yeah, she's not damaged enough.
Yeah, she's really not.
Yeah,
like I'm aware that I'm very skeptical and maybe hard to get to know. So I don't fault men for my shortcomings either.
Yeah. So let me ask you a question, and you look, you don't have to answer because some of this stuff is personal, and if you just want to answer. So you talked a little bit about your past relationship, the only one that I'm aware of.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, two. I'm aware of two, but the long one, right? Like sexual relationship. So I kind of understand that that portion of it, but see, I think so. And this is just a difference in the way men look at things between themselves, right? Like I look at you or your type as not a challenge to break down those walls, but like, okay, look, this is somebody that has legit reasons for being the way she is, but I don't have a problem with that. Like we can work with that. So. Yeah. But I can actually see where some men would be very, and because there are a lot of men that honestly want to put zero effort into relationships.
Yeah,
and
there are.
Yeah.
Like if I wanted to set myself up, like I could totally just like play cat and be the stay-at-home guy who lives off of her largesse and like I wouldn't do that to you, Cat. But I mean, there's a lot of guys who would do that, right?
They wouldn't do that because I wouldn't allow them to do that.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know. I like a matched ambition as well, I guess.
So you want a rich guy? Oh,
no.
That's why you're single then? A
No,
matched ambition to someone like you?
That is not what I said. That is not what I
Let me ask
said.
you a question, Kissy Cat. Let me say, let's say that you, because you're in West Virginia, all right?
Mhm.
Let's say that you meet a, I cannot remember how old you are. You're like mid
I'm
30s.
37. I'm 37.
Okay, 37. So you're 37. Let's say you meet like a 45-year-old dude that's works in the timber industry in
Mhm.
West Virginia, which that's a common industry. And
Mhm.
he doesn't have any real desire to have a lot of money. He probably has like like 10 acres or whatever with a cabin built on it, and that's all he cares about. Doesn't need any more, doesn't want anything fancy, doesn't care. But for whatever reason, you light his fire. You set the sun, right?
Mhm.
And um, where are you in that? Is it more important to you to have the relationship, or is it more important to you to have that equal income, equal ambition, all of that?
No, don't get me wrong. I didn't say it needed to be equal income. Like every relationship I've been in, I've been the higher earner.
I'm asking the question like it is. Like, is it how does that work for you? And I mean, you personally, right?
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
No, like
All of
that really doesn't matter to me, to be
Mhm.
quite honest. I just want someone who's willing to put the work in, like I am. But that's what I meant by that.
What does that mean?
Work into the relationship, work into a family, work into a home.
But what does it look like to you for a guy to put in equal that you would put in? What does that mean? Because that's really amorphous. That could mean a whole bunch of stuff to a bunch of
Well,
different people.
I guess in my past, I was in a relationship where I was the only one putting any effort in.
Well,
Yeah.
how are you the only one putting effort in? Were you just not seeing the effort he was putting in?
No, because I really don't like to talk about that. But I guess I'm up here, so I'm putting myself out here for that. But I had,
Okay.
just he changed a lot. Like when we first got together, things were good, and then, but we were, of course, like high school sweethearts. So of course it was good then. But alcoholism came into play, and so I was like having to do all the trying, and he was doing none of the trying because his focus was on something else.
Yeah.
Yeah. Um,
So you picked a loser, huh?
No, like I'm not
You
gonna.
like the bad boy excited
No.
you, and now you're hitting the wall.
Lawrence, you missed Glenn Lawrence's comment in the chat. He reemphasizes, Miss Cat, do you know how to cook? Do you know how to be seen and not heard? Do you have a wide variety of lingerie? If yes, tell her that Glenn knows a guy that's available.
Yeah, I know a few million.
Right. So I want to get back to this effort thing because I actually hear this a lot with women, and they talk about, he didn't put the effort in, he didn't put the time in, he didn't,
He put the time and effort into his career. Like he did do that. Like that's one thing I can always say. He was very focused on that, but
mm-hmm.
maybe a little too focused on that, and the other parts of life suffered because of that.
Right. So like one of the few bones of contention my wife and I have is that especially when I'm working, I get consumed by work,
Mm-hmm.
and then when I'm not working, I don't want to do anything. I don't want to go to the store. I don't
Mm-hmm.
want to go outside. I don't want to go for a walk. I don't want to do anything. I want to literally exist, and that's it. And so but now in her, so and that's because I'm very active in my work. I'm always moving.
Mm-hmm.
It's somewhat fit, when I'm working, even when I'm just going out on job sites and stuff, it's still pretty physical. And so um in her world, she does a lot, she's been an office dweller, so she basically sits.
Mm-hmm.
uh, or stands long periods of time. Although I don't think she ever, if she has, the only reason she stands because she has a standing desk because she got tired of sitting. And so we have had, especially the first few years, we had a lot of issues with. She would like, well, I want to go to the farmer's market. And I'm like, great, go. Well, I want you to go too. And I'm like, well, I'm not going anywhere. Like, I'm just going to tell you, like, I'm not going anywhere. And then, of course, I would because she's my wife and I love her and I care for her, and I would do that. But that was all. That's been a bone of contention in our marriage. So I'm curious how you resolve that kind of thing, right? So, like, if go back to my timberman, my timberman example. So let's say that this guy's, he's doing timber, he's doing he's got a lot going on, and when he is down, he's down. Like, he doesn't, when he's not working, he expects you, regardless of your job, he expects you to be there to make dinner, to or do whatever, right? And again, this was actually real world experience in my case. My wife worked in an office. She went to work at 8. She got off at 5. I did not. I went to work at 6 in the morning. I got off whenever the hell I was done. And there were lots of periods of time where I worked very, very long hours. And so at the, I did when I was down, when I was at home resting, relaxing, whatever, I did expect her to do the cooking, do some of the cleaning and all that. And one of the few fights, real fights that we've ever had was over that I just did not want to clean anything until I had rested, in my mind, sufficiently. So I'm interested in your perspective on that.
I mean, I don't find that to be an issue, to be honest. I was raised, my mom was a stay-at-home mom and wife, and I always, I really respected that and looked up to that as far as what she did with us and how she treated my father. So, like, I really respect that dynamic. Now, I do feel like in the career that I have, it would be hard to juggle both.
Mm-hmm.
But I did it before. I did it before. So
and again, this is something that my buddy was harping on, was that, no women puts up with this anymore. And I feel like I run into more women than not that at least claim that they will put up with it. Now, whether or not they actually do, I have no idea.
But in your scenario, the guy's like okay with living out in the woods and everything. I'm totally cool with that too. So
yeah, in
that scenario, I'm probably not going to be working as much, at least, like maybe not at all, which is cool with me. So I think that'd be pretty ideal, to be honest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. All right. And so
I don't feel like I'm hard to get along with, but
I don't think you're hard to get along with. I think you're probably really hard to get to know.
I think, you're super busy. You got a lot of professional stuff you're doing. You're focused on a whole lot of things that aren't related to finding relationships. If you invested half of the time that you invest into all the things in your life and the scaffolding that you built related to your single life and your past relationship, you would have another man in a month and probably be married in 6 months and with a child on the way. Your priorities are what are keeping you from being in a relationship. And all this other stuff is just psychobabble nonsense, right? You just need to get over it. If you want it, get it, right? You're the kind of person who can set a goal and do what you want to do. So if that's something you want to do, then just go do it.
Yeah.
You're the gatekeeper. You're the gatekeeper for your life, especially as a female, right? Like you're a female with a lot of resources. You can just allocate your resources to making that the goal that you're going to obtain, right? If that's something you want to do.
Maybe I'm already doing that, Anson.
Yeah, I have no doubt that you are, Kissy Cat. I mean, you're out here mingling with all these people on the internet. You're probably sliding into everybody's DMs. I see you out here.
Yeah, that's totally my style.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny. So actually, the trigger warnings. The yoga pants thing. Am I the only one that am like? I don't want like. I consider yoga pants like pretty slutty.
What? Really?
What did he say?
Huh?
What did he say?
I said, he's like, wear those yoga pants and show that camel toe. I'm
Oh,
one of those. I'm like, I don't like somebody. I think it was Jess was asking, not Jess White, Jess the good Jess was asking me
Wait, was that a request?
about going out on like she was going out on a date with this dude, and she's like, oh, I'm gonna wear yoga pants. I'm like, really? It's pretty slutty.
Yoga pants?
oh God.
What the hell, Anson? This is a kid friendly show most of the time.
Oh wow.
I thought it was a request.
No,
You said yoga pants and camel toe.
no, that was Doomer. Not Doomer. That was somebody in the.
I mean,
chat.
maybe yoga pants like to go to the gym, but don't have them up in your hoo ha like that.
Yeah. So I'm like, I told her. I called the horse girl Jess out on the yoga pants for the first date, and I think she ended up wearing jeans, I think, or something like that.
Okay, that works. I
Yeah,
would have gone with a dress.
a dress. Yeah, okay. Yeah. There's no.
Definitely not yoga pants.
So,
yoga
Kissy Cat, you got headhunters out there finding you your perfect guy, or how you doing this?
No, I'm good.
What are you doing here?
I'm good.
You need me to be your wingman? I could hook you up with some dudes. You know, my little brother's looking for a woman to cook and clean for him.
Mm-hmm. I am doing okay right now.
Okay.
Are you
Thank
sure?
you though. I appreciate it.
Okay. Well, I mean, he's morbidly obese and he has acne and he's in his 30s and he plays video games all day, but he has a good job. So, just putting it out there.
I don't think we'd sound like we'd be very compatible.
Yeah, probably not. He doesn't
What
like
do you
outdoors.
do in your spare time besides hang out on the internet, Kissy Cat?
Well, see, I'm only here because this is my week that I work. So this is kind of my leisure activity when I don't have time to do the things that I like to do. So, out on the lake, I like to go hiking. I like to kayak. I spend a lot of time in my barn, like with my animals, doing things like that.
Yeah.
Just I like to be outside. Now in the wintertime, no, I kind of stay inside during the winter. But if the weather's nice, I'm typically outside somewhere doing something.
Grid Arthur Dye is in the chat. She's upset that I showed her picture of her in yoga pants.
Yeah. Listen, here's the thing. I get if you yoga pants, man. Whatever. Kissy Cat, this has been a great discussion.
Mhm.
I actually have enjoyed this. That was not Arthur Dias, she says. Okay. Sure. Okay. All right.
That was just wishful thinking on Anson's part, I believe.
Well, Anson has no shame, so
Maybe that's his ask, Arthur. That's his ask.
yeah. Okay. All right. So
Yeah, I hope that didn't come off very vague. Sorry about that if I did. I just, like you said, I'm hard to get to know, right?
well, yeah, I mean, and that's fine. I mean, I don't think anybody's like really I mean, as far as I'm concerned, it's fine to be hard to get to know. I would actually probably prefer people being a little hard to get to know rather than the alternative
hmm
being, just a raging, cum dumpster. But what's that?
welcome, Glenn.
So, Glenn, are you there?
Hello. Yes.
There we
Who are you calling a cum dumpster?
I said I would rather someone be more like Kissy Cat than be a cum dumpster. So,
I mean, I agree.
yeah.
I
Okay.
thought you were calling somebody a cum dumpster.
Yeah.
I'm going to politely disagree and say that the cum dumpsters are probably breeding.
They're definitely breeding.
But they're probably
Not
not.
everybody that's breeding should be breeding, though.
Well, everybody should be breeding, Glenn. We shouldn't discriminate.
No.
Ethan, are the cum dumpsters seeing the child all the way to birth, though?
Well, yeah. Well, the ones that I've been with have.
Oh, whoa, Anson, that's a backhanded insult. He just called all of his ex-wives cum dumpsters. What the hell? You say? Oh man! All right, so Glenn, you've got a message, sir.
Is that Glenn Lawrence about to board passenger plane?
Yeah, apparently, you look like you're boarding an airplane, like a rock star. I guess I don't know. That's pretty cool. Well, what's up, Clover Tack? How the hell are you?
Hey, Clover Tack.
Yo,
Clover Tack.
I made
You
it through
did
Friday
well
the
last
13th
night.
and survived. Good.
You did very well last night, honestly.
I took tail, but it's all good.
I think you did great.
Yeah. Oh, hey, I heard that Kissy Cat won an argument last night.
That was unintentional.
You unintentionally won?
Yeah. I didn't.
Who is the victim that unintentionally got his ass beat?
Well, no, I didn't even intend to be in a debate, but it just kind of happened.
So that's even worse because now you didn't even want to debate the guy and you ended up, I'm assuming it's a guy, got beat by a girl
Yeah.
intentionally. You're not making this better for the guy.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to. I'm not going to say that I'm like a good debater or anything because I mean, listen, here you hear me. Like this
What?
isn't.
So
Who was the victim?
James Life talks.
Oh, okay. That
Yeah.
makes total sense.
yeah, Grid. Just for frame of reference, Eternal beat him in a debate.
literally a paper bag beats James in a debate. So, yeah.
Yeah, like so that's what I'm saying. I didn't even intend to be in it. I didn't want to be in it. K2 kept muting me, so I couldn't really say my piece. And then I got thrown into a debate while I was muted, so I couldn't really I couldn't protest being in the debate. So then I just did it. I manned up and did it, and
Yeah.
it worked out.
There you
Wait a
go.
minute. Did you say you manned up and did it?
I manned up and did it.
And,
Okay, so do we have do we have
No,
another male on the stage?
well, I mean, you really can't say you womaned up and did it because that really wouldn't hold any weight, right?
It would be true though. I mean,
What
you
was
just
the
were talking
debate
about trying
with
to find a man,
James?
and now you're telling everybody you manned up and did it. It might make the guys kind of hesitate to come after you.
Well, that's fine if they can't read between the lines. And
Okay, so what was the subject with which you bludgeoned poor James to death?
it was, gosh, I don't even remember, to be honest with you. It was like police using lethal force. Police using lethal force if a suspect was like running away, something like that.
Yeah. And how did James lose though?
Well, I said that they should reserve lethal force for if they were being like if they were being like directly threatened, then it would be okay. But if they could not use lethal force, that would be the best outcome for everyone. And his stance was that they should use it no matter what. Like,
just blast. So there it was, blasting.
yeah.
Judge Dredd, baby.
That's right, Judge. I am the law.
But I mean, I guess it was a little more nuanced than that. I don't really remember everything that was said because, like I said, I don't do this.
Poor James, and I like James. I'm not.
I do, and it was his birthday week, so
yeah, I'm not saying this to hurt James's feelings on, like, I mean, I'm going to, but I don't intend. I mean, it's just I can't avoid it. He's not a good debater. And
well, I mean,
he's getting better.
Whoa. What is a birthday week? What the fuck is that?
So Clover Tech, just for frame of reference,
that's what women do. Like, they do birthday weeks, they do birthday months. Like, they can't settle for a day. You gave them an inch, now they took a mile.
Entitled much, are we?
I'm just saying that it was his birthday week because I don't know which day his birthday was, so I kind of felt bad about all of it.
So Clover Tech, for frame of reference,
You know what you gave him for his birthday? An ass whooping, and he loved it.
So, James is he's not very bright. He's very, very dumb. Like he obviously was like in special ed. And
Just
throw it out there, Anson. I was trying to be nice, and
he's a retard, right?
Basically, what he's saying is like there's Glenn Lawrence dumb, right? And then there's James.
The Glenn Lawrence kids that don't read so good.
Yeah, we don't read so well.
Well, he's a really nice guy, and I didn't want to do it. Like, I really didn't want to do it.
Like, I didn't want to do it, but I did it anyways. Mm-hmm.
Well, someone paid for me to do it, so I kind of felt.
I didn't want to punch him in the face, but I did.
I felt obligated to do it.
Isn't there some like?
Oh, froze.
No, I think we're all right.
Oh, there we go. I'm back. It's weird. Anyway, so all right, Kissy Cat. Well, I'm glad that you beat it. That you decided to beat up on the mentally deficient.
No, I didn't want to.
Hey, you know what?
Look, James is one of those guys that grown-ass men refer to as a sweet kid. Which, you know what that means. Yeah.
Bless his heart.
Bless
the way I look at it is like, look, you know what? If they come out here and they want to get in the ring, you handle them like anybody else.
Just hand out that.
Well, I didn't want to. So
clearly, like, you beat up
indiscriminate. Okay, I don't discriminate with the whooping. Everybody gets a whooping.
Well, I didn't want to. I get really nervous. Like, even doing this kind of thing makes me super nervous. So.
Is it because you're afraid somebody's going to ask you if you're into chains and whips?
No.
Well, that was a weird giggle to start with.
It was just a funny question.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. That was okay. Okay. All right.
Already know.
Oh gosh.
Enough was revealed right there.
Oh. Men are now saying that they would take you fishing. That's funny.
I go fishing all the time. Actually, might go this weekend.
I am going tomorrow. I don't care how bad the storm is. Fuck it.
If I don't go to the beach next week, I'm going to the lake house and I'll probably fish Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Is your lake house on Cherokee Lake?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
I know where that is. K2 says he was paying to keep Kissy Cat talking.
He was.
Why would you do that?
He might be the only person to ever do that, right?
Hold on. I missed something a while ago. Before I forget about it. Duck, are you married? He let something slip.
Girlfriend. I think Duck has a girlfriend.
He said wifey earlier. He's like, something about wifey, and I saw it scroll as it went through, and of course I started talking about something else, and I'm like, wait, did Duck just say wifey?
Oh, I don't know. I thought he had a
I
girlfriend.
must explore this further, Duck. Are you a married man?
He said he had kids.
I know. He said that last night.
I didn't know Duck had kids.
I have to move Duck from the category of weird Henry not Henry weird what's that guy's name now? The My Side of the Mountain guy, Henry David Thoreau. I gotta move Anson from there into like the weirdest version of the Waltons ever. So Duck's spicy tonight. He says all you need to know is I get my dick sucked.
Oh,
by a man?
I didn't need to know that.
That's the implication, Grid.
So, got a question, fellas. What makes a woman a high value woman?
There's no such thing.
What?
No.
Yeah, there is.
No.
What is it, Anson?
A high value, the one that'll.
What makes a high value woman?
The one that says yes when I say let's have sex.
Oh.
Every hooker has been a high value woman.
Wow.
Oh, there we go. Right out there. Right out
I would
there.
say this. A high value woman is a woman that has a high value man invest in her in a relationship. Therefore, that means she has no gag reflex.
No, that's impossible. Like that can't follow.
Oh, it does. It does. It's true. It's science.
No, because for a no, that doesn't follow because men invest time, money, and effort into women all the time.
Their meat.
Zero value.
Their meat.
So that the fact that men place value on women is irrelevant to the women's value.
Yes, but if she could actually have no gag reflex, so that's the one that he invests in.
Yeah, but I'm not a big fan of getting head though, Glenn. I mean, that's never really been my thing.
Yeah, the sex is like the least important part of the relationship.
No, I just said head specifically. What are you talking about, Grid?
Grid, what are you talking about?
I can.
It's like, fuck that, Grid.
I gotta be honest. This is a very interesting thing. I'm gonna be. I might even shock Anson here. The thing is I was such a fucking degenerate that I honestly believe that I slip and fall and pussy appears to catch my dick. So I don't value sex the way a bunch of other no sex having motherfuckers value sex. I just don't. A woman's sexual value is meaningless to me. Like, I don't care. By the way, Chuck thought Duck was gay. I didn't think Duck was gay, but I mean, I wouldn't have argued against it if somebody had told me that. So.
I would have believed it if somebody told me that. I'd be like, oh.
You would have believed it? Okay.
Well, I still think he is. I mean, it hasn't been proven that he's not. So.
Well, that's true. That's true. Yeah. Yeah, ZD Den's on the right. But sex doesn't get you through the other side of 30 years. That's absolutely true.
Yeah, that's
but it's not. But it's not the least either. You said it's the least.
Well, it's the least important thing to me. I mean, again, it's.
Oh, come on! There's other things that are less than that.
I mean, I'm trying to think of something that like
true,
you just can't right now. Because they're the least.
There's a minimal level of where the sex has to be. But
I guarantee you, if you were not being satisfied in that area from the beginning, you would not be in a relationship right now. And now it may have changed in priority as times have changed.
That's what he's saying, I think, though, Glenn.
Yeah. I mean, but sex wasn't the most important thing in the beginning anyway. Once I knew that we were sexually compatible, sure, I needed to know that, right? Like I needed to know that she touched my pee-pee in ways I liked and was did the things that I enjoyed. So that once that was established and the frequency met with approval, then beyond that, then it becomes a game of, well, can I actually live with this person without wanting to not come home for 3 days at a time on purpose? So that's, that was.
See, I always say like sex is a form of intimacy. Intimacy is the glue that holds relationships together. So, it's a priority. It's one of the, maybe not the most important thing, but it's in the top three for sure.
Yeah. Sex in and of itself has nothing to do with a woman. I mean, a woman's value is just from my point of view, right? Like, and I'm, again, I'm a weird person to talk about this because I've been married so damn long, and I look around at people who are trying to work this sex is so important angle and all of that. I look at them fail miserably at relationship after relationship, and so I have to wonder, what the fuck they're doing wrong. But here's the interesting thing. If you can just put up with each other's shit and not kill each other, you're ahead of 90% of the couples out there.
Yeah,
that's true.
And so I'm far more interested in women that I can have an actual conversation with. And I'm not talking about I could have a conversation with about, setting up a race car or something. I can't even do that with my male friends. Like, they eyes glaze over and they look at me like I'm a fucking alien. But, but I can, I don't know, man. I think that we as men, and actually it's part of the interesting thing about like women like Kissy Cat is, I think Kissy Cat is far more interesting a human. And if I were to like set her up with one of my friends, I wouldn't even, I would, the sex portion of it is not, I wouldn't even be like, oh yeah, I think, she can start a golf cart, but I wouldn't say that, right? Like, that wouldn't be something.
Whoa.
Oh, she's a proper lady, Grid. She would never do anything like that.
I'm saying, I'm not saying she couldn't. I'm just saying that wouldn't be the selling point that I would go with.
I wasn't paying attention. I wasn't paying attention.
Well, that's good.
I just heard that there was a reaction, and I was like, "Oh Lord!"
Grid, she's the kind of woman that has her babies delivered by storks. Okay.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So, it's just, I think that you have to be compatible on there are very much far more key things that to be compatible about than sex. Sex obviously you have to be, you have to touch each other in ways that you each like, but sex isn't complicated. You don't really need much practice to do it right. And to be honest with you, fucking caveman can do it. So,
you don't have to, it doesn't take much practice to do it right, but it sure takes a lot of practice if you want to be perfect. Practice makes perfect, Grid. Okay?
I'm not
practice
saying
makes perfect.
Look.
I don't know what you're telling people, man. You're telling
I'm not saying that you shouldn't have sex 4 times a day. I think that that's a great thing. I'm saying that if you don't do that, that's not the end. Maybe that's not the end of the world. I don't really know.
What world are you living in, Grid? I don't want to live in that world.
You don't want to live in the world without sex 4 times a day?
Yeah, that sounds horrible.
All right.
No, wait a minute. I don't want to have sex 4 times a day. I got shit to do. I don't need 4 times a day.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's the shit I got to do right there.
I mean, maybe 2 max.
Twice a day? Everybody else is like, I'll settle for 2. Yeah. Well, quickies are the best, right? Lunchtime.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Look, get in, get out.
Yeah. That's how that part needs to work. So,
but it's like, 4 times a day, I got shit to do. Okay. I got money to make. I got moves to make. Like, yeah. I can't be diving deep inside you all day long. That don't pay the bills.
Yeah, especially when you have kids.
Pay me, then I'll be, kind of cool with that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. So my point stands. Sex isn't the most important part.
And plus, marriage is the worst place to have sex because most sex isn't had in marriage.
Anson? I was half paying attention. Can you repeat that, Anson?
I'm clipping the shit out of that. I'm going to be honest with you. He said that marriage is the worst place to have sex.
Oh gosh.
I mean, there is a saying that says girlfriends are better than wives.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. Okay.
You're a wild dude.
No, I've been rejected more by my wives than I have by other people.
Well, that's what I was fixing to say. I don't know that girlfriends are better than happy wives.
I'm gonna be honest.
Well, see, hold on, Clover Tech. You added a qualifier there by saying happy wives.
Right.
Yeah. So the interesting thing is that knowing what I know, and it's not a lot, but it's enough, about Anson's ex-wife who had how long was the dead bedroom? 8 years, something like that.
Yeah, it was about that long. Where I was, it was technical no sex marriage for about 8 years. Yeah.
Yeah. See, that's cruel and unusual.
I'm patient, Grid.
Apparently.
Well, ZD Dan is right. She said, like, y'all are having sex 4 times a day. Any of y'all, why are you here?
I'm not. That's why I'm here. I'm angry.
That's why you're all pissed off today, and you were all weird and stimpy yesterday.
I wasn't.
Come
Come on now, Kat.
I'm just kidding.
Have I simped once for? Should I call you a bimbo like I called that chick last night a bimbo? Would that make you feel better?
I'm just joking. You know that we kind of pick on each other.
Do we? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Chuck says Cat would be a prize. Just saying. I think so. I mean, I don't disagree with that.
Anthony, are you saying that you with 8 years?
Yeah. And I'm not the one that filed for divorce.
Hold on. Quick. Did you step outside?
Nope.
Did you go get some Taco Bell?
Nope. No Taco Bell.
He was a faithful husband.
How much porn were you consuming?
Oh, every day, man. It was insane.
Okay. I was wondering. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
8 years?
Yep.
8 years. So Duck says, I feel like Kat's the kind of chick you date or don't, and then 4 months later she gets a DUI picking up some weird, I'm assuming that's a beer and cheesecake after you asked her not to go to a John Butler trio concert.
Well, I don't understand the reference, but I don't drink, and I've actually never been drunk in my life, so I don't really think that would happen.
Well, that's pretty damn cool.
Why does Cat just seem more and more like not real? I think Cat is an AI.
You're not the first one to say that.
Okay. Never been drunk before. What White Valley girl you've ever met in your life has never been drunk before? They love getting chocolate wasted. All right.
No, I'm not a Valley girl. I'm from West Virginia.
Close enough.
Yeah. She's a holler gal.
Now, I'll be honest with you. When I was in college, I took a shot of vodka. It made me feel like all weird and like I just didn't like the way I felt. So I just never drank again.
Okay.
Congratulations.
What have you smoked?
No. I tried a cigarette. I tried a cigarette when I was 13, and I coughed a lot, so I never tried it again.
So Arthur Dia's in the chat saying she's never been drunk either. So is this like a thing where women who have actual self-control aren't breeding, and that's why we're having problems with the current generation?
But see, you can't. You guys can't take women for what they say is like factual, because you got women that say like, "Oh, I don't cheat on my man," and then you find out they cheated on him with you, and they're like, "Well, it's not cheating if your heart's not in it."
Yep.
Oh gosh.
So a woman be like, I wasn't drunk. I've never gotten drunk. But she got blacked out, wasted. See, I never was drunk. See, drunk is still remembering shit. being blacked
I
out.
honestly, I kind of believe her because either in the South, either, you know, girls like Kissy Cat are downing like, cases of White Claw, or they're teetotalers that don't drink at all.
Yeah.
And I don't like seltzer. So.
Huh?
I don't like seltzer, so no White Claws here.
No White Claws. But you know who I'm talking about. Yeah, okay. You know. I'm sure you have friends.
Oh, my roommates were quite wild.
Yeah. Yeah. Interesting stuff.
So, Grid,
Yo,
changing the topic, because it's kind of got
I
weird.
don't really have a topic. I'm just kind of.
No, I know. I'm changing it because it kind of got weird there.
It got weird. It got weird because you weren't in the presence of an alcoholic female.
No, I'm never in the presence of alcoholic females.
Okay.
If women drink, that's not a thing with me.
Yeah.
But
I just never met one that said they've never drank.
No, I did take the shot, but I just didn't like the way it made me feel, so I didn't.
Did we have another active shooter at Fort Hood?
What?
Hood. What's going on down at Fort Hood?
Mm-hmm.
Did we have somebody shooting up Fort Hood again?
I haven't heard.
I haven't heard it either.
So that guy that
Mullet,
debated,
give me some news, baby. What's up?
You know that guy that debated Andrew from was it Woman on Men podcast? He debated him on whatever. Guy named Raphael a couple weeks ago.
Nah, not really, man. I haven't had time to watch like anybody else's content.
Well, he debated Cooley last week on No Fugazi. And on Wednesday he'll be having a conversation with me on my show.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so Grid, to answer your question, Fort Hood, which was renamed to Fort Cavazos.
Cavazos.
Yeah, there's an alleged active shooter on post, and it's currently on lockdown as of 9:38 p.m.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I see.
All right, y'all. I gotta go, but thanks for having me up. And sorry if I shared a little too much.
No, you're fine. Why not just hang out with us? Are you working or what?
Yeah, I'm working. I got some stuff going on.
Okay. Well, don't confuse people's medications.
Did she say she's twerking?
I'm working.
Shake it.
Let me. Hey, Kissy Cat, I heard an interesting stat today. Can you? And maybe you know this. I actually heard today that the leading cause of death in America is malpractice.
I would believe it.
That's crazy. I didn't realize and so and I was listening to this, and I think it was Andrew Wilson who was saying this, and he's like, every doctor he's ever talked to has accidentally killed someone, and they're just okay, just like, it happens. Whatever.
Well, I mean, I guess that stat could go into a bunch of other things, like what were the patients being seen for? I don't know. I don't want to get too far into the realm of that, but heart disease is up there. And
so, how many people did you off, Kissy Cat?
I haven't offed anyone.
Don't be mixing up the medication while you're laughing, thinking about Anson. And
I don't talk to you guys when I have actual work to do.
Okay.
My job is a lot of hurry up and wait. Just wait for.
Doc is outing you. She says that's why 1 in 4 medication orders are wrong. The pharmacist is twerking online.
All right. Well, stay out of my DMs, Kissy Cat. We'll see you later.
Yeah. You have a great night, Kissy Cat. Really appreciate all your support, by the way. And actually, before you go, I got one last thing. So I was thinking about it last night, and because I was talking to Grumple was talking to me about the grift and all of that, and it seems like really the only real supporters of the show since I started it, doing the debate show, really is Anson and Kissy Cat, and it's not really setting well with me that's the case. So I'm going to, because next this coming Friday, I'm not gonna be here. I will be in Florida because I have a thing on Saturday. So I think what I'm going to do. First of all, I may have to have someone actually run the show for me. So I got to figure that out this week. But also, I don't think I'm gonna. I think. I mean, obviously, we'll still take donations, and certainly the menu will be in effect. But I'm not going to require anything from anyone. I never have, and it's one of those things. I was talking to a buddy of mine today, and I said, because one of the things he really liked about my show, and this is someone I know in like real life, and he just catches the show when he can. One of the things that he always really liked about the show is that I would tell people that, if you can't donate, don't take your last few dollars out to give to
Oh,
me
absolutely.
and all of that. But obviously, if you want to support, I take all support. And at some point, the show has to start making sense for the amount of time I spend on it. And we're getting close. We're getting to a tip over point where I'm either going to have to reduce the amount of time I spend online because I have other businesses to run, or I have to be able to justify, what I'm doing. So, and it's really not fair in my mind that you and Anson pretty much carry the show. So I'm just not going to require.
Well, it's a nice sentiment, but I'll just tell you, and I would go as far to say Anson probably agrees. If we couldn't or didn't want to, we wouldn't. So,
I know that. I understand.
So don't feel bad.
And I think that the problem will be solved with just a drastic rate cut in your prices.
Well, I'm open to suggestions, but we'll at any rate, we're going to do something a little different this coming week because I won't be here. I mean, I may be able to be online. I just don't know how. I don't know what internet.
I personally don't like feeling like I'm running the show, picking everything. So that's why I've been like donating and then letting someone else make the choices.
You're doing drive-bys?
Yeah.
I actually really like it when you're part of the audience, Kissy Cat. You add a sense of not innocence exactly, but what's the word I'm looking for?
Fun, right? Just fun.
Yeah, it's fun, and it's not you're not naive, but you're not like jaded and like
I spur control from the chat. I do that a little bit.
Yeah, you do a lot of cool stuff. So I appreciate you being a part of the show. I
just don't feel I don't like feeling like I'm making all of the decisions for the matchups and stuff. So that's why, like last night, I was like, Beth can do it.
Yeah, that was fun. That was pretty fun. Anyway, Agrillipus, Agrillipus has also really covered a lot of the show. I didn't mean to leave you out, Agrillipus. It's just the past couple of weeks. It's just been literally like Anson and Kissy Cat and maybe a couple of rant, small amounts here and there, which is fine. I don't know. I've always had kind of a problem asking for, just stuff, right? Like I always have. So, anyway, Kissy Cat, if you have to go put medications together so that people don't die and stuff, that's cool. You should.
I just have some chart reviews. I'll be listening. Y'all have a good night.
Yeah, feel free to chime back in if we say something that you disagree with or you find too degenerate.
Yeah, that sounds like me. Y'all have a good one.
All right, thank you, Kissy Cat. Yeah.
I think you're looking at that from a unrealistic perspective. That you say, well, I just don't like asking for stuff. That's bullshit. Grid absolutely will ask for stuff when he's put in and done the work and somebody's getting something. If somebody owed you money for shit you did, you would fucking want your money. You wouldn't have a problem asking.
Yeah. It's the donation part of it that has always been
but that show it's not a donation. They're getting something for that.
Yeah.
So what you're seeing, Grid, is that the demand is the price point is set to a point where not everybody is able to buy it at that price, right? So if you want more participation, you lower the price point and you increase the availability of options for them to buy. And then you'll have more participation, and you could probably have the same amount of money that you're collecting now with the increased participation. And when you have more people watching, because your debate shows get a lot more views than I think your regular shows do, don't they, Grid?
I don't know how to quantify that. What do you?
Well, you can go into YouTube Studio and kind of see like how many people view it on those specific nights, and compare it to your other streams and see.
I have an interesting. It's an interesting thing. If you go in and look, a lot of my shows have far more, like 3 or 4 times more people watch it on replay than live, which is weird for a show like this at this level, right? Like usually it's that people watch it live and then nobody watches it again. But in my case, it's completely different. Like I'll have 30 people watch live, but I'll have 600 people watch it.
Yeah, but for the live content portion, that's the only thing that matters for the debate show.
That's all that matters to me. Yeah.
The issue with the replay, most likely, this would be my guess, is the topics that are covered with the debate and whatnot. And the algorithm parses all of that. And so what it's pushing that out there to is fairly trendy stuff. So that would be my guess as to why that's happening.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll come to terms with it. It's just it's not the amounts really or anything like that. It's just a few people seem to be involved, and I don't know. We'll figure it out. Anyway, I will be I will be doing something Friday night to keep the game show going. I'm just not really sure what that's going to look like yet, because I don't know. I'm sure I'll have internet, but I don't know if I'll have high speed enough internet to run the show very well. And I'm not sure what I got going on. So I got to figure it out. And probably what I'm going to do. So Ticky Tack has the keys, and he can. I can like start the show, but then he can take over. Hey, what's up, Crystal Strange? And then probably let Anson and the other 2 judges judge, but I'll need a moderator, and I'm not really sure I'm not really sure who to pick as moderator right now.
You know, Grid, it will be a great opportunity for me to show you that I can moderate.
It's true. And that's actually one of the reasons why I brought you up tonight. We'll talk more about it. Kissy Cat, I appreciate your offer of help, and I know that you will help in any way that I ask, and that's really appreciated. So
she would be a great mod too. I think that's a good idea.
You can't afford me. I'm just going to throw that out there.
She'd have to cam up though.
I think Kissy Cat is a good mod for the chat, but I don't think she'd be a good mod live. So, although honestly, there's not a lot to it right now.
That's what I was saying. Why?
There's no women.
Like 1 minute, 5 minute. I don't. You know,
yeah.
What do you say? Like, you got the format set up.
Clover Tack would be cool. So.
Yeah.
I said you can't afford me though.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, I'm fresh out of 76239, and it's too expensive to replace right now.
I got some spare. You want to set up an exchange? I'll send you some 76239.
Is it Russian? Is it steel case?
No, it's Underwood ammo.
I can't find steel case Russian right now. All I can find is like really expensive stuff, and never in my life contemplated spending $30 for 20 rounds of 7.6239.
Yeah, thank you, embargoes. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thanks, Obama
Thanks, Obama. You
and Trump
rat
and
bastard.
everybody since.
Yeah. Beth does well modding. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway.
You've got plenty of folks you can lean on.
I got a lot. I have a
So you
deep.
know that.
I have a deep bench.
That's the good thing about having a community.
Yeah, absolutely. Chris Lestrange, what is up, dude? I've been missing you. You have not come and debated. You've missed out. You've got cases of 7.6239 Wolf. Ooh,
Chris does.
we need to talk. We need to talk.
Smoking Spaceman. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, Smoking Spaceman does. Nice.
Yeah. Yep.
Anyway,
Yeah. So
they got quiet. So,
yeah, it got quiet. I started thinking, and it sucked
oh
the air
Lord, that's
out
what
of
that
me.
smell was. I was wondering. It's like shit.
Yeah.
What is that? It smells like bacon or some shit frying.
Chris Lestrange, I'm sorry that that things have been hectic, man. I hate that that everything's a little been a little busy for you, but you should have been here last night, man. It rocked out last night. I was actually pretty happy. If you want to debate leftist, I have all the leftist. We actually have the last 2 or 3 shows. We've had more leftists than righties.
I was surprised. I was like, wow, this is crazy. There was some good. It started slow, but there was some pretty good ones.
Well, it always starts slow because generally the first few people up, they haven't been here before, so they don't know. So I have to explain a bunch of stuff.
Yeah. Then you got a bunch of fucking noobs that just come in and just, stink up the place.
Yeah, that's okay.
Well, the noobs did really good. That one broad last night, she was an excellent debater. She came away with the bag. I was very impressed with her performance.
So she is an ex drama streamer who got lolcow, who got turned into a lolcow somehow, and like basically lost her audience and stuff. So Gibbs is trying to pull her into the debate sphere as kind of like a replacement Nina, or however you say her name, but that doesn't get drunk.
Yeah. Well, I mean, she's a good candidate. I mean, she's just like Nina, only she doesn't have to drink alcohol to be an idiot.
Yeah. Yeah. She wasn't even drunk a little bit.
Yeah.
And she actually kind of almost made sense.
Yeah. Kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
I think if she could be serious, like she would be really good, but she was just not serious. Like she didn't respect anything that anybody else was doing. I was actually infuriated by her repeatedly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. I was actually shocked that she won either of the debates that she was in. But it is what it is.
Well, yeah, I mean, I voted against her the first time. I don't think she should have made it to the final.
Yeah. Yeah. There was no way Gibbs was going to vote against her. And she wanted to, he's grooming her to be the next Nina. And, he's, which is fine. And I'll have I'll have her back on the show, and hopefully she'll learn. She'll be better, right?
She just kept micing up with snarky shit all night. That's what drove me up the fucking wall with her.
Kissy Cat
all
was
night.
offended. Kissy Cat was absolutely offended. So
I should change my persona and come on as a lefty.
You're too far to the right to pretend to be lefty.
Well, I mean, I used to be a socialist. I could do it.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. I get you. So, Glenn, you fly in on Friday as well, right?
Yes,
Glenn.
sir.
Okay.
Why you telling everybody about my business, man? Now they're gonna start shooting my planes down, and I'm not gonna get past TSA.
I mean, okay.
Told everybody our
The
secrets.
flight, the flights were so weird for me, man. Like they had like, it was just so strange. They have one direct flight a day.
Really?
Yeah.
See, mine has a layover in Dallas.
Yeah, that I think one of mine had a layover in Dallas. So one of an option was to layover in Dallas, another was layover in Indiana. Like, why do I want to fly from Tennessee north to fucking Indiana, back down to fucking Florida? That's dumb, but
Yeah.
that's what it is.
And it was going to take you from Tennessee to Dallas to Florida?
Yeah.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, it was like leave at 6 a.m, get there at 7 o'clock at night.
But anything's better than Atlanta to Florida. Like a layover
Yeah,
in Atlanta sucks.
I don't mind Atlanta too much, but yeah. But now
No,
I'm gonna.
I'm good. I'm glad I'm not doing Atlanta. No, fuck that.
I'm gonna fly direct, and then pick up the rental car, and then I'm done. So I'm going to Fort Myers, Kissy Cat. I've never been there.
Jeep?
Huh?
Did you get the Jeep?
I did.
The Wrangler or the Rubicon?
Oh, I think it's a Wrangler. I mean, I'll get whatever they've got that resembles a Jeep. The last time that I tried to rent, like, it's so weird. I was told that it would be an Audi A6 or equivalent, and they gave me a Mustang convertible, and I'm like, I'm not really sure how this is the same.
Yeah, that ain't even close.
That's not even fucking close, right? So this time I'm like, I want and they specifically have a Jeep like section. So I'm like, okay, I want a Jeep. And so they're like, it'll be a Wrangler or equivalent. I'm like, I'm going to get a fucking Ford Bronco. Guaranteed. Like I'm actually I want to actually rent the Jeep just to remind myself how bad they are, so I don't buy another one. Yeah. They're probably.
I mean, like the Wranglers, they're pretty bad. I like them, but they're bad.
Yeah, it's there's like certain very specific things about a Jeep Wrangler that work. For me, the 4-doors just don't work at all. I think the 4-doors.
No, I don't like the 4-doors. The 4-doors are ass.
Yeah. I don't like the 4-door. I don't like I just don't like it. And but that'll probably be I'll probably get a Bronco or a 4-door Wrangler.
I don't like the Broncos either.
Yeah.
Now, unless it's like a 91, 89 Bronco, white.
Pre-owned by a football player?
Yeah. Called the Juice. You know what I'm saying? That's the Bronco.
So I've been to Fort Myers, Grid. It's tourist hell. I got that Sanibel Island over there. It's overrun with people, and I don't know why you want to go there. It's horrible, man. All them people everywhere.
So I'm going to be there less than 24 hours, it looks like. I'm basically going to go there.
Grid's going because of me. All right, guys. I made him go. Yeah. That's it.
Yeah. I fly in. The next morning, I'm in a studio somewhere. I'm not really sure. I haven't gotten the schedule yet, but I'm sure that. Yeah. I'm fairly positive it's going to be like a midday thing, and then I fly out that evening at like 8 o'clock. So.
Oh, see, I'm at least staying overnight, because yeah.
Why are you guys going to Florida? That's a great question.
They're going to be on Fresh and Fit.
Great question that you will have to wait to find out.
Fresh and Fit. Greg's going to be on it.
No.
No. I don't got that
much. It would be a mistake.
I mean, I got some juice, but I ain't got that much juice.
Yeah. I'm trying to get on Tim Pool, and the route that I thought that I could go is turning out to be basically sand, and it's literally falling apart. And so I think now I'm going to. I think I'm going to try. I'm going to try and get a hold of Well, I can get a hold of Andrew. I'm probably going to reach out to Andrew and see if he can get me on Tim Pool. Getting gator boots for my next outfit. I don't actually wear boots but I would definitely do some gator loafers, like what's that other shoe I wear? Not I don't know, whatever they call those fucking things. The problem is am I the only one that thinks like gator like shoes, except for cowboy boots, look gay? Like any kind of gator shoe other than cowboy boots look gay.
You mean you say you don't like now and later gators?
Now, I used to have some snakeskin boots. Those are pretty cool. But I never had any gator boots.
Yeah. I'm trying to get. I've got to. I'm. I mean, since we're kind of talking about the show and everything, I have to. Apparently, I need to make some changes in the way that I conduct the show. I need to clean up some of the language. That seems to be an issue, and there's some other things that the algorithm seems to be dinging me on hard for some stupid ass reason. So.
What language in particular, like the degenerate prompts and stuff?
They don't tell you, right? So, all right. So this is what's got me, right? Like, and a lot of people have remarked on this, and I don't understand it myself. But so, and Glenn, and Clover, and you, we're all will remember this. I went from having like 20 people to 40 people to 60 people to between 80 and 100 people per show, right? And then
I remember that.
All of a sudden, it was literally just cut in half, and then it dropped down to where it was like 20 people again, and I'm like, what the fuck? What did I do? And Michelle told me that she felt like I was shadow banned, or something was going on with the algorithm or whatever. I was I don't know. I think it's just school being in, whatever the fuck it was.
Timing, or scheduling.
Yeah, it was,
and then also the yearly cycles will get you as well.
Yeah. I put it down to that stuff, but then I just noticed that like a lot of people were telling me that they weren't getting the notification when I go live.
That's been a system that's been broke for I don't know 4 or 5 fucking years, and there's no intentions.
Yeah, and then there even when I
so that's not a new thing.
Yeah, there was just a lot of different things that all of a sudden people were just like, "Hey, I didn't even know you went live." Like, no idea.
Well, they know your schedule, or they should. That's
right, and that's why I really try and stick to a schedule. But it just seems like that a large number of regulars just aren't here anymore. And right, and again, and actually, Spoken Spaceman, I agree. And I also put it down to the election cycle ended, and I was doing a lot of politics. So people were like, well, I don't really care about politics anymore. So we're just not going to go listen to me. But it just seems like there's something really.
What's interesting, I don't get notifications for you.
Yeah, Arthur doesn't.
And you also, what's another thing that's interesting is the majority of the time, my YouTube feed, it's almost up constantly. Mm-hmm. And the main YouTube feed, you can be live, and I'll go to my main YouTube feed, and you won't be there. I have to click live in order for you to show up.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm getting pushed down for sure in the algorithm. And I don't know why. I have looked at, I mean, like, there's nothing wrong with my set. I changed the set. I took the guns out. I did, and that didn't really bump anything.
Yeah.
I did, I did a bunch of stuff. If you now when all of this was going on, I checked my social blade, and my social blade was giving me a C plus or a B, and I was like, well, that's fucking cool. But I don't know. There's something going on, and I think part of it is maybe just people associate the show with political content, and they've moved on. But it just seems like the algorithm, for some reason, the algorithm just sucks for me. So I think that the part of what I need to do is I need to, at least for a short period of time, or for some period of time, I need to clean up the language on the show. And also I think honestly, I think Imperius and a couple of other people who fucking spewed bullshit in the chat and on the show hurt me in the algorithm.
They also depending on the guest and who's on and other things, you can run people off as well. So
yeah,
gotta keep that in mind.
I don't know. It's just a very interesting thing, and originally I wasn't really that concerned about it. I really didn't care. As a matter of fact, I think I told Glenn that I was like, whatever, it doesn't matter. But
it's an uphill battle with live, because YouTube really doesn't value live that much.
Sure.
They don't really push and promote their really long form stuff. And so this is why you see, that be it whatever or Andrew or whoever having their clips channels, right, and carving different things out. So
that's my next step is I need to hire somebody to do clips. I need to change some other things around. But the biggest, I don't know. Maybe I'm just on a punishment for letting Imperius run his mouth too much. So,
no, it's because you're white. So. Your white privilege gets revoked on YouTube.
So, Grid, I'm going to give you an alternative.
Okay.
People don't like your content.
Could be. That's true too. I mean, it could be just that I've gotten stale, and maybe I need to really kind of shake some things up. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll find out.
Yeah.
Anthony, why you gotta be so harsh? Hey,
well, I mean,
I'm kidding.
This is true. You have to assess your channel on a regular basis.
I'm always assessing it. I'm always trying to push the envelope and make it better. The only reason I even noticed this is because I want it to be better, and I want, I'm always trying to push the envelope. And there for a while, it seemed like I was just clicking along like really good. And now it's like, I don't know what the solution is, so got to figure it out.
Yeah, I'm trying to do more pre-records and stuff like that. Kind of break it up. I'm thinking about making a live. It's like if I go live, it should be beneficial to me and to the audience. So if it's not benefiting me, then I'm not going to go live. I'll just do pre-records.
Yeah, I don't like pre-records because it takes me like 8,000 takes to do a pre-record.
Why? You just do it as if you would record it as if you were doing it live.
Because I'm super highly critical, and I'll be like, my voice didn't sound right.
So that's an editing issue, is what you're saying. But when you go back and listen to yourself and edit, you're too critical.
And I don't like editing. I like to just do the show.
It's automatic too. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Like I say, if you do it 8,000 times, you ought to be fucking good at it, Grid. What the
hell?
Right?
Grid, you could try things like do your show for 1 hour and focus like a little bit more energy on the front end in terms of prep and topic selection. And then you'd spend less time being live and the content would be slightly higher quality.
Shorter in length of time. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
It'd be the same amount of time invested, but the quality of the content would increase.
Well,
and then you could go back in the past and delete your old bad content. And if you're presupposing that my complaint about your content not being good is correct, that's a possible solution. I was trying to find a solution to my complaint, and that's what I came up with.
And you're on to something else too there, Anson, in that if it was shorter and more structured as far as the content and the flow, there's also something that you could push into the audio podcast world. But as it is, 3 hours of just generic random banter typically does not do well with the audio podcast world with that particular demographic and audience. But you could push it there too. And I mean, there's a lot of people discount that because they look at YouTube, they look at Facebook, they look at Instagram and Rumble and X, and they don't think about all the various different platforms out there that people are just fucking crushing it on these different platforms. Substack is one that's fucking amazing if you can figure out the right recipe for your audience and whatever. And so the audio podcast world is amazing. And I mean, there's advertising dollars there as well. So, I mean, you can get paid for that.
That may be something. Maybe what I need to do is I need to kind of continue with what I started of doing the day shift show as a more pared down, cleaner version, and maybe make it 1 or 2 hours instead of 3. 3 just seems like like
1 to 2. Yeah,
like 3 seems to be like the perfect blend for a show. And there's some science behind that.
Set yourself so I would say set yourself a 2 hour hard out, or maybe even an hour 45 hard out. And if you get past that hour point, even if you're an hour 10, hour 15, and it seems like it starts to slow, and you've gone through, as Anson said, you've got your prep work, your topics, and if you burn through those, and you're an hour 10, hour 15, pull the fucking plug on it.
Yep.
Don't keep going. Don't keep rambling and keep going.
And what Clover was saying is actually really important. So if you do like your day shift, like you're talking about, where you have a little bit more concentration on the topic, and you can take those day shifts and like send them over to like Spotify or SoundCloud, like he's talking about those, and basically build your audience from other platforms. And that would be a new avenue for new people to come into YouTube, because I found YouTubers from those audio podcasts. That's actually how I started to find stuff on YouTube, is through the audio podcast network. So that's how I actually came into this space.
Cool.
So there's a couple of interesting dynamics. First, as far as YouTube is concerned, kind of the perfect the perfect live is between 2.5 to 3 hours. And I actually have a copy of a minute by minute that Andrew uses. And I used to kind of follow that format, and I kind of got away from it. Maybe I need to go back into it. And the hour format is very short for that. And then 2 hours is probably okay. But there's a for this type of content, it's like I said, Andrew targets a 3 hour stream. and there's some science behind that.
Yeah, but you got to look at the community that he's got built as well. Like
Right,
that's
that's what built the
huge
community.
thing
But that's
with
what
the
built the
Crucible.
community.
Yeah, I get you, but he's at a place where his community is just fucking huge. It's insane. I mean,
Sure.
what he's capable of doing, considering the channel size, is nothing short of fucking amazing. He's doing things that, tens of millions of subscriber channels are not capable of doing. Right.
Right, and that's
So,
why I would. I mean, as far as I understand what you're saying, but I very specifically had a talk with both Andrew and Mr. E about the format of the show that works, and the 3-hour format is what got Andrew to where he is.
Andrew is what got Andrew where he is.
Well, initially it was people tuning in. I mean, I remember when he had 8,000. Well,
but what I'm telling you is me too. But what I'm telling you is it's a combination.
Sure.
It's that format works for Andrew, right?
But there's some science behind why they developed that format. It wasn't just Andrew is great, and this is the only reason it works is because it's Andrew. There's science behind why that format works.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So Arthur, I don't care about being up against other people because the internet is a massive place. I've had this thing. I've talked about this before. I'm not trying to borrow audience from Andrew. I mean, it's great if there's overlap, but I'm not trying to borrow audience from these people. I know that currently I do. We all seem to share audience, but I'm trying to move away from that. That's one of the reasons why I'm going way outside of the orbiters and going into communities like Gibbs and Reverie and these other places to bring in people that have nothing to do with Andrew's orbit. So it's a yeah, I mean and I've had this conversation with Andrew ad nauseum that there's no shortage of people who want to see this stuff. It's just getting it in there, getting it put in front of them, right? Okay, and that's the biggest problem. And really, the biggest problem seems to be that YouTube is not putting it out there. So
now, I've seen some content creators do this thing where they're streaming live, but like on a aspect ratio for smartphones, and they get a lot more viewers that way. Have you looked into trying that out?
So I don't know if I can do that with my show. Because to do that upright format, that's more for pre-record than live, I think.
Well, I've seen it live plenty of times, and very high number live counts for new shows that don't have a built-in following because it's pushed up higher in the algorithm.
Yeah, 9:16 aspect ratio. Just reverse it. You should be able to with the Streamlabs. You should be able to.
Yeah, I mean, there's a setting where I can make it
like a template
mobile friendly. But the thing is that on computer,
it looks weird.
It looks weird, and it's actually not that easy to set up. And I don't know that it's a big enough. I don't know that it's a big enough step forward.
Yeah,
in this space.
Well, my suggestion wasn't to do it every time, but maybe like a test once a week just to see what the difference is. Since you're in a like testing mode of trying different things, if the other stuff that you're considering doesn't work, that could be an option to gain new audience who would be coming to your other normally formatted content.
Yeah, I don't think I ever will. I mean, I hate that format. I think it sucks. I never use it on my own phone, and I don't know that people that would pay attention to this show would value that format.
So
I could be wrong, but I don't think I am.
So there's a large number. So I want you to get into the mindset of the people who would do that, right? There's a large number of people who lay in bed and doom scroll that
Sure.
specific format because of the way YouTube puts the algorithm out there to compete
Well,
with stuff.
I
on
agree for
TikTok.
clips. I think for clips that it makes total sense to do it that way. But for the actual show, I don't think that. I mean, I could be wrong. I'm open to looking at other shows that do that. But what you essentially end up having to do, and Viking Paradigm is right. You actually need to do basically 2 streams to do it. There's lag and there's a lot of other stuff. So, and most people want to be involved in the chat, and you can't do that with with the so-called cell phone format. It's very hard to have the chat show up. Yeah, so I
Yeah,
don't.
that's true. When you're in mobile and you go horizontal, the chat is right there on the left hand side of the screen or the right hand side of the screen.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I will. I mean, look, I'm open, and I'm actually happy that Viking dropped in. I need to take a few minutes and just run some things by him from a production standpoint. I don't. It's a very interesting thing because I really didn't change my content that much, and I didn't change. Really, matter of fact, I didn't change anything, and all of a sudden, I lost over half my audience, and it was in like a week or two. Like it was crazy, and I actually didn't notice it that much, but Michelle did. So I don't know, I'm trying to build it back up. We'll see where it goes. I'm kind of bitching a little bit about it right now because it's something that I'm trying to figure out, and how to. I'm far more concerned right now
Well,
with reaching different audiences. And to do that, I have to go into different markets. I have to go into different groups of people and associate myself.
well, there's also something to be said about grid doing what grid do and everybody going along for the ride as opposed to grid chasing fucking recipes and pathways and
Sure.
trends and other fucking things. You know what I mean? In an effort to like blow the channel up
Try
rather
to
than
balance
just
that stubbornness. Don't feed it, Clover. Don't do that. Don't feed my stubbornness.
So there's another option for you to get around the problem that you've described of YouTube not putting your lives in a notification where people can see it. And that is to directly reach your people by collecting their information and contacting them when you go live directly. There are programs that you can get where you have like people in your chat, like if they want to, you can direct them to a landing page and they'll give you their email or phone number, and then you can send them an automatic text when you're about to go live or an email when
Yep.
you're about to go live directly from you.
Yep.
So that and maybe even like a weekly, like, this is what Grid did this week email or something like
Yep.
that. There's a lot of content creators who do
Dude.
that sort of thing where they talk to their audience directly instead of letting YouTube own their audience, which is what you're doing.
Email lists are fucking amazing. There's so much you can do, and text you can
Yeah.
do it as well with text. But yeah, it's insane the number of things you can do with email.
Yeah. I have to. So I want to address this from Smoking Spaceman. He says that, or he asked me how much of that drop came after vacation. None of it. I'm talking about this is like right after the election, or yeah, basically right around the election. All of a sudden, we just dropped a ton and that's it has nothing to do with anything recent. Smoking Spaceman. Welcome, Kel. How are you? We were just talking about you earlier. Were your ears burning?
Yeah, totally, dude. Always though. People can't keep me out of their mouths, bro. What can I say? You get used to the burning. It feels nice after a while.
Literally, you cannot in this crowd. You cannot say such things without expecting some very interesting comment.
Yeah, that's fair. I know. They're like, your PR training, it's falling through. I'm like, fuck, sorry, Gibbs.
Nice White Claw, by the way. I appreciate that flavor.
Thank you.
We were just talking about White Claws.
No.
Viking, is that true? Fuck. What the fuck? 3 out of my last 5 streams kept buffering. What the fuck?
I hate that. I hate that when you don't even realize till later. You're like,
well, I'm trying to. I just kind of got in a death spiral of trying to analyze. About 6 months ago, I was averaging around somewhere between 80 and 100, 120 people live.
damn, good shit.
And then, thank you. And then it like basically overnight dropped to where I get 30 to 40, 50, something like that, which originally I just thought, well, I'm just having a couple off weeks. And then Michelle, who you haven't met, who was on board kind of as my helper, producer person, she told me basically she wondered if I were shadow banned or YouTube was otherwise punishing me, which is possible because I have a lot of weird people on that say weird shit, and
Yeah.
I curse a lot and whatever. So I was like, well, maybe that's true, but now this is now 3 months later, and I still have people telling me that they never know when I go live. They get no notifications. Viking is now telling me that a lot of times the stream buffers for him.
That's been happening to me a lot too, where a lot of guys like I didn't get my notification for like the last 3 Tommy C streams, and I only noticed because I'll see the VOD up later. I'm like, the fuck? I didn't even know you were live. Like crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very strange. And so it's like buffering for Viking, but not for anybody else. That's weird. So I don't know. I don't know what
Sounds like Viking needs better internet.
Viking has a spaceship.
Yeah, no shit.
I thought Vikings drove ships, bro. What?
Yeah, he's like super pro. So I don't know. I just think it's interesting. I mean, it's probably not just me, and then we kind of got in a death spiral of, or I got in a death spiral of, how to improve the show, how to, just basically, be cool on the internet.
Yeah, analyzing optic number go up, make brain have serotonin.
Yeah.
Pivot grid. Start a gardening channel. You're done.
Yeah, I'm not.
You're done.
But speaking of people pivoting, I don't know if this is like a sensitive issue, but Gibbs told me that you were a drama channel.
A drama channel. That's a stretch. Yeah. Yeah. I guess I was part of like commentary sphere. They rejected me if it makes you feel any better. They don't like me.
And then like, they turned you into a lolcow or something. Well, that's mean. Why would they do that?
Wow, you're just airing out all my dirty laundry like this. I'm like, I have no idea what you're talking about. I plead the 5th.
What's a lolcow?
Beats me. I don't know. We'll have to ask the kids, the youth or something. I rebuke that title. I gave them the kinetic L. Just served it back.
I don't understand what your words are saying. What is she saying?
A lolcow is someone that you can like milk for lols. Like very easily baitable on the internet.
Oh, you're naive.
I was. You have to like approach the internet different than you approach normal people. Like I thought I had a pretty level head on. And then there's just like some actual like deplorable people that will like bait you.
That's what Gibbs was saying, that like some people basically just stabbed you straight up in the back.
Yeah, but I'm like, boohoo, it's the internet. It's like, it's funny how you can watch this shit for years and know that like, oh yeah, you never trust anyone on the internet. And then you're like in it and you're like, oh, wow, I'm actually like there's something wrong with my brain. My mom drank while I was in the womb. But yeah, you learn your lesson, you know. You live, you learn. It's it's not that serious. But yeah, so I was just kind of like pivoting away from like live streams or just doing like IRL streams. That's like all anyone cared about. But Gibbs has been like, because I wanted to focus on Twitch more because I was feeling like the same thing on YouTube. I used to average like 15, 20, like sometimes 10, whatever on YouTube. And like
that's horrible for a girl.
Well, I mean, give me a break. I just got started, okay?
No, I'm just serious. I mean, it's interesting because there's a creator that literally got into content creation because of another weird ass chick, and I swear to God, if this chick did not have boobs, nobody would pay attention to her at all.
Yeah, there's lots of people like that, bro. Like
he's up there like, yeah. I probably he's probably sitting there going, I bet I can name her.
Yeah, I can fix her.
It also depends. The whole chick thing is valid, but it also depends on the chick and how they, approach the content creation as well. Some of them they really lean into the whole provocative, sexual, whatever bullshit, and they embrace their creepers, which is kind of
that is weird as hell. Like Grace does that. That's just so fucking cringe, man.
So
gross.
No, literally, someone was like, when in doubt, just like learn how to play Valorant and get a push-up, bro. I was like, bro, we're not there yet, okay? Like, we're not there yet.
So, Grid, I was thinking about all of this, I guess, self-reflection you've been doing.
Yeah.
And I think that when I first found you, you were branded Manosphere. You stayed on brand and you talked about that brand related stuff. But now when I watch your show, I don't know if I can name the cohesive brand that you are. And that is actually a major problem.
Well, I was Manosphere, but the problem is I kept getting lumped in with Red Pill, and I had to constantly push back on the fact that I'm not Red Pill. So
right. But what is your brand?
Not patriarchy, man. Look, even ZD Dan knows that.
Right. But
ZD Dan is like,
but how is that expressed on your streams? Like, do you have like a thing that you do every show that lets people know that and that your content is related to that?
Used to. Yeah, I kind of used. The other thing, and it's a weird thing, is that I had dropped Kat as my co-host, and the numbers shot up pretty high.
Yeah, well, she's an idiot. So
she's not an idiot. Come on.
Yeah, you need like an entertaining idiot at the bare minimum, and they can't be like constantly derailing. Or you need to use the mute button generously.
Yeah, especially with you, Kel.
I was gonna say you probably could have utilized it more on me, but that's on you guys. So
I'm gonna be honest, Anson. I was actually thinking about it earlier today, and you, Glenn, Clover, and there's like one or ZD Den, obviously, have been there since like the start, and have been like really, really supportive. You guys really helped out a lot. So I gotta read $5 from Kissy Cat, lawnmower stream, fishing stream, driving car stream. I'm not gonna do any of those, although I will probably. If I'd been out on the lake, I would have done this stream from the boat because I wasn't coming in. But fortunately for you guys, it was thunderstorming. $5 again from Kissy Cat. Not this cat, FYI. No, that was the other cat with a K. So we all know which cat I'm talking about, which I'm actually shocked Cat hasn't been by lately.
Damn, yeah, fuck you, girl. I'm just kidding. Where you at? Where's your loyalty? You're only here when we're up, not when we're down.
Cat's not loyal to me at all. So.
What are you saying?
Seems like she's on with Teriak a lot.
They used to be buddies and now they're not. So now it's her Damon and her husband. They do a show, which is weird. But
I get on there too, Grid. I'm over on Cat sometimes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Is it like they sit on the bed? They sit on the bed and the one guy sits in a chair.
No. It's interesting. Actually, Kat's channel, I actually think that a lot of people could probably get a lot out of Kat's actual channel where she talks about women's health issues and all kinds of like weird shit for women that I don't care about. But I think,
True.
huh?
So true.
She
Right?
reads.
The honesty is refreshing, right?
Totally.
She reads AI generated scripts and and presents AI generated
Bro, in your
presentations.
dreams. He's just mad he got fucking smoked. Oh, that's not even you. Sorry, you all sound the same and kind of look the same. Just in Boomerville, USA.
Hey, I ain't that old. I ain't no boomer. Come on now.
Okay, well, you fucking argue like it.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you.
I'm not even sure that Anson is Gen X.
No, I'm an older millennial.
Wait, who?
Who?
Anson is a millennial.
Me.
Who cares? Who cares?
Who cares? I care about how old I am.
Would be Gen X like me because he's not that.
You said Cat uses AI to like generate all her stuff.
He has lately.
Bro, you're fucking, you're tripping. Don't be mad because I have a, dude. I was gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie though. You can feel smart. I watched the debate back. I used inherently 3 times in a sentence. I'm like, disqualified. You're instantly disqualified. Goodbye. Get out of here. Enough said.
I will Doomerang. I will warn
But
you.
What did you say? You kept going back to a word too. The delineation. You used delineation 3 times in a sentence. I use inherently 3 times in a sentence. You can tell it was our first debate.
Okay. All right. And then,
What?
So at any rate, yeah, I don't know. I'm going to have to put some thought into this. So
I know quite a few people that do that AI thing, and it's weird.
It is
You
weird.
can really tell when they do that, and it's like, okay, it's just so inauthentic.
Well, she just gets on there, and it's obvious that she's reading from a generated script, and it's
that's what I'm
really
saying.
just terrible.
So
it could not be her
So
original
true.
shows was like her Kat's original shows where she would talk about like women's health issues and seed oils and all that kind of stuff. Those were actually interesting enough that I told my wife to watch them, right? So but I haven't watched any of her recent stuff. I do know that she's been like super discouraged that she hasn't been monetized yet. She doesn't have enough watch. I mean, I guess she just didn't get enough watch hours or so. I don't know what it was. Arthur Diet, yes.
Probably
Kel
watch hours
is
are tough,
annoying.
especially.
She's getting better about being annoying, so just work with her. We'll, she'll be okay. Biking Teriak is in full red pill rage. And he went from being like super Christian, near ortho bro to agnostic. So I mean, that dude is, I don't know, something's going on there. Beyond being Irish, I mean, being Irish is
Big L.
Big
Big L.
Great, I can fix them.
Of course you can.
Are you on Twitch too, or just YouTube?
I used to do Twitch, but Twitch is dangerous because it's way too easy to get banned over there if you have my politics. So
I hear they like infiltrate it more. I mean, clearly, like, okay, I'm quoting Frogan. I disavow this. The like, yeah, I hope our disavow Twitch. U.S. military gets PTSD. Disavow.
I can't understand anything that you're saying.
you got to slow down a little bit.
Yeah, I'm lost too.
The
You got to
No,
speak
sorry.
boomer. We need to get a boomer translation dictionary or some shit. Maybe that'll help.
Zoomer.
How
Is that what it
Frogan
is? Yeah.
said that
Who?
like she hopes like a Hassan orbiter. Do you guys know who Hassan is?
Yeah.
You know who Hassan is.
Yeah, like one of his orbiters said that she hopes the U.S. military gets PTSD, and then she was like, based. And then later, when she got called out for it, she was like, I was streaming for a long time. I misspoke, even though like in the clip she's like based.
Yeah.
I'm confused.
I'm in the wrong place.
No, you're in the right place, Kel. We need to study you.
No, I don't think
We're doing this for science.
K2 says, tell her to take her Adderall. Wow.
I'm like
Yikes.
fellow ADHDer.
I didn't know there was a club. Hassan is a skid mark on the underpants of society. You're not
Indeed.
wrong.
Indeed. He thinks the Houthis are like the One Piece pirates, bro.
Yeah. Hey, I have a. So you said that you were leftist last night.
I said center left.
Center left. What? Can you define that? Also, whoever's hitting their mic, stop it.
Yep.
Stop doing that. What is wrong with you?
Testing. Is this thing on? Is this thing on?
It is on. Weirdo. All right. So your center or something. What does that mean?
I changed my mind. I'm a far right conservative now.
No, you can't be.
Yes.
You are not nearly. You're.
Ask my girlfriend, bro.
You're,
we have our concealed to carry. Okay.
Okay, hold on.
We have a height
There's a
requirement.
test for this. There's a test. There's a test to determine this. Okay. How do you feel about abortion?
Have as many as you want, but you should immediately go to church and get shot up.
She's already left it right there. She gave it up. Have as many as you want.
But then I hope those people would go to confession right afterwards, and we can just put them in the booth for confession and take them out like God wanted.
Not actually how that works.
Okay, I'm gonna bite on this concealed carry.
We abort you from society. An eye for an eye.
What do you carry?
Not a child.
Or do you?
Are you calling me infertile? Are you trying to take an infertile step?
No. Golly.
Where's your cam? Where's your cam? Why don't you have a cam up?
Cat and she shows up.
Because I've got a channel and every video on it is me doing stuff. So why do I need to cam up?
Because he's sitting on his couch, comfortable, and he's not going to cam up. That's why.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much.
I could have. I mean, look, I've now known my friend Clovertack for over a year, and you got like a 30% chance of getting in the cam up during the daytime, but at night, forget it.
I don't know that I've ever cammed up.
Well, we did a interview
podcast.
Yeah,
we may have when we did a podcast.
Yeah. I sent you a link, Cat. We can have all the cats.
Duck.
What's up, Duck? You wanted to test your mic?
Yeah, I found my old work headset sitting in my garage. How do I sound?
Put it back there. You're echoing. I don't even know what.
Almost like he's in a well or in a weird acoustical room. Yeah.
Like he's in a.
I don't know that I trust you guys. I think I have to go to OBS. You guys always rib me so much.
We do rib you. Actually, that sounded, whatever you did, that sounded better.
I'm such an idiot. Dude, I was streaming for a little bit. It was on the wrong tab this entire time. I'm so technologically inept. I'm like, it's terrible. Terrible. It's literally just been on my OBS screen the entire time. That's so fucked up. It's fine. Forget regret.
Yeah, that's like the weird tech notes of streaming is I always have like 3 or 4 different buttons for like one audio thing and like 3 or 4 different ways to do the same video thing. So it's always so funny. But it's learning. It's fun. We have fun.
I told Gibbs.
I feel like what I need Peter Griffin on my soundboard saying, "Oh my God, who the fuck cares?" But I don't have that button. I want it. If somebody can make that happen, that would be great.
Boomer.
Kevin, Cat, where are the other cat? Which cat do we have in the chat right now? Cat in the chat.
Cat in the
We-
hat.
We got the cat lady Arthrodia in there.
We have a lot of cat going on.
That's
Speak.
the most pussy you guys will ever get. Oh.
What's up, cat? Wow, whose mic
Terrible.
sucks bad now? Is that you, Duck? Stop
That
that.
was probably me. I was adjusting.
I think your audio source is your computer right now, Duck, not your headset, because that's what it sounds like. Because when you moved your computer, we heard
Yeah,
like the
it
story.
actually does. Yeah,
Yeah.
I would agree.
You might have the wrong mic selected.
No, it says Jabra Evolve 65, but it has been in Arizona garage for the last 4 years, so it's roasted toasty.
Could be. What's up, cat? How are you?
Pretty good.
You're the second cat that we've had on the channel tonight.
Cool.
We had Kissy Cat on earlier.
What do you mean by that?
Kissy Cat.
Don't sexualize her.
I'm sorry, what?
It sounds like fun though, whatever it was.
It has the catnip today. On God.
Oh.
Fuck
What
a
are you
duck.
saying, Cat?
What is going on?
Dude, when you're moving, mute because it like sounds like a herd of rhinoceroses.
So
Wally's up in the joint. Man, it's turning into an all-timer. $2 came in from K2 Keep On Trucking. Grid has the catnip today. That's funny. It's true though, because I've had a lot of cat. There's Kissy Cat right there. It's not fun, Anson. Hush. So, see,
It's
a lot of Kissy Cat.
it's one of the classic no means yes situations.
No, I don't. No, that's not how that works. Thank you, though. Thank you for playing. So anyway, Kat, how are you?
Pretty good.
You have a lighted microphone now.
Yes.
Interesting.
That's so cute. That's vibes.
Grazie.
Does it?
It's very cool. Kat, did you just get like what? Did you just like search like cheapest on Amazon and pick one up?
Okay, Duck, you have no room to talk. You have absolutely no room to talk.
Now you're
At
getting
all.
the ire. The ire.
I'm obviously very, very poor
Bro.
right now.
Bro,
I have
we
no
can't
money.
even hear what you're saying. You can't even roast successfully because your microphone is so garbage. You want to talk about cheap on Amazon, bro? Shut the fuck up. Maybe tell your barber next time. Talk about cheap on Amazon.
Ow.
Oh, I thought he left for a second.
Hey, that one was top of the line 6 years ago when he bought it.
No, I'm done. He said it's my old work microphone. When he was leaving the job after he got fired, he's like, you know what? I'm going to take my fucking 6 years I'll never get back. And he took the headset. on the
Hell
way
yeah.
out.
Along with the stapler and everything else. Heck yeah.
The tape
Oh my God, that's
I have an actual grown-up desk. so I
Copying
actually-
machine. If nobody's looking, fuck it.
The Keurig. Yeah.
Big Glenn dropped off. That's weird. Kat, ZD Den would like you to know that you are having a great hair day today.
Grazie. It's only like this because I'm indoors.
I'm moved.
Kat, which birthday did you celebrate recently?
100.
You don't ask a woman that. It's fucked up. What birthday
She's
did
like-
you celebrate
she's like
last?
45 or 50. Don't worry about it. It's
It
fine.
doesn't matter. After a certain
She's
point,
been
you don't
married for
count.
she's been married longer than I have, I think.
I thought she was in her 60s.
No, not yet.
Coming.
Anyway.
You guys on the top row, you guys all look like same character, different skins.
What?
Thank you.
That's all.
So Kat, I was trash talking your show earlier about how awful you are at reading scripts and basically presenting your stuff in like a really dry, humorless way.
Yes. Go on.
No, that was it.
Okay, baldy. Bald. Do you use wax on your head? I use skateboard wax.
Actually, yeah, the ladies like it shiny. So yeah, sometimes I do that. Yeah.
I'm sure they do, bro.
Cal was on with Steve earlier. I don't know if we can make fun of her. She's got that.
Please
You
come
know
up
that
to the well.
post stream adrenal rush that some people get.
Adrenal rush is crazy.
Please come up from the well, because that was terrible. Anyway, okay, all right. So, Kat, how's your show going?
I don't know. It's just kind of there.
It's just kind of there. Are you monetized yet?
Of course not.
How are you not monetized?
I feel like when I'm really close, I just get sick, or like I start getting migraines, and then like I can't do it for like a week or so.
You sound like a leftist. I can't work.
Oh, Arthur Dia pointed out something important, Kat. I also criticized your over reliance on AI to make all of your thoughts for you.
Who the hell cares? Oh my God, who the hell cares?
I know Kat doesn't want to get too powerful. She's giving mercy to the rest of us. Yeah,
Oh,
being
so
gracious.
So good. Why is your lighting so bad, Kel?
Honestly, you're lucky that my tech issues have been as minimal as they are. Okay, I got these little things, but I'm like, they kind of just suck. They're like, it's like so tiny.
Between
I've, like,
Kel
six
and between
of them.
Kel and Duck, they have the perfect setup.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Shut up, bro. At least, hey, yo, my
Wait,
internet.
wait,
I fucking replaced my Ethernet cable. Okay, you should have seen.
You know what? Me and Kel could start the Duck and Kel show.
Look, this was my internet that I had before I got my plug-in one. Look, it's literally like a little fucking. It was terrible. It dropped off all the time, like worse than it does now, bro. Okay, fine. Let's get you some. Is my lighting really that bad? Here, let me pull up some bright lights for you guys. Here, hold on.
It's almost like it's the contrast or something. It's too high on the camera.
It's the camera trying to fix the lighting and it can't.
I don't know how to fucking. I don't know how to.
Looks like a 70s TV show or something.
It's vintage. It's fun.
Yeah,
what kind of camera are you using?
It's like a fucking 2012 Logitech.
A Logitech. Okay.
Oh shit,
Yeah.
2012. Yeah, you fucked. It's your camera.
It's vintage. I used to be on my 2012 iMac too. So every time I was in Discord or a call like this, I'd be in a little square box instead of the rectangle because it doesn't have the newer version of apps.
Yeah.
What's on your arm?
1080p. It's not.
I got attacked by a dog.
What?
Yeah, like.
Kat, this is the only person I feel sorry for more than you.
What? Yeah, fucking don't feel sorry for us. I feel sorry for you, motherfucker. I'm like, let's talk about reviews. Let's pull up your. Let's pull up your.
Hold on. Was it a big dog?
It was a pit bull. It was literally. So I didn't even know it was a pit bull. Everyone's like, stay away from them. I'm like, she was nice to me. I tried to introduce her to my dog. It's a long story, honestly, but yeah, it was low key my fault. And it was really bad. And I was wearing like a long sleeve beige. Yeah. It was gross. It's still really gross. Like I have to have like my partner come over and change it because I'm like, it's disgusting. I'm like, it's really disgusting when I think about it.
Wait, did you just say partner?
That's not the only weird thing she said tonight, Grid. Why'd you pick that one out?
I know. I'm just. They're adding up. It's like
my girlfriend. Sorry, I'm a queer. I'm a queer here on the street. Do you welcome queers here, bro?
I don't care. It's just a weird thing to say. You can just say girlfriend. Why?
I do think there's only implicit, explicit bigotry in the chat. It's part.
Oh no, the chat's going to tear you apart. Don't look at the chat. Don't do that.
Sorry, my boyfriend, Channing Tatum. You guys are so fucking boring. Sorry.
I know we are.
Back's really hurting from the weight of this conversation, bro.
Well, put some knee into it. Wow, okay. This is not.
I blame Anson.
Yeah.
This one ain't me, Clover. It's usually me. This one ain't me.
Well, Grid stopped all the fucking gun prattle.
Oh man, he came up for the gun prattle, and I didn't even go back into the gun prattle.
God.
I don't even remember what gun prattle we were talking about.
I tried to hijack it again when Kel brought up the license to carry. But
you have a license to carry? Kel?
No. I was just joking about the concealed to carry.
Okay.
I'm one of you. Accept me.
Are you what part of California are you in?
What?
Which part of California are you in?
Ever. Just kidding.
You don't have to dox yourself. If Grid's asking you to
You
dox
can just
yourself,
say north, central.
I'm in West Virginia.
Well, Kissy Cat's in West Virginia, so that's convenient.
That's a neat accent you got.
Like from John Denver.
Thank you. No, I'm in. I bet you could guess. on the first try. Look at me.
Oh, you're in the Bay Area.
No, I'm actually Southern.
Hype.
San Diego.
Nar, bro. Oh wait, Nar. I bet you're by the whatever studio. Isn't that in like Santa Barbara?
That sounds so bad.
What do you mean it sounds so bad?
Like,
You're
test your audio on Discord.
You're not in Santa Barbara? No, if you're going to talk about my audio.
Your audio is not going through your headset, Duck, because every time you knock that thing down in front of you, it bangs your audio. So it's obviously going through the thing in front of you and not your headset.
Audio, wait, listen, guys, listen. Audio input, Poly Blackwire 3320. Is that what this is? This is the audio, the 3320 that I got from $5 from Goodwill. Was that right?
Put it on the ground and continue talking, and I bet we still hear you.
True. That's the easiest way to quit it.
You don't think your buddy Ducks had a hard time already as it is? Your buddy Ducks had it awful. You guys don't even know the half of it.
I don't know why you want me to feel sorry.
You look like you didn't finish building your tinfoil hat yesterday.
I am the least insane person in all of the panelverse. I will declare that here now for everyone.
All right, no, I gotta have how do you quantify that?
I think
I'm gonna be honest with you, Doug.
Yeah.
I gotta be honest with you, man. About half the time I'm ready to call in a welfare check and the guys with the straight jacket and rubber rooms for you. I seriously am. It was amazing to me to learn that you have a child and potentially a wife. That was shocking because it conveys a level of normalcy I had never considered related to you.
You know, sometimes I go against the current. It's just when I look up at the burgeoning night sky, I sometimes think of my first love, poetry. But that's really what held it down when I was talking to the one and only Tim Hale on the Grid Motorsports show yesterday. I felt we had a respectful conversation. Made me want to go right.
Yeah, okay. The Gibbs man is up in this house. What's up, Gibbsy?
You know, one day we will get you onto.
By the way, somebody is going to have to drop because I have a rule about the number of people on here. Kat, you cannot drop.
See you, Grid.
I can step down. See it.
I have a rule about the number of people on the show. Oh, Hanson dropped. Hanson couldn't take it anymore. That's fine. This is a perfect ratio. So drop Duck, please. Duck is back. Duck, hang out back there for a few minutes, man. I can't take his microphone, to be honest. It's just the way it is.
Yeah.
So Gibbsy, what's he doing, man? How's it going?
You know, living the life. You know, watching all the fake news about San Antonio. It's been pretty entertaining today. It's been good. Got a lot of errands done.
Did you see the two Democrats got shot?
I did, and all the conspiracy theories, bro. Next, you know what's coming? I think that the lizard people are going to be the ones that we found out killed him with Colonel Custard in the dining room. All right, that's what we're going to find out next. All right, I've heard about every conspiracy theory I think I could have concocted now at this point. Earlier, I was told that it was a religious group that took him out, and this guy was a sleeper. I've heard that it was the Chinese that planned it now. I've heard that this guy's a Republican, a Democrat, a guy from Timbuktu. I don't know that I've heard any more conspiracies about something so fast than this thing that happened today. It's crazy stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm Gibbs, by the way, new people. I think I met Clover yesterday. Kat, nice to meet you. Kel, fuck you.
Kat used to be my co-host.
Oh yeah, nice.
Yeah, she's an antique. So
that's rough. Damn.
I'm kidding. So the thing is that we used to get people in who would simp madly for Kat, thinking that she was like 24, 25, something like that. But she's really like 40 something. And she's been married 20 years.
Wow.
She trapped her husband. Poor guy. Didn't stand a chance. And it's very funny. And I keep, she doesn't let him come on camera when I'm around anymore because I keep asking him to, blink if he's in danger. So,
Not only was it entrapment, there was also collusion, if I remember.
With the mother-in-law. They colluded together to trap this poor man into a marriage with Kat.
Damn, what are you?
But, he's not.
They make it sound like you're some 900-year-old succubus. This is good friends you got here. With friends like these, who needs enemies, bro? God damn, bro. What is happening?
Yeah.
Oh my god, I've been trying to fix this problem. This talk studio is the worst, by the way. I just want you to know.
I love Talk Studio.
It's
the best.
It is awful. For any kind of multi-stream person, we're in the back, you can't even talk to other people in the back, bro. I'm just over here doing this.
Well, in the back, it says private, and you just chat there.
Oh, good. That's what I want to do when I'm trying to entertain an audience.
Yeah.
Let me just play piddly dicks, papa.
Yeah. When you're in the back, you can stream your own audience.
Yes, thank you. This is high level technical streaming, guys, at the max right here. You're gonna give it from Grid and Gibbs. We got the most technical streams on Twitch and YouTube.
I just don't know. I actually, so I used StreamYard for fucking ever, and then it was so unstable, and it just had problem after problem, and then they raised the price by I don't know, 3 or 4.
Oh, they doubled it. They fucking doubled it.
It's at least double. Yeah, dude. It was I was like, what the fuck? So fuck those guys. And then I'd been messing with Talk Studio for a while. I really like it because of all of the different things I can do with it on my side. I haven't actually been in as a guest on Talk Studio very often, but I love it from my point of view. It's super stable. It does everything I need it to do. And it's just great. It's just it's wonderful.
It's shittier than 2 gay dicks, bro. It's awful.
Oh my God, who the hell cares? Oh my God, who the hell?
I forgot it just replaced. Anyway, so that's great.
That's awful.
Yeah. When I went in to cancel my StreamYard, they gave me 6 months at the old price. Please don't go.
Oh, I didn't even ask. I just
I didn't ask either. I went in and hit the button to cancel, and they were like, "Are you sure? If you stay, we'll give you 6 months for the old price." I'm like,
"Yeah, Kat, okay. You can't leave yet. Why do you act like you're leaving?"
You're muted.
It's 1 in the morning.
It's
gotta go to bed.
So,
well, I guess
you, bro. He misses you a lot, Kat. He talks so much shit, but he's like, "Kat, please don't leave. My heart yearns, aches in your absence, baby girl, please." Wild.
Have a good night, guys.
You too. Nice to meet you.
It's good to see you. I mean,
it's been a while. Kat.
I'm glad you're around.
I'm around.
Oh, the Crucible is rating us. This will be good.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Let's
we'll go
fucking
from
go.
like 31 to like 5,000 people. Rachel
Right.
Wilson. Rachel Wilson, you should jump up here.
Well, like right now is about the time everything should be popping off. What are they doing? Quick.
What's up, Mr. E? Good to see you, sir. Good to see you.
Well, cheers to the raid. Cheers, Raiders.
731 people.
Welcome.
Yeah.
Welcome. Well, make sure you subscribe to Grid One Motorsports, bro, right here on YouTube.com.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Like, subscribe, do all the things, do the things that you're supposed to do.
And maybe we'll give you some content.
Church in the morning. I respect that, Rachel. I appreciate it. It was I owe Andrew and Rachel both at least a text and probably a phone call, and I have been very remiss. So don't be mad at me.
They will be starting a Twitter thread about you.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's over. It's fucking over, dude.
9-volt battery to the ginger nose piercing. That's mean. Don't do that. Are you a ginger, or is that just like?
See, I told you that people couldn't tell, Gibbs. I was like, I swear people really can't tell sometimes. I am a ginger, unfortunately. Share a fucking.
You made a key mistake there. Do you think I remember most of the things you tell me? I don't remember most of what happened 5 hours ago.
He doesn't remember what he doesn't remember what he says, let alone what you say. What are you talking about?
Someone the other night they're like, Gibbs, you're opening the other night on this subject. They like listed a whole bunch of things. Like, oh, I said that? That sounds real good. I'm glad that you.
Gibbs is too busy snorting down the fucking right.
Now there are 2,504 people watching.
Let's go! Welcome, chatters.
Yeah,
it's exciting. I've got good timing, bro. That's what this is. It's called good.
That's
timing.
what it is. That's what's up.
How do you feel about our debate, Clover, from last night? Have you watched it back?
Hell no.
You don't want to like learn from.
I told you last night, and you started going on about cope or some kind of shit. I just play around over here. Like this is my.
No, I was kidding about the cope.
Just chill out,
too,
fucking thing.
My favorite was Smooth Brain. That was my favorite. I listened to Smooth Brain. I was like, damn, Kel coming in hot tonight.
I'm watching too much Queen.
Yeah.
I take it back. You're sharp as a tack.
I mean, some people are. So I forget who asked. Oh, there it is, right there. So, who is the feminist chick?
Oh, you're a feminist now, Kel.
I'm not.
Kel,
Kel,
this is Kel.
You look a libtard. I'm his fucking token for the chill stream.
Yeah,
okay? We have a woman here with a nose piercing. He's very progressive for this.
So the interesting thing is that a lot of channels have trouble getting leftists to come on, but because I treat them fairly, which they don't necessarily treat me fairly. But
don't flatter yourself. I'm brave. And
I'm
strong.
sorry?
I said, don't flatter yourself. I'm brave and strong and argumentative.
You're brave and strong.
And argumentative, yeah.
You're argumentative for sure.
That's
sure.
For sure.
I'm just kidding around. No. But yeah,
brave,
you are
really.
a pretty fair person. You're not trying to get like the gotchas and shit.
Yeah, I try and be fair to everybody, and that way it encourages the leftists to come in so that we can beat them up, and then we can't beat them up if they come around.
We got you. I got you a bunch of lefties yesterday.
I know.
You're like, get him. I was like, I got him, boys. Let me get him. We'll round them up real good. Like, come on, Final Brother Gibbs the grids. We're gonna have a competition tonight. Let's go.
Yeah, it's interesting because it's so interesting because other channels have such a hard time getting leftists, so that their channel is just a big giant echo chamber of them, verbally masturbating themselves all the day.
Nobody likes the circle jerk.
And nobody likes that. Nobody likes it. And so I like being able to have a bunch of different viewpoints, and even just people who make no sense, like our friend Kel here.
Wait, did you say Kat sent you 20 memberships?
Yeah.
Wow, nice, very nice cat.
Yeah.
Shout out Kat. That's fucking awesome, dude.
Kat with the giant 20 gifted. If you got one, thank her, please. Thank her in the chat if you got one of the Kissy Cat subs. It's a great thing. K2, keep on trucking. How much to drop the ginger? Unfortunately, Not really dropping people off the panel tonight. K2, keep on trucking. But hey, man, if you drop a hundo, I'll send her to the back for sure.
There's always a price, bro. There's always a price.
Right.
To the gulags.
There's
to
a
the
price.
gulags.
There is a price. Drop a hundo, I'll put her in the back, and then
This is only
maybe
fair.
we'll let her
Support
back
the
out if we can.
stream. I hope you get it.
My chat wants to know why you have the same piercing that Get My Cattle do.
Yes.
I need this answer.
All right.
Can you tell me what the answer is, Cal, please?
Okay, so when I fucking first got my nose pierced, my mom let me get my nostril pierced, and she was like, I don't want my daughter to have the piercing that looks like a bull. And I'm like, that's fair.
Yeah.
But it's the only piercing you can hide. Like when you first pierce it by yourself, you can flip it up like this. So I'm like, fuck? Tell me not to. I'm going to. But I'm also tall. Like I'm 5'7". So I did it, and then literally we were at the grocery store, and my mom, like, I was turned, and she's like, look up. She's like, dude.
Oh, you have metal boogers. That's what everybody wants in their life.
Yeah. So, and yeah, it's the rest
$5 came in from the real Robert Flowers. Robert Flowers would like to say if Duck was on the panel right now, he would be paying to kick him off of the panel. Robert Flowers out. Okay. All right. That's interesting. Wow. Now I feel like I need to have a real topic. I was actually kind of winding down, but now I feel like I gotta
yeah. Come on, gotta honor the raid.
Well,
I do.
What's really funny here, Grid? Kel was telling me this the other day, is that in her circle they think she's like the black-pilled righty, and then I'm like, every time you're around righties, we're just like, haha, not. I think it's really funny to me how relative these things are.
And people want to say the left isn't fractured, bro. Like, because I think Israel has the right to exist. Like, I've literally lost friends over this shit. Like, and look at me. I'm as pretty far left as they go, bro. Like, crazy work.
No, we've got way further than people. So K2 Keep On Trucking said that he could fix you. Kissy Cat says, K2, she doesn't like your kind, brother. We haven't actually established that.
What is your kind?
Huh?
What is their kind, bro?
Well, he's hetero, and you earlier said that you had a girlfriend, which would make you gay. So, that's
or bi. Should be bi.
Yeah, right. Could be bi, but bi is gay. So, $4.99 from Mikey Balls. Good evening, Grid and family. Thank you for that. Thank you very much. So there you go.
Have you ever shot the AK behind you?
First of all, if you call it an AK one more time, I'm gonna have an aneurysm.
I don't know what kind of gun it is. Okay, it looks like an AK. Looks like something I'd take to school. My dad left.
$5 came in from Stephen Akari. Topic equals Kinetic Kel is a feminist. Change my mind. No, she's a feminist.
I hate women. I hate women, bro. I just fucking hate them.
She's a feminist.
Just like you, bro.
She's definitely a feminist. That's okay. That's
she's a representative of all women to aspire to. That's what she.
Dude, I am you can tell I didn't go to college. I'm not educated enough to call myself a feminist. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, boom. But I fucking still swamped your fucking old ass man in the debate the other night. Okay, mop the floor. I just happened to get the geriatric patient. Okay. So I might be stupid, but there's someone stupid.
Get her, Clover. Get her, Clover. Stick her.
Clover's probably relaxing right now, thinking that he has no idea why he's
she's like one of my grandbabies. What get what?
Sick of
not fucking worth it.
You gotta take her out back. Give her a whooping.
Oh man.
Gotta take her to the woodshed, bro.
That's rough. She prattles like a feminist. Yeah, that's true.
A lot of prattling out of you.
Yeah. It's interesting that
I never even have been political online before this prior. Really, it's funny.
I know that you haven't been political, but there's a thing about all women seem to prattle. By the way, that's not an AR. That's an AR-10.
I know
AR,
that.
not an AK. It's AR.
You
They
know
Wait,
don't,
what?
look, they don't look remotely the same.
Do you know the difference? No.
No, she definitely does
What?
not know the difference.
What?
If you say ever,
What?
it's gonna
What?
be a problem. I knew it. I knew it was about to happen. Trying this with the old bamboozle.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. You're getting smarter. But yeah, that's cool. AR, cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
And have you ever shot it? The answer would be
Me? Yeah, absolutely. I'm actually
Yeah.
supposed to shoot a match in the morning. So,
Yeah.
yep.
Are,
She
are
doesn't
you
do
going
that
to
as
the?
shooting.
Three gun.
Are you going to the protest to shoot police officers? Brrr.
So the thing is that there are no protests near me. So
So that's the only reason
Yay!
why.
Oh my God! You used the you called it a protest instead of a riot. I'm so happy for
well,
that.
there are no protests, so there's no riot. See, that's
Exactly.
There was no riot down here. They thought, and Greg Abbott brought 7,000 troops
yeah,
out.
they're not gonna. The thing is that we have way too many unhappy, angry, meat-eating, toting people or gun-toting people like myself.
Meat be the key factor.
I know. I'm like, you're just looking at me. You're like, you vegetarian ass cunt. Oop.
Are you a vegetarian?
Yeah, that's why that joke's funny.
I didn't mean to say that.
What?
No, I'm
How
not.
do
It's a
you?
joke.
All right, hold
Gibbs
on.
is being
Yeah,
sarcastic.
take over, Grid. I know this is going to make you
Dude,
mad.
Gibbs is being sarcastic. Gibbs
I'm
is
not
being
gonna-
sarcastic.
No, it's
This is like-
it's the worst thing I've
Gibbs
ever.
is being
It's the
sarcastic.
worst
Gibbs
quality
is
by
being
far.
sarcastic.
It's her
All
worst
right.
quality by far.
First of all,
It's
I have another $2 from K2. Grid, tell Oxy Cat to stop picking on you. No, be a man and tell her yourself. Hold on here. Let me
Soak it
let
in.
me understand this. You're from California. You claim to be center
not
left,
from
which
here.
means completely as far left as possible.
This is so funny.
You
Gibbs.
are.
I am not. I'm really
Let
not.
it finish. Let it finish. Let it finish.
You're in you claim to be in a lesbian relationship.
Okay, that's a lie.
You're not in a lesbian relationship.
No, what kind of relationship are you in? Tell about that. Tell about that one. It gets better, Grid.
No.
Oh, okay. We're gonna blushing. We got her.
I'm and you're a vegan. How or vegetarian? How like central casting could you possibly? I
all-
Yeah. Hey, yeah,
all
and how is
track.
this?
It's
how
literally
is
the
this
most
the guy?
cliche thing ever.
So true. Look at you. You're the most cliche right ever. But look, we're friends. Isn't this
Am I?
beautiful?
She used AI to write her bio grid. That's what. it is.
Ow!
That's like his only roast, dude. I'm like, I'm
Oh,
dead. I'm like,
that
I couldn't
stinks.
fucking. Dude, but this is the guy that asked me to stop saying retard in the debate yesterday. Isn't it ironic? Like how the tables are turning.
That's mainly because YouTube doesn't like that. So
Yeah.
No, actually, I wanted the ad hom. That didn't make any
Oh
sense.
yeah,
It
the add
didn't,
on. Yeah,
like
that's true. That's true. I'm the one that cares about the. Anyway, $2 came in from Kissy Cat. I will stop for $100. K2. It seems to be the going price of everything today. $100. $5 comes in from neighbor Dan. Ask the ginger the definition of a woman. Oh my God, we're going there.
I bet she can answer this.
Yeah.
You got this right.
Yeah.
What
The
is it?
definition. Yeah, I would say the definition of a woman is. I'm like, I haven't looked in a while, but I'm like, it's the only one chromosome, right? Chromosome. I'm kidding. Okay, listen. I would say that someone was biologically born with a vagina is typically, and there's exceptions for intersex people.
Okay. Born with a
pretty
vagina.
solid.
That's
Pretty
it.
solid.
That's
I'm
not
like,
fair.
I'm gonna allow that. I mean, we would have accepted,
intersex is a good point.
capable
If you
of
got
having
both, if you have both,
bearing
what are
children,
you?
but vagina, that's
Grown
what-
female human.
I believe in trans people. If people want me to respect their pronouns, I will, especially like given the area I'm in. I'm like a not pick fights people. Like,
Yeah,
like-
you're in the.
I have a
you're-
lot of they thems in my life. I'm like, I don't completely understand it
Oh
or
my
agree with it.
God,
I'm
do
like,
you really? Mr. E asked, "What the fuck are we talking about tonight?" Actually, it's a full stream. I have a leftist on. We're
A leftist. I am not a leftist. I'm a centrist. Gibbs made me take a leftist stance in a debate, and now I'm like the company leftist.
Hold on. Well, no, hold
You're
on.
the
Hold on.
company leftist. Who hired you?
Yeah,
I don't know. I'm
it
like
was
the
me.
unemployment
It was me.
insurance. Sorry.
Glenn and I are
Sorry.
cahoots. What you didn't know is we're hiring these people. They're
Sorry, and Gibbs
crisis
is
actors,
unpaid
guys.
intern.
That's what they are. The crisis actors. I got the left can use them. We can use them. We're taking their tactics and we're doing it better. That's what we're gonna do, folks. God bless America.
Now, I would accept that we couldn't actually get a real leftist to come on, so you're as close as we could get. I could accept that answer. That would actually make sense.
Yeah.
Except
all my far left
hold
friends
on.
were duping.
Except you have the nose piercing.
So true.
You were literally without hesitation claimed to be lesbian. You're
Only 'cause I got
apparently
caught up on partner.
apparently okay being described as vegetarian. I mean, you're like I now believe that you were a semi-pro troll, and I understand now why you. I understand why you didn't turn pro, but I like the effort.
The enthusiasm,
Yeah, the enthusiasm counts for a lot. Still, though, nobody hired you, and I'm going to talk to HR about this.
Okay, all right. Sorry, boss. All right, fuck you. I'm just working here till my surf punk band takes off. Fuck you. I don't need this place.
Duck, we're not going to debate with anybody.
I
So
know
no,
everyone
you
wants
can't
the
have a
best
link
sports.
to you can't have a link to debate. EOD may have a link. EOD DM me on the Discordio, and I will, or if I can find your bullshit, I'll just go ahead and there it is. Here, and there we go. Link is sent to you, EOD. Neighbor Dan wants to know for $5. Does her or the partner wear the strap on? That's going a little deep for me, but if you feel like answering it,
That's
right
what
on.
she said, Grid.
Yeah, neither.
Yeah, neither, because you're not really lesbian. See, you just made that shit up. It's great that you sold the bit. I mean, you did. I'm going to be honest. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm really a trad wife. The
No,
septum piercing's fake.
Oh yeah, bro.
you went too far. You went too far there.
No, we heard what you could cook. Absolutely not.
Bro, I made filet mignon earlier.
Welcome to the show, Lawrence R. You're cool. $5 comes in from him. Grid Kel looks like a ginger Cleopatra.
Bro, I have black hair
can see
dye. Chat, how much to dye my hair?
But you know what the real question is? How much to get the Cobra?
How much what?
To get the Cobra. Because Cleopatra had a Cobra?
Oh.
No. Okay, never mind. Some people got that joke. That was a meta history joke for those that got it.
No, you need to revisit history because that didn't happen. You're
Yeah,
just lying. You're just lying about history for the bit. I don't think that's funny.
I
You think
it's
burning
funny.
books is funny? You think that's funny? How many Jews died in the Holocaust?
I actually have
That's not funny.
A lot of them.
I understand that it's really hard for you to answer like serious questions and like you're still caught up in the locale thing, I guess. But I'm curious.
Okay, AK-47, bro.
Right. So I'm actually really curious. Like, what are your actual stances on life and things like that? What are you, a feminist? Are you anti-feminist? You believe in the patriarchy? Have you obviously you said you didn't go to college. What do you plan on doing in life? I'm just kind of curious. What's up?
Yeah, what makes Cal tick?
Yeah, I went the vocational path. I'm not going to reveal like exactly what that entails, but I am comfortable pursuing the vocational path. I think that's part of what makes me a centrist.
Great field, so you'll be.
Yeah, you wouldn't know, bro. Dude, listen.
I've dated my share of cosmetologists.
You would, bro. A low-earning woman. I'm just kidding. Any cosmetologists in chat, I respect what you do. No, but
you're broke. But you're broke.
No, I'm very happy with what I chose. It's part of what makes me like part of like contributing to the system and blah blah blah.
Oxcaxo donated
So that's part of what makes me
$50.
centrist.
Super chat.
Honestly,
Don't
in
forget
general,
to like the video
I'm
and
pretty
smash the sub
apolitical,
thingy.
bro.
Join us for the debate show on Fridays. Smoking Spaceman will drop the Discord. Red heart emoji. Red heart emoji.
I'm gonna have to re-trigger that because somebody, I'm gonna say too, somebody was talking over the TTS. So let me re-trigger that. There we go. Why won't it? It may take a second. Whatever. It'll knock off.
If you didn't use Talk Studio, we wouldn't have to worry about that. But
Yep, here he goes.
Oxcaxo donated $50. Super chat. Don't forget to like the video and smash the sub thingy. Join us for the debate show on Fridays. Smoking Spaceman will drop the Discord. Red heart emoji. Red heart emoji.
All right. Yes. Please like, subscribe, do all those things. And by the way, we do a debate show on Friday nights. It is very good. And Kel actually won this past week, which was strange, but okay. $5 came in from Steve and Nakari. Can Kel be serious for 5 seconds? I think that's a personal if it could happen. So we'll see.
Sorry, I will try and take this more
Oxcaxo
seriously.
donated $50. Super chat. Don't forget to like the video and smash the sub thingy. Join us for the debate show on Fridays.
Yeah, stop. You're creeping
Smoking
me out now.
Spaceman will drop the
Where
Discord.
were we?
Red
Tell
heart
us more
emoji.
about
Red
you, Kel.
heart
Like, how do you?
emoji.
So you're centrist because you're a capitalist. Why?
No, I'm pretty
why,
apolitical. All things considered, Gibbs is like, no, you're a center leftist. All things that I know about you, you are a center leftist. I'm like, okay, fine. I will take that stance, like, debatorily.
$5 came in from neighbor Dan. She's talking about what's funny, but 5 minutes ago made a school shooter joke. Yeah, that was kind of in bad taste, but she's young. She'll learn. It's don't.
you know. Also with comedy, it's kind of like a machine gun thing. You just kind of spray and pray. Hope
Yeah.
one of the jokes lands or hits. I guess.
I get it.
Yeah.
A machine gun.
Yeah, that was multi-level.
We can have a talk about that one day. It would be awesome because you'll like literally come over to my side. It'll be great.
Yeah,
but anyway,
You're gonna convert me. Going to conversion therapy with fucking Grit Eastwards.
well, it's not so much conversion therapy as it's
Did you
just
call us Clint Eastwoods?
Just simple
re-education.
Logic. Hey, did you ever see this movie? There's a really cool movie about that. Have you ever heard of it? It's called A Clockwork Orange. Have you ever watched it? It's fucking awesome. You should seriously watch it.
Okay,
I think it's really great.
Okay, I'll check it out.
It is a good movie, though. I can't believe they put those bad guys in Space Jam.
I can't believe I cannot believe they made that movie and like in the way that they did, and nobody like threw them, like nobody like protested it or threw it out or anything. Like it's really crazy how weird that movie is, and it was really popular in its day. So, but Clockwork Orange is a great movie. You should definitely watch it.
Yeah, Clockwork's fucking amazing. It is disturbing, man. That's a disturbing.
It is absolutely disturbing. Like it is like, I mean, you will come away with a new understanding of how fucked up life can be.
For sure.
So, welcome EOD. Good to see you.
What's up, dude?
Is Rob not working tonight?
Yeah, apparently not. He's gonna take the day off. So
nice.
he deserves it. He's been streaming every fucking day.
He has been
20 years in a row. 20 days in a row. Yeah.
Yeah, that's nuts. I have not done that. I mean, because I have cool stuff to do. So, all right.
Yeah,
so we've really been picking on Kel here for a little while, and she's been a great sport.
Hi, Kel.
Dishing it back out. But it is what it is.
Order up, somebody.
Yeah, order up. Who's DoorDash just got there?
Wasn't me.
Well, the obvious joke would be me because I'm fat.
What's up, Gibbs?
Well,
Long
I
time
mean,
no see, brother.
You know, hey, you don't have the monopoly on that, bro.
Hey, there you go. But it wasn't me. Not this time.
Not this time. I went out to dinner with my family, so.
Yeah, I was gonna say you were on vacation for a little bit. How was that?
Well, I went to Alaska, had a great time. Then I came back, and life has just been like balls to the wall since. And then it was my son's birthday this past week, and he's getting ready for the state finals in skeet, trap, and sporting clays. So he will be shooting all next week. And we're supposed to shoot a multi-gun match tomorrow, but I think it's going to thunderstorm like halfway through, and I don't want to do it. So I'm going to be like, fuck it, and I'm not going to do it. I'm going to. I think I'm going to go fishing tomorrow because it's way easier to pull the boat off the water than
fishing's a lot more fun. Well,
What kind of boat do
fishing
you
in
have?
the rain's not a bad idea either.
Sorry?
What kind of boat do you have? Is it like a big one or a small one, like
Listen,
a motorboat, or?
listen. He's not taking you out on the yacht. All right, calm down.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't have a yacht. I do have. We have a couple of boats. We have Bryant 214, which is a ski boat, bow, and then I have a nitro bass boat. It's a 190 TF, and then I have another bass boat which.
Oh, your mic cut out there, Grid.
Yeah, I think he's gone.
Oh,
He's back.
You're back.
That was weird. So as I was saying, I have a Bryant 214 ski boat. I have a Nitro 190 TF, and I have a the boat that I'm going to take out tomorrow is I have a Javelin Renegade 20 bass boat. It's fast. It's a really cool boat.
That's a lot of boats.
$2 came in from Kissy Cat. Ginger stream. It's only a ginger stream if you come up, Kissy Cat.
Listen, listen. There's and some of us got a red hair with blue eyes. Only like 1% of the world's got that. Get some. I'm better. I know it. The best.
Yeah. Mr. E, you're welcome to come up if you would like. I can throw you the link over in the Discord, and you can come up and rail at the leftist. We have a.
I get it, Mr. E.
Mr. Enigmatic, Mr. E.
Cack?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot. EOD is a
gay. Gibbs is gay. Gibbs is gay.
We're starting this one again, yeah? Mm-hmm.
Gibbs is gay. Gibbs is gay. I'll say it. Gibbs is gay.
Are you okay?
I don't know. She's probably not.
Me?
Should we be concerned about men in white coats
coming to pick you up
and straight jackets showing up?
Give you a lobotomy later.
not before fucking Trump saves us, bro.
That's a great movie too.
Comes through.
That's a great movie too. What's the name? I know. I just lost a title. That's a great movie about the lobotomy. Oh man, I'll think of it in a second. It is. Why can't I remember it? Sucker Punch. It's a great movie.
Like your dad did to you, bro.
I never met my dad.
Damn.
That was painful. Why would you bring that up?
Oh. That's like a sucker punch.
Problem with American society today. Yeah, that's why you pivoted towards the red pill because
my
you're like, we'll do better.
my stepdad actually, he and I fought a couple of times, but yeah, I never met my real dad. It was okay.
Did you win?
Did I win?
Yeah.
I don't think there's a win there. I just think
Generally
that
not.
it happens, and you just kind of go with it. Like I don't think there's a win. So
Sorry, no, I didn't. I just was trying to make light of a heavy
I know.
situation.
I understand. I'm making light of it as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
But did you all see? Oh,
A lot of
Mr.
people.
E.
A lot of people here with daddy issues. I understand. My dad's illegal. I get it.
Mr.
going back to
Enigmatic, producer guy, not funny.
Yeah, that's me.
What's up, Mr. E?
Oh, nothing's showing up as my background. That's weird. How do I set a profile pic on here?
Sometimes it just does that randomly. You can set a picture.
I tried to upload one a minute ago. It didn't work. I don't know. I mean, that's a little finicky.
Yeah,
User error sounds like.
Oh, there we go. It's because I had a camera on.
There you go.
All right. Good enough.
Yeah, because it wants the camera image.
Oh, here we go. I found one.
So
I figured it out.
Great. Mr. E, it's been a minute, man. I have not had time to talk to you guys over there in the Crucible very much lately.
We've been very, very busy. That's for sure.
Yeah.
And you've been traveling the world, have you not?
I have. I have been all over the damn place, and I'm in the middle of buying. Well, I was in the middle of buying 3 businesses, but one is not going to work. And
the manufacturing one, is that going through or what?
No. That dude was such a fucking weirdo, man. He we're getting down to the nitty gritty, and it was a good deal for us. It was, I thought it was a good deal for him. There was a hiccup with the property that the business was in. The building got sold, and the new landlord wanted a lot of rent, and so we were going to have to back that out of the price, because obviously we're not going to pay full price and then pay a massive increase in rent because the profit's not there to cover it. So, and we were going to build a building, and in the middle of all of it, he just literally dissolved the
agreement.
Yeah, he dissolved the company. He literally just sold everything off, and it was company went
Sold
away.
her for parts, chopped her up.
Yeah, he just stripped it, and he was like, "Yeah, I'm done." And by the way, Jess White, I actually was at 14,500 subs, and I've lost like 500 subs in the past few months.
Unacceptable. We're gonna have to.
It is unacceptable.
We're gonna get it back, Grid.
I think 100. Well, I lost 100 in a day, which I think was YouTube doing something weird. So that was
no, Grid. Everybody hates you.
Yeah, right. I mean, that's fine. I mean, hey, I don't deny that people hate me, and some people really should. That's okay. I don't mind.
You can do what I'm doing, but opposite, right? I'm expanding to YouTube. You can expand to Twitch. You're already basically playing by both sets of TOS. Might as well just start doing both. Why not?
Why would you ever use Twitch?
Why not, bro? It's making me some money.
Terrible.
I mean,
I just started. I'm like, it's pretty not that. I mean, knock on wood, but.
I mean, there's complaints. I have complaints. Don't worry. But listen, it's treated me good so far. I mean, obviously, I'm expanding.
From what I understand, it's got like one of the lowest earnings ratios for ads of like any platform out there. Look at somebody like Asmon.
I believe you.
Asmon Gold was on last week, and he showed on screen his earnings. In 1 month on Twitch, he made $36,000. Right, this guy gets millions of views. In 2 days on Kick, he made $32,000 in ads.
Holy shit!
Well, yeah, the thing that you're
so
right.
if you can bring the
viewers, that's true, right? But the problem with that is, right? Like I feel like maybe he can do that. But I've had a little experience now, and I'm not at that size where I'm known to like enough people that I
was going to say you got to be able to bring the viewers, right?
Yeah.
If you can drag viewers over to Kick or to platforms that actually pay better, like YouTube pays way better than Twitch.
Yeah, that's why I'm adding it. I mean, Twitch has been paying me pretty good, so I mean, I'm not.
Yeah, when you get up there, yeah. But for new viewers or for like smaller channels, for smaller channels,
a larger percentage.
Like my YouTube AdSense versus my Twitch AdSense as like a super duper tiny minuscule creator has been better on Twitch.
Then
well,
where?
I mean, is it just ad revenue, or does that include the subscriptions? Because the subscriptions are really the bread and butter for Twitch, I think.
Really? I disagree. They've upped ad revenue quite a bit. I make like double what I make in ads than what I do in subs. And I
don't know enough, honestly. I just got monetized on Twitch.
Yeah, I made I think like 60 or 70% of my revenue last month was in ads.
Wow,
So
nice.
I don't know, but they also they had that real bad ad apocalypse after Hassan or whatever, and they changed a few things. But like, yeah, I definitely think
Hassan bad.
multi-streaming
Hassan bad.
yeah, I think multi-streaming is the key. Like, being as many platforms as possible. I mean, that's definitely what I'm trying to do now.
Yeah. Branch out. I need to multi-stream. I don't know why I didn't tonight. I never planned the stream. It's always like last minute.
I blame Grid really for all this. It's all his fault.
I
Totally.
always multi-stream.
I need to start. I just haven't set it up yet, and then I hop on stream super late, and I'm like, I don't know how to set it up.
So, Mr. E, what do you do? You said I kind of was gathering what you said. You do you work with the Crucible? Is that what you do?
Yeah, I've been working with Andrew for like 4 years, basically. I reached out to him when he was still, before the Crucible existed, and we started it together. I did all the branding and artwork and build and run the websites and all the motion graphics, and I don't know, just kind of help basically the operations manager of the
Like all the back end stuff.
Nice.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
I'd like to talk to you a little bit about how you set up those websites, man. That'd be really helpful. I'm trying to build one for Rob Norris. But...
Okay.
It'll be $70 an hour, motherfucker.
Mr. E.
Hey, that's the capitalist answer right there. I like that answer.
Yeah,
I was thinking of a nice way to say I'm probably too busy.
That's what kills you. You don't have to be nice.
You're like, okay, what do I look like? Helping baby.
You can be really mean to Kel because she's going to be really mean to you. So just you know.
Oh, preemptively, right.
I've learned from the best that the best idea is to just match the energy. If you're going to be nice to me, I'll be nice to you. Unless you're being a complete and total idiot, then I'll probably fucking crash out a bit because I'm
yeah,
ready to crash out.
I'm like that.
Oh, speaking of complete and total idiots, I had another run-in with Are We Not Men a few weeks ago, so I thought that was fun.
All right, I'm gonna back out and come back in. My camera's not working on your end for some reason. I'm gonna try to fix that.
Oh, yeah.
All right, I'm back out and come right back.
Yeah, I'll be looking for you to pop back in.
Wait, so you said something interesting. I'm kind of new to the Crucible like side of like YouTube and whatnot. I met Grid here, and he's kind of introduced me some of y'all. What you said that's only been around 4 years. You've only been doing it 4 years. That's impressive. Y'all like growing pretty quickly. Very good. Is that accurate? You said 4 years. History.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, 4 years basically. It's been since. I think I created my Crucible folder in my clients folder in like August 2021.
Because he
so
holds
that would have been
together.
the first time I started creating artwork for the Crucible. But we were talking for chatting a couple months because he was still on Politically Provoked when that existed. Yet another one of our haters left in the fucking dust. Anyway,
that you know what listen, I feel that way all the time. I know all I need to know about you now. I think we're gonna get along. Wait, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and I was reaching out to a bunch of different YouTubers, and half of them were car guys. Like I reached out to Vice Grip Garage when he had like 50,000 subs. I was like, because I basically put together like a nice little skill set from doing like graphic design and branding and websites. And I was into motion graphics for making like those little 30-second social media commercials. I'm like, you know what? This could work really well for like up and coming streamers. We can get on, have like work out a partnership, and you know what I mean? Like I can help grow, like because it's the dropship merch, the store to facilitate it, the ability to do like paywalls and like create your own video sites, all the different like motion graphics and shit that we incorporate on the show over the years for the Crucible. And yeah. I just reached out to a bunch of people, and Andrew was one of them because he just caught my attention. I was like, "Fuck, this guy's got charisma, and he's good at arguing, and he was arguing positions that I agreed with." So, I was like, "Fuck it."
Yeah, that's cool.
I've done that.
That's very impressive.
We just kind of hit it off.
I didn't realize it was that small of a period, but that's I mean, y'all are like a brand name now, and it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think the Crucible YouTube channel launched in 2021, end of like middle of 2021, summer 2021. So this year will be it'll be 4 years in August this year.
I was talking to Grid about this a little bit recently. Is like how there's always like new creators that are just massive that you don't know about. Like I'd like never even heard of like Andrew Wilson or the Crucible like until like a few months ago, and then I got in here and like into this kind of space. I'm like, oh, these people are huge. And it's like, man, there's always like these new people, it's really exciting time in the streaming world. I think I don't know. I find it really interesting.
He's so big.
Yeah,
Well, that's
information
all on him. I mean, like I'd say the best thing that I do is make it easier for him to do his job.
Hey,
right?
that's important though. That's
and
important.
take care of all the fucking finicky behind the scenes shit and like manage the shit that he doesn't need to be worrying about when he's worried about like polishing up his arguments or doing research or networking. And that's one thing Andrew like really excels at, in my opinion, is networking. And well, I mean, obviously arguing and debating and stuff, that's a given.
Sure.
But the networking and the way he networks and the way he I think it's a blue collar guy thing, man, because that's the one thing we've always agreed on. It's like between the two of us, we've spent a lot of years working jobs where it's like you get up in the morning, you're like, all right, you know, because I did custom metal fabrication for like 15 years, damn near, right? And building oil field shit. And yeah, man, this is not anywhere near as hard as that kind of job. And I will always work my ass off to do this because I don't ever want to fucking work in a shop again.
Well, I was gonna say I used to work in web development for a long time, so like some of this stuff is probably gonna come real super easy to me. Just I don't know, just a short little overview of how you put the pieces together would really help me a lot. But
I tell you what, you're right though about that. I worked blue collar, I worked white collar. Let me tell you, I ain't never going back to no blue collar if I don't have to. Fuck all that.
I hear you.
That's a baby back bullshit. I don't want to do it.
You know, the interesting thing about that is my so one of the projects I have is we have a real estate investment fund, and the guy that we picked for the CEO position, he has, and he's like, actually he's the managing partner as well. He has no ability to talk to blue collar people. And so I had originally suggested that I do all of the operations and I handle all of the, basically working with the contractors and the, various services. And they basically, my wife said, nah, don't get into it. Just let him do it. It's fine. And you've got to see the text messages he sends daily to back and forth between these blue collar people, because he does not speak their language and they don't speak his language. And it is really, really comical to me. Like
the disconnect.
It's so hilarious. And it just absolutely.
I want to say before we get too far away, like I really think that trades work are good for young men.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
When you get it, like
and young women, for the record, go to trade school, bro. Don't go to college.
Yeah,
go to
sure.
trade
Cooking is a trade. Sure. Yeah. Anyway, trades are definitely really good for young men. Hold on. Let me make my point. Cooking is a great trade. We're something to be proud of. Anyway.
Okay, I respect obese rights, so I will let you speak. Go ahead.
Obese, huh?
Yeah, you have the right to get fat and die early. Congratulations. Enjoy your
like
diabetes.
Bro, you're literally projecting so hard right now. I'm like, it's comical.
All right, I want to get this point. Go ahead, finish out.
I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah, y'all both hate fat people.
You agree with obese rights, so do I. I think every American has the right to overeat,
I'm
get
vouching
fat
for
as
you.
fuck, and die
you,
early.
Motherfucker.
Miss Green is Canadian.
Anyway, back to what I was saying.
Yeah, I want to hear. Go ahead.
I think that trades, especially for younger men, are very important. Like, there's a book that I've read. It's called Shop Class is Soulcraft. I forget the author's name. I think it's Matthew. Oh shit, I can't remember. Matthew something or other. And I actually want to pull it up here. Go ahead, Phil. Give me a minute of fucking chatter here, and I'm going to pull this quote up because I think it's something.
So,
I think if you got some
Kel.
young, especially if you have younger men watching, they definitely need to hear this shit.
For sure.
Kel, I have to. Are you studying underwater welding or something? Or is that what your trade is? I'm just curious.
Hold on. What are you, the feds, bro? What is this? Are you a three-letter agency? God damn, we over here asking all these questions, Red.
Such an expert guesser. I know, really trying to dox me.
This guy over here trying to get he's gonna call ICE on us, bro. That's what he's gonna do.
Grade 1 motor dox.
Just be real, Kel.
Ireland, bro.
You're studying to be a sous chef. Be honest.
Can you tell me your social security number and your bank account number while you're at it?
I can get that easy. Don't worry about that.
All right, so
can you give that
the
to
author.
me? I need it for no reason.
Yeah. Look,
the author's
you
name
have
is
to understand.
Matt. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
So there's an interesting
I'll answer any
thing.
personal questions. Oh, sorry.
there's an interesting thing that because I have all of the things that I have as far as like, I own suppressors, I own fully automatic weapons, I own a bunch of
Tax
stuff.
stamps galore, yeah.
Yeah, I'm a stamp collector, so I'm on all the fucking list. Okay, like
all of them.
Know where
All
I
list?
am.
Every list.
That's
Yeah,
the only
I'm-
reason, guys. Apparently, okay.
I am
And
literally on
also why
all of
not
the
love my
lists.
schools.
And so there's nothing you can do. Like, what are you going to do? You're going to threaten me with the feds? They know where I'm at 24/7. They know. I mean, I'm on all the lists. So
The
don't
Epstein
worry
list,
about it.
like Ethan, that one too.
And to the NSA agents that are listening to this, I'll be back. I'll be inside in like an hour. Just don't worry about it.
Don't shoot at the door frame. It may or may not be filled with tannerite.
Totally not. Definitely
Don't
not.
shoot my dog.
Watch out for the booby traps coming down the driveway too.
But honestly, like, because going back to the cultural thing, though, I think the biggest issue between the left and the right is manual competency. The similarity I've seen between most of the people on the left, especially ones online arguing, is most of them are largely incompetent, like the manually incompetent. They couldn't like they struggle to build IKEA furniture. You know what I mean? And this book by Matthew, the author's name is Matthew B. Crawford. And here's the quote, right? The satisfactions of manifesting oneself concretely in the world through manual competence have been known to make a man quiet and easy. They seem to relieve him of the felt need to offer chattering interpretations of himself to vindicate his worth. He can simply point. The building stands, the car now runs, the lights are on. Right? And that's honestly the main difference you'll find, especially in men, between like left-wing men and right-wing men. The 20-something to 30-something-year-old lefty atheoids or like turbo like trans right spurgs, they're constantly offering chattering interpretations of who they are and who their friends are and what all of this is, because I genuinely believe it's because they're lacking in that manual competency. They have nothing they can point to in the world to show their worth. So they compensate through these chattering interpretations.
Yeah, they overcompensate by yapping, by using Japanese.
Women
That's
prattle.
you. You're projecting.
Oh my goodness sakes! I need another cup of coffee.
There you go. Get another cup of coffee. That's a secret.
Yeah.
So I got to be honest.
Imagine saying the word Japanese to Teddy Roosevelt, and what would happen to you? That would be amazing.
I wonder if you would.
Oh, it's just Japanese, bro. I've never heard worse fucking cope.
What if Teddy
Just bring an argument, sweetheart. You don't have to just fucking throw little silly ad homs out all the time. Just bring an argument if you have something to say. Otherwise, maybe
We're here to chill, not argue. I didn't come with
just
arguments.
sit there
so I
and
can
burp at the
let-
camera and do whatever the fuck your little shtick is.
Thank you. I will.
You're welcome.
Cam up, bro.
I'm mysterious. I'm the mysterious mystery.
Yeah.
You can ask people who've seen me, though. I'm handsome.
I'm sure, bro.
Vouch for me, Chad. You know.
I gotta say, Gibbs, this may be your best DEI hire ever.
You know, I really enjoy my DEI hires. You know, and then we slowly convert them to conservatism over time, and it works. It works.
Dude,
really
tell
well.
me why fucking Motorsports was saying the same thing. He's like, you know what? We just need to have like one conversation. I'm gonna fix you. I can change your views, bro.
No, I don't care.
I mean,
I don't care if your views change.
I care. I'm getting one. Listen, man, you keep paying higher taxes. I'm going to get a one voter at a time. We're going to convert these capitalist lefties and turn them into conservatives. We're just going to baby steps. That's
For sure.
Yeah. It's like make it a cult. We're gonna make the cult of Gibbs. All right, that's what we're gonna do.
Brother, you're working against every mainstream media outlet, television, streamer who's funded by like major fucking NGOs, democratic NGOs. Like you're dealing with people who process information through a consensus filter, not a truth filter. There's no changing them one person at a time because they don't care about your. Like that used to be my toxic trait is I thought if I bring the right arguments and like facts and logic that I could change people's mind. That doesn't work, dude.
See, there's one thing that's different.
Not with
between me and
lefties.
the situation. I'll tell you what it is that, see, I'm the son in the modern day avatar of Dionysus, the Greek god of chaos and wine pits and madness, basically. And so basically,
And
what that
wine.
means, I'm just built differently than you, and I'm going to give them the old bamboozle, rigmarole, rigamaroo, and then we're going to teach them, hey, you don't like paying all these taxes, this shit's not working, just come on to Papa Gibbs, and we'll be conservatives, life will be better for all of us.
All right, a couple of things. Kel, say something in the chat so that the mods can get your link and link your channel and promote you while you're on the show.
Thank you.
We do it for everyone. You're not special.
I know. I say thank you to everyone. It's a formality. Puerco.
What the hell does that mean?
I'm telling my girlfriend about this, bro.
Wait, you have a girlfriend? Oh no.
Oh, she made that shit up. She trolled hard earlier with that.
Yeah, didn't you know all girls are bi? You just got to figure out
That's
which
true.
one they are.
like-
Bisexual, bipolar, just a
yeah.
both.
We're all of
probably.
the above, baby. Let's
Hey,
go.
the best ones are all of the above, right?
Amen. Reach on.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
it's like
pierce
a
their
golf ball
noses like
through a
Gibbs's
garden hose
battle.
too.
Yeah, I think you're confusing the word best with most fun short term.
Nah.
Would your wife
Nah.
appreciate
If they don't want to run you over 52 times in the car, is it really love? Like, I'm just saying.
So true.
Gibbs, you got some ideas, man. You got some ideas.
I'm not saying they're all good ones, but I got plenty of ideas.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm not sure they're good ideas, but that's so interesting. Yeah, I mean, I could see Kel becoming a switching and becoming a staunch conservative voice in our.
I thought you were gonna say a man. I was like, no.
And she doesn't have the bone structure, so
She's tall enough. She's already taller than most of these soy lefties, so you know.
So true.
How does it feel having to deal with the soy lefties? Do you feel like more of a man than they are when they order their half calf double soy latte?
Do you, Cal? Anybody specific you feel more like a man than?
Oh, you're talking to me? I thought I was the soy lefty here. Sorry.
Yeah.
Didn't process. How does it feel? Bro. I'll answer your questions when you pay me my prize money, okay? From my debate.
Oh yeah, you have to send me
I'm
some
kidding,
way
I'm
to
kidding.
get. You have to send some way to get that. Also, it takes a couple of days for YouTube to populate that.
No, it was supposed to be funny. No one laughed. Sorry, I'm not pressed.
We're all very serious people here, Cal. Very
I'm
serious
on the
people.
defense. I'm on the defense.
You're
Okay,
just
listen,
proving
I've
the
been taking it all
point that
night
women
like
are
a
not
champ.
funny. Say something about your vagina. That'll be funny. No, don't do that.
damn,
I'm kidding. I'm
Whoa.
Every leftist, every woman fucking comedian always wants to talk about their crotch. I don't know why.
I
When did I
agree
learn to
and
be a
understand. I agree and I understand. However, let's not get her talking about her vagina. Nobody wants to know. Just leave it alone.
Yeah. What is wrong with it? I thought conservatives were supposed to be the prim and proper.
Yeah,
you know.
you guys wish I
Oh,
was
they're
supposed to
prudes.
be.
It's just not. Let's not go there.
Look, and if anybody's gonna be the DJ in here, it's gonna be me. goddammit! Like,
Wow,
I'm
that's
just
Well,
saying.
yeah, I mean, you are.
Women are sexualized in streaming. The biggest fear that anyone has is being turned into AI porn. It's the worst thing that
I
could
hope they
happen.
turn me into AI porn. I'm gonna be like, perhaps in my glory, I'm all
We need
this
to make
bad.
legislation about this right now. I'm just kidding, but it always does come back to that on the women's panel. Gibbs, just saying.
Oh yeah, that is interesting. I have hosted I don't know, about 4 or 5 women's panels now, and 3 of them, the AI becoming AI porn has been a big concern they brought up. I didn't is this something I've never thought about this as a man. Has this ever crossed y'all's mind becoming AI porn?
Nah, I don't really give a shit. If somebody wants to
Well,
whack off to me, then they can do it in the
exactly.
privacy of their own home. Just as long as you don't publicize it, I'm fine.
Exactly what I argued on that panel that night. I was like, bro, if someone made a really convincing Photoshop of you 10 years ago, would we change legislation to prosecute them, or would we just be like, you're weird? That's fucked up. That's not me.
That is weird. Yeah.
Yeah, very simple.
See,
But
we
not
can have
like-
reasonable positions. We start there, and then we chip away at the leftism.
Well, what was it? Trump actually produced that executive order saying that deep fake porn is against the fucking law, right?
Really? Damn,
Yeah.
look, see, the leftists can't even cry about it, because that's the #1 issue that we keep fighting about on the women's panel. So look, Trump solved the #1 issue plaguing women today. Society has been resolved. Isn't
There
that
you go.
amazing, guys?
We solved all the world's problems.
Okay.
Deport
Okay,
all
no.
illegal aliens, no deep fake porn, and stop the endless wars. I'll be happy.
Yeah, let's talk about Israel. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, we can.
Oh,
They're
I
attacking
saw.
Iran right now.
I actually saw white smoke coming up over Tel Aviv, so I'm pretty sure that means they've picked a new Jeffrey Epstein.
That's a double zinger right there. That's a shot at the Catholics and the Jews.
Thank you. I needed that joke explained to me.
You see, when they elect a new pope,
It's funnier when you explain
they
it.
show everybody by the white smoke. So the joke was the white smoke coming up over Tel Aviv means. Oh, you did actually get it.
I was
just being an irritating cunt for no reason. Okay.
Well, no, listen. I'm just saying. I thought it was a good joke, and then it got explained. And anytime they explain the joke,
You said you didn't understand it. That's
no,
why
you didn't. Oh, never mind.
I told you the fucking joke. dude.
Come hang for a chill stream,
it
you
was not
said.
you.
It'll be
Hold on.
fun,
Oh,
you
God.
said.
All right,
Yeah.
hold on. Let me just explain what happened. All right.
Nobody ever has fun when I'm
good,
around. That's
no, hold on.
you'll learn right away.
You made a good joke, and then somebody else started explaining it. I don't even know who. It wasn't your voice, and then I was like, "Well, I didn't need it explained to me."
Dude,
Yeah,
I think
me,
you just got transported to another dimension for 10 seconds. And
Listen,
then came
it
back.
might be true. I did make a lot of head in college. Sometimes the voices they speak to me, bro.
It's those latent acid deposits stuck in your fatty tissue.
Well, first of all, acid is not for capitalists.
Well,
Cocaine is.
can you read the super chat?
A
Oh, you
lot
want
of
me to?
gingers here now. Ginger wave.
Ginger wave.
Ginger wave.
This is what he
Get
means
it?
by ginger
No,
wave.
but
It says-
I've got
It's
some
like, yeah.
blonde in my beard, but I'm not a ginger.
Yeah, I'm not a ginger though. It's all right. It's good. It's fine.
Just take
I'm
it
not
in
either,
those
but no one
literal-
believes me.
the literal sense.
I'm not even sure what color that is. On
It's
top of my
not
head.
fucking red. It looks brown from this perspective, but the light's too low. It's actually blonde. It's dirty blonde. That's all it is. I showed a picture in the daylight, and nobody paid any damn attention. They all just want to believe their damn narratives that I'm a ginger, and it's bullshit. Y'all are full of shit. You're wrong. I'm not ginger.
That's a lot of protesting.
Very lefty
Yeah,
of you.
Hope Steve, mauled, etc.
Hmm.
Wild.
Next thing, it'll be a riot.
That's right.
So
We're not ginger. We're not
protest?
ginger.
Yeah, that's
Can we
unfortunate.
talk about how they replace every ginger character with black characters in comics and movies now? We got to talk about the ginger replacement in movies. Let's talk about that. This is a
Riverdale,
real
boom.
thing. Do you not know about this? It's actually really
No,
funny.
I didn't know
All
about
right,
this.
I'm gonna
I knew
send
that
you
they black people asked all the ginger people to a cookout, and I wasn't invited. So that's how I know I'm not ginger.
Oh, wow, that's unfortunate. Here you go. I'm gonna send you a thing where it shows a bunch of these red. I think you're gonna find it pretty funny. And if not, go fuck yourself. It's hilarious. There you go. Ginger's being replaced. Bam. There you have it. Now you can share the world. See the discrimination us gingers have to deal with. People tell us we have no souls. They're coming for our characters.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab a beer.
You're gonna grab a what?
A beer.
Some ketamine, bro. No, a beer.
You old enough to drink?
Please do.
Yes, you're definitely old enough to drink.
I don't know. She doesn't look it to me.
I don't want to be contributing to delinquency.
Oh, it's okay. You'll be all right.
Why do I not have confidence in you saying that? Oh, it's okay. Is actually okay.
Hey, listen. I've gotten this far, right? You know. Well, what's the worst that can happen?
Prison.
Nah. It'll be all right. Look at this.
That's a lot of gingers.
Being replaced. You see this? This is real racism, folks. They're coming for us, gingers, bro. They're taking us out.
That's what it is. Ginger replacement theory, everybody.
I'm telling you. Now y'all know.
Where's the leprechaun when you need him?
But if you look, they actually have a bigger list. They have like lists that are like 6 pages long of this shit. I'm like, this is crazy.
Huh.
Yeah. Went on a rabbit hole one day. It was pretty entertaining.
The fact that somebody took the time to figure that shit out is kind of annoying.
Well, I blame the lefties. Really, it's their fault. They DEI'd us gingers out of our jobs.
Beady-eyed?
DDI.
That's it's oddly specific
DEI
description.
DEI.
Oh, okay. I thought you said beady eye.
Oh, yeah, that would have been sus.
What?
Come on. What's going on here, bro?
Yeah, that's what we need, Mr. Goods. We got to get some tiki torches and go marching down in Hollywood saying, you will not replace us. You will not replace us.
No, you say this. So I was telling my homegirl Destiny in the background over there. We were talking earlier. I was like, it's crazy because I'm Latino, right? But I'm güero. So like, I'm not white enough for the white people, and I'm not brown enough for the brown people, right? So like, they all just hate me. I'm like kind of screwed here. So I ain't getting no tiki torches because they're gonna round me up too. I'm not trying to get around by nobody.
Are you sure that's why they hate you?
I was gonna say, if you don't tell anybody, you could probably come across as an Irish American for sure.
Sorry, man.
You're right. That's absolutely the correct reason.
I don't try; it just comes natural.
No. You're actually right, though. It was his assessment. He read me immediately and was correct.
Oh, shit, fire.
Never mind. I suck. Right. I haven't had cheer chat on this entire time.
You haven't had...
I noticed that.
Why didn't you say anything?
Well, I was really enjoying the silence.
Sorry. Okay. Huck. So... Whoa, what the fuck is this?
Earn a freckle for every soul they steal.
This is what in the 2012 Facebook boomer meme did I end up in?
That could be your big sister right there.
I love how this was saved on someone's computer. Like whoever saved this, like saved the image. They're like, this is hilarious. I'm gonna come back to this. It was you.
You had her in the first half, Grid. She might have got you the second half on that one.
Okay, I still have not gotten my beer.
Are you serious? What the fuck have you been doing for the past 5 minutes?
This is that baby that bullshit women be on, bro. This is the shit that right here that drives me insane. They'll be like getting ready for 2 hours. I'm like, nah.
I'm already getting sober.
Okay, that's debatable.
Oh shit.
Okay. All right.
Morning. Wow. Wild.
Yeah. Anyway.
You've lost control, Grid. What's happening? Round up the troops.
So, Mr. E, what? So you guys are doing the Rumble thing. How's that working out? Have you guys actually done the first show yet, or?
Yeah, we've done 4 shows. Our first week is done. We had Dave Smith on as a special guest on day 3. All 4 days, we were the most watched stream on Rumble while we were live by the 20-minute point. It's only an hour-long show. So it's fucking killing it, dude. It's going very, very well. I think we peaked at 14,700 concurrent viewers on day 1, and like 13,900 on day 2. Day 3 with Dave Smith. So we had like 15,500 was peak. But the good part about day 3, which is showing because we'd ended day 1 with about 10,000, about 11,000 on day 2, and we ended with like 13,800 on day 3. So like people came in, the numbers went up, and they just stayed. Yeah,
that's fucking awesome.
And then day 4, I think, was a little lower on Thursday. I think we peaked around like 12,500 and ended around 10. So it's going really well. Check it out, by the way. Yeah, just go to the Crucible on Rumble and check it out. It's public. It's monetized, so you will have ads if you don't have a membership. But yeah, you can watch it there for free on the Crucible's Rumble channel. And it's actually been really nice because we used to get like 200-300 viewers on Rumble because we actually have them not private but non-monetized when we do the Crucible streams, right? Because we effectively use that to stream to Rumble Cloud to use for the back end like video hosting on our website, right? And if we monetize them on Rumble, they'll be monetized on the website after. So that's why we don't do it, and we just delete them after off of Rumble.
Right.
But we used to get like 200-300 viewers there, and now we're getting like 1,000 viewers on Rumble, 1,050 like consistently the last couple streams. Even on the ones that, because when it's not monetized, Rumble won't throw it up on the list. So if you have 1,500 live viewers and you click the Rumble Live tab, the video won't show up. So it's just subscribers coming over and watching on Rumble on the non-Rumble exclusive shows. But yeah, the new Rumble exclusive show is really good. It's a nice, fun little mix, a nice little break from all the serious news all day on Rumble, right?
For sure.
So what?
I find that's really important, is having the breaks from the serious all the time. Like sometimes that's like clutch.
Yep. Well, we come on.
All I remember about Dave Smith is he. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. No, fine. Go ahead.
I was going to say that the only thing I really remember about Dave Smith is that he got really pissed and like didn't want to answer my question when he was on Andrew debated him.
Are you okay?
Does your
yeah,
butt
no,
hurt?
I remember that.
Yeah, I got a tissue for you.
It was hilarious. I asked him like a simple question. He's like, "This dude," and I was just, he got like way butthurt about it. I don't know why. It's a simple question.
Dave Smith is a propagandist. I don't know. He tries to be the face of the Libertarian Party, but you talk to most libertarians and ANCAPs, they're like, Dave Smith's a fucking idiot. We don't like that.
Isn't it like an oxymoron? Maybe that's not the right word choice, but the leader of the Libertarian Party, like a contradiction. Yeah, like in the whole point of libertarianism, there is no leaders. It's ultimate max individual liberty, right? Like, feels like a little bit of a contradiction.
I think Dave Smith makes some good points, but he just, Andrew wiped the floor with him in that debate, which honestly I don't think that Dave Smith knew it was a debate.
I wish the second video, the second meeting they had, was the one that was left up on the that was TOS friendly enough to have been left on the Crucible channel on the live side, because it was a much better conversation, and they both come like. Because it shows him as so like combative in the first one. Because Andrew was coming for a debate, and you're right. Like I don't think Dave was. Well, he thought like, oh yeah, maybe it's a debate. We're gonna have a discussion and stuff. I don't think he was ready to have like a
it really
knockdown,
like
drag out debate.
Like he was.
And I'll read this one. Like the fucking video and subscribe, please, or else.
Or else, chat. Mystery's gonna come to your house with a baseball bat.
Yeah. You're gonna have a piercing that's like Gibbs's cattle, bro, straight through the middle of your nose, and you're gonna have bangs that are too short. And you're gonna be gay.
We're gonna call them Vimby bangs. On that note, if y'all don't mind, I have an alternate. I have another thing I have to go do that was previously planned. So, Grid, thank you so much for having me.
No worries, man.
You mind if I shout myself out real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Hey, yeah, find me at Admiral Gibbs everywhere on Twitch. I just started the YouTube, so check out that show as well. Grid, here's the best. Kel sucks. Everybody else, I love y'all. Nice to meet you, G, and Clover and EOD. Good to see y'all again. Thank you, Greg.
See you, Gibbs.
Big haters in chat. I bet you can fix me.
Give them all your money, guys. Do it now. I'm sorry.
Chat. Keck.
Wow. That was a lot of background noise.
Music Man says that he can fix her.
I bet you could.
Naomi Kell is a leftist who came on the show the other night to help out.
A leftist. I'm not a leftist. I was defending the left position. I'm a fucking.
That makes you a leftist.
A California
there's no such
centrist,
thing as that. That's a fantasy. You're a leftist.
So, so Kell is a former drama person, I guess. I'm not really sure.
Why are you like always trying to get into this? So funny.
I don't know how to introduce you.
Probably are a like by most people's that Grid knows standards, a lefty like feminist. Right? You're definitely a feminist.
Yeah.
No.
It's all relative, I guess. You know.
Yeah.
No.
Whose dog is that? Keep it.
So do you believe in the patriarchy?
He's being a pain in the ass right now.
The what?
Do you believe in the patriarchy?
Ever, bro. Come on, stop fighting for that.
You don't believe in the patriarchy?
Like whatever. Get it? Keck. I don't know what that means. Sorry, my mom dropped me when I was a kid.
Okay, that makes total sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. She also drank while I was in the womb, and this is why you should be pro-abortion, bro. Like, see, there's case studies.
What? Because people are pieces of shit. We should be pro-abortion. Have you lost your mind?
Yeah, bro. You could end up with a bunch of me's around.
Well, at least you're alive. That's better than a bunch of dead babies.
You guys get so serious. You're like, stop. Abortion is wrong.
Well,
why would anybody ever get serious about, killing babies? That's such a chill topic, right? Like, you know what? Fuck it. Let's kill more babies.
I think Wade Boggs is on to something here. Ladies and gentlemen, please just don't drink and do drugs when you're pregnant. This is the result.
Oh, men
What
out there,
you guys
make
would
sure.
rather have?
Wait, I owe you for that one. That was great. I appreciate that. Thank you very
And
much.
make sure your women take extra folic acid while they're pregnant.
Or extra testosterone. Get him bulky, bro. Get a woman you can climb, okay?
Okay, Kel, I got a present for you. Okay, you ready? I got it from
No.
Target. It's real nice. Look.
I
You gotta
rebuke
look.
it. No,
Look.
Target's built on child labor, bro.
There you go. This is from K2.
I'm not looking.
All right, I do have an actual like honest question for you though. So do you
cute.
think it's like fine to do like puberty blockers to give children like puberty blockers, say like 12-year-olds and stuff
Yes,
like that?
bro.
Like,
Let's put children on HRT. I think that's a great
no,
idea.
well,
I don't
I'm
think it will
asking
stunt
you.
their
I'm asking you. I'm
development,
trying to gauge how far left you are on the spectrum.
No, I don't think we should give fucking kids to HRT. Jesus
Oh,
Christ.
base.
All right.
No,
Cheer.
the awesome.
Yeah. That gets you
I'm
closer
like-
to that centric position that.
Unless
you're
it's
talking about.
online and their parents
That's a
don't
big
know
fantasy.
about it, and it's in like
Yeah.
shout out
Yeah,
couples.
let's boil some shopping bags, make some Troonshine.
Go. Hey, get to your bathtub, bro. Get some Yeah, we're gonna make some homemade HRT, bro.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
During a GoFundMe scam. If you guys know the Keffel story, you know.
Yes. Yeah. What a horrible, twisted boy.
Mhm.
See, that's where we draw the line. I'm still gonna respect Keffel's pronouns. I can call Keffels a pronoun.
And I refuse to lie.
Right. I mean, could you agree that it's harmful to someone who doesn't see that to be the truth of the world? That
I know as a
to be
woman,
forced to do
you
that?
like it when boys lie to you, tell you what you want to hear, but I'm not gonna do it. I'm just not. Sorry.
Heck, you're so edgy, bro.
That's not. How is that edgy? Being honest is edgy. I'm so punk rock, guys. I don't lie.
Oh yeah, I don't
I'm so
tell you what you wanna
fucking punk
hear.
rock.
I'm like, no, but your
Counterculture to the
girlfriend does.
extreme.
Okay, hold on. Let's be honest. Just be straight. No memeing or whatever.
I can't be straight, bro. It's not in my nature.
That's because you're
Okay,
gay, right?
Look, I tried to slip that one in under the radar, but never mind. Okay, let's be serious for a minute. Okay.
No.
as I'm laughing.
No. No. This is for Kekistan, dude.
Oh fuck! I'm laughing too. I lost my fucking point.
Oh my goodness.
I have a serious question.
Done.
You've been
say
asking
that
me a lot of
way too
fucking
much.
questions, okay?
I've asked one question.
No, you have not, bro. Listen, do you play Fortnite?
No.
No.
I try not to play video games much, just because I have like an addictive personality, and I will get sucked in and spend too much time. And
Well, not only that, but Fortnite's fucking gay. So
I ain't playing
Hey,
nothing
I-
for 2 weeks
you
straight.
know.
It ain't happening.
look,
I
I don't like judging other people for their hobbies. Like we all waste our time in different manners. If you want to play Fortnite or whatever, more power to you. Ideally, especially for young
Just
men,
started. Chill.
that,
for young men.
it would
Yes,
be
that's my
something.
demographic.
Your hobby should be something that's like building skills that you can use in real life,
That's
not video
true.
games. That's
Real life or also like chase your dreams, bro. Go play in a band. Do that shit.
yeah, sure. Manual again. That's manual competency. I would always support. I play guitar and bass and a little bit of drums. I'm not very
But
good
that's
at
not
drums
real life skills.
and like
Yeah,
piano.
I
I'm
play the
kidding.
piano and the drums too.
I've
It's fun.
performed on stage a couple of times in my life. Big
Cool.
gaps in between them.
Yeah.
I was in bands when I was a teenager and stuff, and then when I was winning the trades, I just didn't have time for it. And then after I got hurt and was out of the trades, one of the things I did as one of my side hustles first was start a little recording studio, and I got to
The trades.
open
It makes it sound
for a
like you're
couple of.
talking about your- Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, it's fine.
No, I'm so bad about that. Sorry. You got to open for.
Just a couple of artists that I was actually like fan, like underground hip hop guys and stuff like that. So
Hip hop, huh? So you're a rapper.
no, I was like, I don't know, producer and played stuff live and like those looping things where you produce stuff
Like a
live. Kind of, I don't know, like
Dude, when you say that you're fucking when you started like with the trades, it sounds like you're trying to recruit me to your 4X MLM.
why
The trades.
Four-
When I got with
4X.
the trades.
into the trades? Yeah, well, I don't know. That's kind of just the term. That's the way it's.
I know.
I don't know. That's just the way it's always been said. I just.
Yeah, I mean it's not any better or worse than you
It's
saying
not a fucking
keck
sales
constantly.
pitch.
Yeah.
None of this is scripted. I'm just talking to you. I don't have. I'm not a streamer. I don't perform. I'm just like a dude who like. I don't know.
I'm a dude playing a dude who's playing another dude.
Well, I'm not. I'm a dude who's not playing a dude. I'm just here being myself and having a conversation, and yeah.
Right.
Well, Kel, I got another question for you. I got another question
Oh,
for
yeah.
you. This is from Mr. Bill in my chat. He says, "I'm guessing she's okay with 16 plus HRT." He said, "Not to kids. Does a 16-year-old qualify as a kid in your mind?"
No.
No?
Qualify as a kid. Yes, dude. Yes. I don't think anyone fucking under 18 should be on puberty blockers.
Well,
and
I specifically
fair
asked her
enough.
about puberty blockers, and most of the
I
time that's
would.
going to be given to like kids before they hit puberty, right? The people that are really targeting that, and that's the
Right,
stuff
like
I have
7 to 8-year-olds.
a big problem with, right?
Sure,
Like I
me
think
too.
that should be
I think
illegal, right?
I think it is now, is it not? I don't know.
No.
I don't know. I don't know.
Where I live, it's
No,
illegal. Yeah.
Not my circus, not my monkeys, bro. Anyway.
You know what?
it's been
You
a
know what?
pleasure.
That's fine. And like, I genuinely respect that opinion. Like, I don't have kids. I don't care. It's not
Yeah.
my business. But you should kind of like not. You should have tried to avoid just like only thinking in like this moment or like the next 5 minutes. Like you do plan on. And I know
Having
like
kids at some point, yeah.
yeah. Well, being an adult, like getting old, right? You don't plan on dying in the next 5 years.
Well, yeah.
Knock on
So you
wood,
should-
bro.
You should, so you
Not
do
full
have some
flexibility.
skin in the game when it comes to the future of your society and culture, right?
Yes, bro. This is
And,
why I participate.
Good. Fucking so-
It's in California. I'm pretty sure it is legal for
Uh,
minors to fucking get HRT.
yeah, it depends. It's dependent on the state, right?
Right.
And crowd. Okay. Hello. But it's been nice to meet you guys. Thanks for having me again, Grid. Nice to meet you. Have a good one.
You're out?
Yeah, I'm probably gonna go chill in Gibbs's slosh, bro. I know. I have no fucking. It's not like I would want any other lefty that I can think of right now to like back me up right now. I'm like, it's an uphill battle, bro. Listen.
Well, I don't know. We're not even really arguing or debating anything. So.
Yeah, not really.
I know. I'm just kidding. I was just gonna go slosh. You guys seem less inclined to get.
What's slosh?
Get fucking trash drunk.
Okay, yeah. No, we can hang. Sorry, I felt like you guys felt like I was overstaying my presence, bro.
No, not at all.
No,
My
you're good.
it's interesting because that's my complaint with this other streamer named Nina, Neeina. We just don't get along, and we've debated a few times, and she's horrible at debate. And worse is she's drunk most of the time, and so there's nothing like trying to debate a drunk person.
It is,
Yeah.
Absolutely insane.
When Gibbs is, bro, when I have like a debate that night, I'm like, I have my notepad out. I'm like, we refrain from drinking the majority of our beers until after. I am Irish, okay? Listen. And 23.
Nice.
Okay, so.
Well, what's your favorite whiskey? Let's go there.
I don't drink hard, like, alcohol, like, at all.
None of it?
I pretty much only drink White Claws or Trulies, bro.
That's very feminine of you. I can respect that.
Yeah. I need to start drinking alcohol, because, 100 calories adds up quick, bro. Oh, I gotta let my dog in.
Oh.
Yeah. I have to congratulate this cat who has donated more memberships, which is awesome.
Yeah.
I really
And
feel
got a
like-
raid from Jake too.
Oh, we got a raid
Fuck
from
yes.
Jake Barr.
We on the up and up?
I missed
Woo! For the raid.
Lovely.
Thanks for the raid, Jake Barr. Why don't you jump up here and hang out for a minute?
Because he don't own an AR.
Probably.
He was still out of place.
Can I ask you
I
a
do.
question,
That's
Kel?
True.
I only have one
Sure.
though.
Sure,
Were you a middle
sweetheart.
child by chance?
I was not.
Okay. Just curious.
I was the youngest child.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. No, but on the whole, you plan to live for the next 5 years? Bro, yeah, I do. But I'm like, natural selection do be trying to take me out. Bro, I got hit by a car, like, in May. And I literally broke my neck, bro. And then a fucking dog attacked me. I was just, like, boasting about the fact that I hadn't broken a bone or had an accident in forever. And then I've been to the ER, like, 4 times this year. All with, like, semi-serious stuff. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, damn, don't jinx yourself, bro. If you have health,
How do you
don't
get
even
bitten
acknowledge
by? I mean,
How does that accidentally happen? Yeah.
yeah. What? Help me out here. What? How did the dog?
So,
What did you do to that poor dog?
Tina, come here. So I have like a 10-year-old Jack Russell for reference. He's this big, and he's super quiet, and he like minds his business. Okay. I'm at the bonfire for all of like 5 minutes. This girl has like a rescue pit bull, and I didn't even know it was a pit bull.
course.
I like showed up, bro. I just like okay. I'm sorry. What can I say? I'm so left. I don't even see breed. Okay. I didn't know it was a pit bull.
Let me guess,
Okay?
it was the dog's socioeconomic conditions that made him bite you, right?
Oh my God. They didn't have equal socioeconomic, but in the system. This is a dog that came from the system. So what can I say? Bro? I took the rabies like a champ.
Oh, he's been
So in other words, yes.
Dog is institutionalized.
She's saying yes.
It was a brand new rescue. She had the dog for like 3 weeks, and she's like,
He was fresh out. Yeah, he was fresh out.
yeah. I just tried to introduce our dogs, and then the second my dog got close to it, it like latched onto my fucking arm because I like separated them, and I was like, and I couldn't make it seem like a big deal because everyone was like, don't introduce them. So it was fucking my fault. But I don't do well with blood, so I was wearing like a long sleeve beige shirt, and I'm like, I tell my fucking friend, I'm like, can you just tell me my arm's fine? And that's just like spit, and it's all fucking bloody, and they're like, oh my God. And so I started freaking out. But I told the people at the ER that it was a mystery dog because I didn't want the dog to get put down.
Told him it was my dog? What the fuck?
No, a mystery dog, I said.
Yeah, I know. I was just being dumb.
He was being funny.
Oh.
No, that wasn't funny. See what it says in my name? Not funny.
Right over.
I make dad jokes.
R/whoosh.
R/whoosh.
I can stand.
Holy fuck, you really are 23, huh?
Some people lie about their age.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Some people lie about their age, bruh. Damn. Dude,
Hey,
everyone, I know.
Being honest is always better than lying.
So true. Dude, fucking, there was like this stupid AI video made of me by some Australian kid. It was so funny. Let me find it. No, it's not that funny, but no, he was like, said that I was 30. And so when I was like 21, everyone on the internet was like, this 30-year-old woman. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, this is so fucked up, dude. Damn. White people. Age poorly, bro.
Yeah, tell me
It's
about
like
it.
accelerating towards Crazy Cat Lady at breakneck speed.
I would never have fucking cats. And breakneck speed, get it? Because I broke my neck. Is that like a disability insult? Is it
Yes.
ableism?
Yes.
If you want it to be.
I really need to go to my Cairo appointments though.
I
get
don't
paid with
discriminate with my insults. If you need it to be that insult for you, then by all means accept that insult in that way.
Hey, like
You gotta have variety in
my
your insults.
it's like my journeyman always told me, if they're not making fun of you, then they don't like you.
It's true.
I would never have playful banter with somebody that I didn't like. Lighthearted ribbing, that's stuff you do with friends or people you're friendly with. If I didn't like you or these guys didn't like you, they'd be a lot more aggressive and you'd be like, what the fuck is wrong with these guys? Fucking jerks.
True. Some people can't take it though.
Some people really can't fucking tell me about it. Some people really cannot take it.
So we have a little bit of rain going on here in the southeast where I'm at in Tennessee, and they actually canceled the big Bonnaroo Music Festival because of weather. How stupid is that?
It's like when we were young fest all over again, bro. It's fucked up. It's fucked up.
Sorry, what was that?
It's like when we were young fest all over again. Like you can't plan ahead for some fucking weather? Like Jesus Christ.
Well, I mean, in fairness, they did plan it, I think, last year, but you can't like just dress properly for the weather. You can't bring like, the proper gear. Yeah.
Why? Because it's a bunch of pussies going that can't handle some rain? What?
True. I mean, it's just a bunch of, it's together in one spot in the south.
Word.
Your mic
So
went
progressive.
fucky for a second there for me.
Mine did? It's because
Yeah.
I moved my head away from the mic. So,
Okay.
yeah. You'd think by now I'd be a professional, but
It'd be like that.
It's funny because it happened again right as you said that. It's fucking brilliant timing. Fucking brilliant timing.
yeah. Brilliant. That's me. Brilliant.
All right. So as you can
Some
see,
might
this
say.
is why I'm the
First thing I think.
producer guy and not the host guy, because I am not entertaining. Yeah.
More debate. I love how
I
Gibson
need
Harris
something
still
to I need
shines.
something to feed off of. Somebody give me something to.
I
something
don't
to
call
chew on.
myself a professional anything anymore. I'm retired. I'm
Mm-mm.
a retired person.
I'm
I
retired.
don't have an
too,
AR.
but I
I
haven't started.
don't have an AARP card though. I need one.
Here,
Just an
Kel,
AK in the background.
I'll drink with you. I always feel like an alcoholic when I drink alone.
Do you have a 45 AARP by any chance?
No, I don't. I'm just not cool yet.
Here's a topic.
Mm.
I'm probably going to buy a 1973 Pontiac Ventura.
Oh, that sounds fucking awesome.
It's basically like a Nova from the A-pillar back.
Are you
And
in Canada land?
yeah, and it's a rare to find too, because while it does have some rust in the typical areas, like around, it's the hatchback too, right?
It's
around
Canadian.
the back window of the hatch and around the tail lights, everything that where it is like really relatively easy to fix, and the rockers are perfect, and it has a basically like a just broken in like 327 with Edelbrock carbon intake and Hedman headers. But in order to get it to pass like an OPI, like out of province inspection, I'll have to build an exhaust for it and basically seal up a couple of little things on the front quarters where exhaust could get in. And I'll
Or just
want
find
to
a good
seal it
fake
up.
smog guy.
So no, we don't have smog restrictions where I live. There's no smog tests.
Must be nice.
I only need the exhaust because you can't run open headers. You can't pass an inspection with open headers. But I'm just going to run like some glass packs and then a 45 and then kick it out in front of the rear tires. It's grimy
awesome.
too. It's gritty and like rough around the edges like me. It's all the paints like it's black on black, but it's like
Whoa, black on black.
everything's- It's not like perfect.
Are you qualified to talk about that?
Yes. Yeah. I had no dad. I play bass, and I smoked a lot of weed when I was younger. So yeah, I think I'm qualified to talk about that.
Yeah, that actually, I think that touches all the bases. Yeah. So. Are you a car person?
I also ran a hip hop studio for a year, recording studio.
There you go. That helps too.
Oh. Yeah. Oh, I'm also a doctor, as Wade Bogg reminds me. Double doctorate, actually.
Oh yeah.
Yes, in theoretical racism and applied misogyny.
Wallace.
I like that. Hell yes. Okay, gentlemen, I'm gonna go get belligerently drunk, and this is probably not the appropriate space. I'm probably gonna misspeak and be the libtard even more than I am already. But it's been a pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Are you
Come
hiding
join
the
me.
sun from your eyes, or what are you doing there?
Yeah.
I'm saluting you. Thank
Oh, is
you
that
for
what
your
that is?
service.
No, it's
For
it's
having
like
me.
this.
She's
It's
hitting
like
her.
this.
She's hitting her marks.
Show the back of your
for her
hand.
character, for her autistic e-girl character.
And your thumb runs alongside your fist like this.
America.
That's okay. You know what? You're a civilian. You don't have to know how to do it.
All right, thank you. I'm sorry,
All right,
but I
have a
hang
good
up
night.
now.
Good night,
Bye,
Kel.
Bye.
See you
Bye,
later.
thanks for having me.
Later. Gravy.
Silence filled the room.
Indignant.
Hear that? Do you hear that? Do you hear that? Do you hear it?
Yes. It is
Do you
nice.
hear it? Oh.
Yeah. So, Mr. E, what are you doing with the with your car? Is that just like a project, or you?
Something I can boot it around this summer, right? Yeah. With very minimal work, and then just like patch some stuff so the water doesn't get in the hatch, and then in about like 3 to 5 years, my boy is going to be old enough that he can start like working on it with me, and we'll do stuff like, oh, let's put disc brakes on it. Oh, let's cut some of this fiberglass patchwork and panel bond that I've used to seal it, and let's like actually like do some custom metal fabrication, like replace the piece, do some weld patching and like grinding and then painting. You know what I mean? Like maybe let's rebuild the suspension. Let's like as he gets older, I want to do more and more projects and then just give it to him one day, right?
That'd
Just
be
the
really
idea
awesome.
of I want like an all mechanical car, like everything, distributor, oil pump, like everything on it is mechanical. The only thing the battery powers is the lights and the radio and the starter. right?
Well, that's good thinking. I mean, there was that one guy who was a reporter who had some dirt on Hillary Clinton or something, and then like somebody hacked his car, and like the accelerator got stuck down, and he died in a car wreck.
I have a I have a bunch of project cars, but my son is less enthusiastic about the cars. But I have a old motorcycle. It's I forget what year it is, but it's a CB 350 4K, which is it's a 350cc 4-cylinder bike, and my kid loves it, and
Yeah,
it's
that's a
all
big
ready to
engine
put
for a
back
bike.
together. The tank's been painted. There's all of the like hard stuff for a kid to do is done. But he's got to put the carbs on. He's got to hook the linkages up and do some other stuff, and it's all there, ready to be put back together. And I told him that if he put that one together and helped put together the CB 550 4K that I have as well, that I would let him pretty much permanently use the 350 while he's in school and or whatever. And the the only question is whether or not my wife is going to go along with that, which obviously she kind of has to, but still. So
Yeah. Achilles says if you can't take care of the vehicle, then you can't drive it. There you go.
yeah. Well, and like
Yeah. That's actually a good rule, to be honest. You should know.
Yeah, well, and so like, he just turned 15 this week, and so he gets his learner's permit, and which is fine. But my wife's like, which car is he going to drive? And I'm like, well,
Yours.
I have a mini. I have a Mini Cooper that needs I put together last year, and I knew that the clutch in it was like kind of on the probably not enough side, and sure enough, the car makes some power, and it burned the clutch out. Well, it didn't burn the clutch up, but it wore the clutch out really fast, and so it needs a clutch. And I told my son, I'm like, hey, when you get back from Philmont with the Scouts, let's take a couple of days, and we'll put the clutch in the Mini, and then you can start driving it around and learn how to drive an actual manual transmission car, and do all of the things that a kid should be able to do. And he's like, yeah, absolutely, 100% can do it. So I really think it's good for kids to do that.
Yep.
For sure, man. Learning to drive a stick is such a rare skill these days too. Just about every car you come across is gonna have an automatic. So being able to know how to start it in first, not sitting on a hill, is probably one of the hardest things I ever learned how to do in driving a car. But,
Like you say learning a stick, hell, changing a flat. What are you talking about? Like jump starting something. Like literally, like no clue.
I have literally pulled over to help somebody out with a flat, and it was like a dude sitting in the car, and I'm like, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, so I instead of doing it for him, I just like walked him through it. I'm like, "Hey, open your trunk. All right, pop that thing. See that? That's a jack. Okay, take that out." I'm like walking up through how to do it. I'm not gonna fucking do it.
Yeah.
Can I pay you to do it?
Nowadays,
no, motherfucker, you can't pay me to do it. Get the fuck out of your car.
Yeah.
Like
change your
nowadays with the I mean, other than putting gas in the fucking thing, right? Like
people don't know. Yeah,
that's the extent of it.
Well, did you see this car that was created or designed entirely by women? It was a Volkswagen. I'm not joking. This is a real thing. It was like 08, 09. A Volkswagen let a team of exclusively women design a car. And their thought was, the only reason I ever have to open the hood is to put windshield washer fluid in it. So why don't we make that on the outside of the car? So there's like a fucking thing that opens on the side of the car or whatever, hidden in one of the panels to put washer fluid in. The hood does not open. Okay, the hood of this car does not open, and it's designed to have oil that you only need to change like every 60,000 kilometers or some shit.
Wow.
It is. Look it up. It's the most stupid thing I've ever fucking seen. Wow. I could not believe it was real.
Good lord. Yeah, I wouldn't consider myself a mechanic, but I can change the oil. I can do brake discs. I can do brake pads. brake shoes on the fucking drum brakes. Those are a pain in the ass, but I know how to do that.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably not the extent of it. But changing out a sensor here or there, you know.
I've gone as far as like pulling engines and stuff in and out of cars. I've never really got into like rebuilding an engine, other than like what I would consider like the Lego stuff, like the intake, the headers. You know what I mean? The carb or whatever.
Never like a complete rebuild.
No, I've never done any bottom end work on a car really.
Yeah.
I've always, because if I don't know any project I've ever had that needed bottom end work, I would usually be buying a new like a block for it, right? Or pulling some 350 out of like a junkyard car or whatever.
Especially back in the day, or a crate, like just get a crate motor, right? Back in the day, it was cheap enough. I mean, it was just I've done a few just because it's back in the day, what Summit, Jegs, that those types of things, you could order the kits. Pull everything out, strip everything down, new rings, the whole nine. Just to do it, just because it's
it's a hell of a project.
Different level of doing it, right? I had you're talking about pulling engines. It was a storm that rolled through a few days ago, maybe a week ago or so, and a limb came down on a big tree here, and it broke my heart because that tree, there's no telling how many engines that tree limb has helped pull with the chain hoist. and the storm took it out. Like, fuck, my engine pulling limb, man.
I don't know, the car stuff always came really easy to me, but
machines are simple, women are not, right?
Anything mechanical. I mean, I don't understand people that don't have that mind. Like, I don't get it. Like, I was having a conversation with a friend of mine the other day, and he was talking about his washing machine or dryer one, like, was on the fritz. And he's like, I called, we got the warranty, which is such a fucking ripoff. And I called the repairman, and like 2 months later, and 6 trips, and it still wasn't fixed. And, so like I go over there, it's making this clunking noise, right? And I go over there and literally get the cover off of it, and it's got this plastic housing that's around the and don't get me wrong, like, I'm not the guy that knows all the names of the parts and shit, but I can look at something and go, okay, this isn't working. This part does this and goes into this, which does that, so it's got to be this part, right? So, anyway, we take the side panel off, and there's this broke plastic fucking cover that, best I can tell, serves no fucking purpose.
Oh, yeah. It's like a rain cover or something.
2 screws, take the fucking cover off, and guess what? The clunking noise stops. And it's like 2 months he spent dicking around with some kind of warranty repair guy or something on it.
I had something like that with my Dakota. I used to have a lifted up Dakota, and I heard this rattling noise coming from underneath the truck somehow. And so at the time I was in the Air Force, we had this thing called a hobby shop on most military installations, where it's essentially a garage where you can go in and work on your car yourself, like a professional garage with lifts and everything. So I put it up on the lift, I get under the car, and I get under the truck, and I'm looking at it, and it's this heat shield is rusted out and corroded, and it's rattling up against my my exhaust pipe. So I took a metal grinder and cut it the fuck off, threw it away. Boom, problem solved. Didn't cost me a dime. So.
Yeah. Yep.
I don't know. I've done a bunch of. I mean, obviously, I've built a lot of cars, but I don't understand people that can't figure out simple mechanical things like.
Right.
Well, honestly, anything.
Well, I mean, there's a difference. Here's the thing, right? There's a difference between I'm highly educated and trained, and I went to trade school, and I could do this for a living, and I can do it good enough to get myself out of a pinch, right? You should at least have the knowledge to be able to get yourself out of a fucking pinch.
So I had never had an auto shop class. I never took a welding class. I
suck so bad at welding.
It's hard.
I did everything I did. Either I read about it, and I would actually read the tech manuals and understand them, and I could go do it, or I had some innate ability to be able to do it, and I mean, there's a number of things, but it's really interesting because I did, obviously I owned shops. I worked at the highest level of motorsports. I worked for, I mean, I worked when I was with Speedworks. We won the 24 Hours of Daytona,
Fucking A.
and
Fucking
all the cool shit. Like
that's one of my favorite races. That's really cool.
but I never had a shop class. I never took shop. I never took a welding class. I never did any of that stuff. It was all basically I would find the best, the best people, right? And I would go learn from those people. And if that meant I had to sleep in and I talked about this the other night, if that meant that I had to sleep in a storeroom in the shop, to be able to do that, that's what I did. I mean,
well, for thousands of years, that's the way it was done, right? Apprenticeships.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing because I think that the idea of a guild system, somebody wanted to debate me versus unions the other day, and part of my prep for that was because I don't think they actually want to debate union, but or unions versus whatever. But part of my prep was that the unions kind of evolved out of the idea of the guild system, and the guild system is not is very different. I think that should be a more common thing as a guild system.
Yeah.
Better way to pass down the trades. But hey, it's 12:30 here. I think I'm gonna crash out. I'll get up early tomorrow. I got a bunch of stuff to do.
Yeah,
it's good to see you, Mystery.
To go.
Yeah, it was nice to meet you. Good to see you again, Clover Attack. Good to see you as always, Grid One.
Yep.
And thank you guys all in chat there for
Sarah,
showing up, showing out. Yeah, I don't have to do a sign off. So haha, fuck you,
man. I haven't talked to you.
Good, man.
It's actually really good to see you, Mystery. I haven't actually talked to you in it has been a while because you've been busy. I've been busy, and I don't like to bother people when they're busy.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I wish more people were like you because a lot of people like to bother me every single day. And it's the funny thing is half of them are stuff that's like I've already answered in the community or the answer that it's like, did you check the description of the fucking video, dude? The thing you're looking for, no,
Yeah.
You fucking idiot! I swear. Rob wants some samples of you getting all fucking ornery with the chat, man. That would be hilarious.
How do I get into the server? Did you try reading the fucking only channel you can see? Did you notice the part at the top where it says "Don't DM me"?
I've never understood why people bother people just fucking randomly. I've never understood it. Me personally, I go out of my way to not bother people. I actually told Andrew that I would call him 4 weeks ago, and I have not. I've not called him because he's busy, and I don't want to interrupt him, and I don't know what his schedule is. For all I know, I'm going to call him. He's in the middle of something really important, and he feels obligated to take a call from me.
No, don't worry. He's a dink like me. He'll fucking just he'll just end call and then text you be like busy. Do you know what I mean? Sometimes not, depending on how busy I am, might not even get that text. He'll just end the call.
Yeah, well, and that's cool too. But I'm just one of those people. I'm like, I know I'm busy, and it annoys the fuck out of me to get just random ass phone calls.
So Andrew's odd. He'll want to communicate in different areas, right? So I tend to leave my notifications on Discord or in Telegram, where we send files that are too big for other places, right? And that's why it's so bad, annoying on the Discord, and especially those people, the ones where it's 2 words enter, 1 word enter, 3 words enter, 2 words enter. So it's bing, bing, bing.
Shut
bing,
the fuck up.
Bing.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, I hate that, man.
I would respond to your message, but I can't read it because I put my fucking fist through my monitor.
What's worse than that is the people who have their notifications on while they're streaming, and you can hear it going ding, ding. And I'm like, the other night I was on somebody's stream, and somebody's their Discord was live, and it was just ding, ding, ding. And I'm like, who the fuck is that? Because I keep thinking it's me, right? And I'm like, what the hell is going on? And
pull up that Viking paradigm comment.
Yeah, okay.
Pull it up.
Where'd he go?
Sorry, tell him what to do. It's like, do it now.
It's the same thing with Andrew, except I'm not going to tell you to go fuck yourself just
They
yet.
default to wanting others to do things for them, and we don't understand because we do things for ourselves.
Yeah.
Yes, Viking, that is exactly why. And you know what? Partly my fault, because I've always been one of those guys that's like, kind of like, there's a bunch of people like they just share all the secrets, and it's like, well, why do you share like all this gold, all this like trade secrets, all the knowledge? Same thing when I was a journeyman and training apprentices. Just tell them all of my tricks instead of like my journeyman who'd hide it from me for job security, right? I just share all the tricks, and you know the reason why? Because 80% of them, or 80% of them, aren't going to do a fucking thing with it anyway.
It's true.
They're just not.
That's actually a
You
really
could publish your fucking secret recipe for success. 80% of people will read it, not do a fucking thing with the information.
That's a really good point. Like I notice a lot of times, you know, people want to do things and they tell me, I want to do this, I want to do that. I'm like, okay, well, here's what I have, do X, Y, and Z, and just get back to me with, you know, D, E, and F, and nothing comes back. And I'm like, I'm not going to chase you down. You know, if you want it, you want it. If you don't, you don't. But yeah, there are people that work and there are people that don't work.
That's kind of how it goes.
It's true. It's very true.
You can lead the horse to water, right? But you can't force him to drink.
Yeah. All right. Well, with that, I'm gonna peace out because I gotta get to bed.
See you, Mr. E.
Good chat with you. Nice to see you, Tomato, even as brief as it was.
Bye, Mr. E. I'm sure I've bugged you enough to. See ya.
Bye, chat. Have a beautiful time.
Yeah. Sarah, you missed the vapid leftist young lady that we had up here.
Ooh, who was it?
Her name is Kinetic Kel.
Kel, something like that, yeah.
That doesn't sound familiar. Where's she from?
She's from the Gibbsverse.
Well, California. That's where she lives.
Yeah, California. Yes, that is correct.
That was so good. I want that. I want to make a T-shirt.
Well, I said that to her in like live, and I was like, I asked her where in California she lived. So,
and like everything else, she never answered.
She did not answer. This is true.
No.
Well, she did answer when we pressed her on HRT for kids. That was good. At least she
did. Yeah. Credit on that. She did follow through.
Very much more of a keck memer than somebody who's actually willing to have a serious conversation, which is fun.
Yeah. So the other night I had her on the show and she was okay, but you know, it wasn't it wasn't bad. And so I asked, and Gibbs told me that she's a former like drama streamer who got caught up in the drama and ended up being a lolcow, and then realized how bad people stab each other in the back. And I was like, yeah, that makes total sense. So
that's what drama is.
But the drama part of it is she still got so much of that like drama technique, or you know, that methodology left in, and so it's almost annoying sometimes how bad she is. So
yeah, it makes you wonder with her not answering questions and not really engaging in meaningful conversation. Like, is any type of an audience ever going to attach to her? You know what I'm saying?
Well, I think that it's. I mean, I don't, and you know, of course, I haven't watched any of her actual content, but I mean, I think that, you know, she'll come around. I think it can take a while, especially when you've been kind of in that lolcow kind of role. Doing all the drama bullshit. You know, but it's not going to help her out if she can't be serious and engage with actual conversation.
Well, but then that just means she doesn't want to learn or you know, be educated in regards to her stances or anything of the such. That's all that is. It's just I want to say a bunch of stuff, but I don't want to learn a bunch of stuff.
Right.
Yeah. It's an
Also,
interesting.
also probably an age thing.
Yeah,
Plays into that too. I'm sure.
Yeah.
But it's. I mean, at least she's claiming to be centrist. That's something. Oh, and she's back. She heard us talking about her, and she came
The
back.
SRP thing was for sure.
In the arms of the angel. Okay,
You really got to turn your overhead light down. It's shining in your eyes too much.
What?
Said you got to turn your overhead light down. It's shining in your
Whatever.
Been there,
too much.
been there. Talked about that already.
Yeah. So
You're late to
listen,
that party.
I mean, it's like you're shading your eyes. I don't know. It's like
dark.
Is this better?
If it's that much of
Is
a
that better?
problem, then
well, I think better. What to make it better? What we're going to have to do is we're going to have to. First of all, we're going to have to give you some camera recommendations, and you're going to have to like replace whatever.
Hey, I just got a fucking PC. You're lucky I'm not on a 2012 iMac on like Firefox right now, dropping out
I
every 5
understand. I understand that you're trudging, into modernity, but that's okay. We'll get you there. And then the second thing, we're going to have to teach you about how lighting works, so that you don't look like you're in a fucking cave.
Turn my computer brightness up. Is that better? My computer brightness here. Let me look. I have these little.
The camera alone would help.
Amazon has some pretty inexpensive little lights you can just set up.
I have lights. They just bother my eyes. Okay, that's the thing. They just bother me. Sorry, I'm
Again,
autistic.
that's just part of learning how to set up the lights. It's a real thing. So
Yeah, because you can even have facing pointed
So
past
right.
you.
Past me. Okay. All right. This is the
What?
fucking. Sorry.
We'll
Hold your hand for amateur. Is that better?
Like aim it over your ear, and it should still pick up.
Is that better?
Yeah, you almost look like a person.
Almost.
It's not quite. It's not nearly as washed. Nearly as washed out
nearly
looking
as
now.
washed out.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for the pro tips. You guys might be mean, but you give me pro tips.
why are we mean?
I'm
Who's
not
mean in
as
here?
mean. I'm not
kidding.
as
I'm
mean.
kidding.
The boys are
kidding.
just mean. They're a bunch of little dicks.
See, we're already got, drawing lines in the sand. The boys versus the girls. See, that's how that works.
You see,
No,
Sarah.
I always fall in the middle. I always fall in the middle.
That's not true, Sarah. You sexually abused me yesterday when I came on your channel.
I knew I was gonna come up.
I had to take my shirt off to stay on the panel with Sarah Tomato yesterday.
It wasn't me though. It was Jeb. Jeb was the one that tempted the chat and said if somebody donates $100, all the men on panel will take their shirts off. And I was like, all right. And then the dono came through, and so it was just the rule. It was Jeb's fault. He's the one that objectified you.
Whatever. It was your panel. I still hold you accountable. It was your panel.
You probably deserved it. What were you wearing, bro?
So
Now you of all people should know that my panel is Super Chatter Ran. Right. That show runs off of the chat and what they want to see, and they did not want to see you guys put your shirts back on because they wouldn't pay to
I
have you
did.
put your shirts on.
I was actually in the middle of a show, Sarah.
I saw that.
I was in the middle of a show. I had you muted, and I don't even know what happened. I was concentrating on my show, and somebody was talking, and I looked over, and I'm like, the fuck is going on over there? It's in the middle of my show. I super chatted, please, make them put their shirts back on. And,
Well, you got them halfway there because they had, I think it was like 120 total or 110 or something that they had to pay to make it come back. And you put in that 50 and that helped. And then they got motivated after that. But and then some people were paying more to keep them off. And I was like, clearly the chat's gay.
Or full of women, one of the two.
Right? We are starting to get more ladies around. So, and, where'd she go?
I don't know. She was hiding
Squirrel.
her eyes from the light again.
Squirrel.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Yeah,
But
you didn't realize, Sarah, that you were into pimping out the men on your
It's true. It's true.
if any of you has a brain, I literally pimp out content creators on a daily basis. Thank you.
If I only had a brain.
Yeah. Sarah, how did the show go last night with Wick and everything? I didn't get a chance to see any of it because I was.
Oh, we just had nobody really had any beef. All of these shit talkers in the comments and stuff saying like you suck as a mod, blah blah blah, and not a single one showed up to talk shit.
I gave him some shit. I gave him a little bit. But...
Yeah, you didn't
Oh, I
get
would have
any
given Wick a lot of shit. I didn't realize that was what was up. I would have paused my entire show and come over and given him 10 minutes of shit.
Of course, Jebtan was making all the fence sitter takes, so I don't know. I just kind of let that shit go.
Oh my god, his whole take on like transgender in the bathrooms versus transgender in the sports, like the logic was so inconsistent, and he kept saying, well, I know it's inconsistent, I'm like, then why are you making that claim? It doesn't make any fucking sense.
We've been trying to get him to make sense for years. It doesn't work.
Okay, all right. I sat there with a headache for a very long time.
Yeah. Well,
why are you up so late, Grid?
Yeah.
Well, I got raided by the crew. Like literally, I was already long because I started late, and we were having a really good discussion earlier, and then the Crucible raided, and I already had Kel and Admiral Gibbs and a couple of guys on, so I was like, why not?
Mr. E showed up for a little bit. That was fun.
This whole time, Duck has been sitting in the back this whole time, and it's not that I don't. I just, I don't need Duck up here.
I hear you.
Yeah, we also got raided by Jake Barr as well. So,
I was hanging out with them for a little bit. He's cool. I like Jake.
I like Jake a lot. Yeah, he's cool, man. But
except for the AR thing. Except for the AR thing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't have one yet. The only thing about Duck tonight is that his mic it's worse than bad.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually worse than worse. It's maximum worse. And,
I probably got a Sennheiser headset I can send him.
Yeah, help him out, man, because it was terrible trying to listen to him. So I honestly just don't have it in me.
Yeah, Duck, if you want it, seriously.
Yeah. And yeah, it's been a cool night. What are you? Was this date number 2? Is that what?
Oh no! There will not be date number 2.
Poor dude.
That bad, huh?
Well, it's your guys' fault. Okay, like I mean, think about it. With all of them,
take credit for?
Because when. Like, I deal with so many men on a daily basis that I know the emotional ones. I know the ones that are easily triggered. I know, like, how they operate and interact and engage and conversate. And, like, I can just pin it on the nose with one conversation. And I was like, fuck, man, I ain't doing that. Hell no. So... Yeah.
You're out of here. Disqualified.
Okay, to the men who are watching, because I know you have like maybe 2 women watching, but to the men who are watching, if you go on a first date, or even more so, even if you're dating a girl for quite a few months, the first words out of your mouth should not be, my ex-wife hates me and will hate me for the rest of my life. And then the next sentence...
Expectations, though.
And then the next words out of your mouth are, yeah, my ex-girlfriend fucking hates me and will hate me for the rest of my life. She like hates me. And I'm like, that's 2 for 2. I am not going to be the third, and I don't even want to know why they fucking hate you. Like, it just shouldn't. Be smart and know what you're like. Negative Nelly, I don't want to hear all that shit. I just met you.
Yeah. Well, at least give the guy a chance to figure out why they're going to hate him. Is it because he picks his nose, he sleeps in the bed weird? Or
no,
because
you know what
idiot?
it is? Do you know what it is? And I pinned this one real quick. They have no respect for the man. no respect for him. Based on things he said, it was very clear to me that like he leads very like
Keep
he
going.
doesn't know how to put
Passively.
his foot down. He doesn't know how to say no. Like if they cross his boundaries,
No
they
frame.
just none whatsoever. And
Yeah.
and like we actually kind of got into a conversation about it, and because he asked me, he said, so what are you like looking for? And I was like, well, I mean, honestly, just the ability to be vulnerable. Like I don't have that flexibility in my life because I mean, the way I run panels, I can't be vulnerable. Like I'm, the main person for my children, getting them everywhere and stuff. So I can't be vulnerable there, right? I have to be strong and capable of just doing shit. And so I said, basically, really, like, I really want somebody who I'm capable of being vulnerable with. If that's, I don't know if that makes sense to any of you, but
Yeah.
it was the only way I could describe it. And he was like, well, yeah, like, that's totally, you could totally be vulnerable with me and blah, blah, blah. And I said, no, I can't. And he's
He
like,
has to
well,
be strong enough for you to be vulnerable.
exactly. And that's exactly the words that came out of my mouth. And I said, you're not capable. Like you yourself are vulnerable. I would not allow myself to be vulnerable with somebody else who's vulnerable. I said that doesn't allow any protection for me in any case and scenario.
Right.
If I can take an advantage of you and I know all of the points where I could just simply just find your little trigger points and get everything I wanted. Like like if I can do that, then any man can do that to you in other ways. Right? Like
So
Yep.
you just basically didn't want to turn him into your bitch.
thank you. I have more respect not only for him but for myself in terms of, uh I don't want that. That's not what I want, not what I need. I have enough simps in my chat, you know what I mean? I don't need another one.
I hear that.
I'm kidding.
Fair.
Kind of.
Fair.
But it's just like, and I think, and it was kind of, I mean, he was very open to that conversation, so I'll give him credit there. And he really was, like, had good listening ears on for it. But I broke that man's spirit. When he first got there, he was so chipper. He was so excited to be able to finally meet me and all of these things. And then by the time we left the little bar restaurant thing, he like it was like I just killed his dog or something. I don't know. It was bad. But he'll be thinking about that for a very long time and hopefully it helps him.
Well, yeah. He needs to get some frame, and then it
ZT
wouldn't
Den
bother him
donated
nearly as
$10.
much.
Super chat. Happy Daddy's
Yeah.
Day to all of you worthy enough to be
Yep.
called Daddy.
Anyways.
All hail the
Wow.
patriarchy.
Oh yeah, happy Father's Day.
Happy Father's Day to everybody. Hell yeah.
That's right. I'm glad the
Yay.
yes went through. Yeah, I've watched like mediocre men just get tied up by really strong women. So, there's
It's disappointing, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It's like they're a defeated, animal or something being let around on a leash.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And at the end of the day, it's not what either one of them need,
No.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's really a turn off too.
Yeah.
Knowing I could take an advantage of you obviously would have a lot of advantages. But it's not a turn on, it's a turn off. It's not exciting. I don't know. It's disappointing, quite honestly. Knowing I could take a man down is disappointing.
Like these soy boy cuck feminists that come out and are just like, you should respect her wishes. Wait a minute. Women's rights. Shut the fuck up. Get the fuck out of here, you little pussy.
Yeah, although I don't necessarily like to be told no, I also acknowledge the fact that it's helpful if somebody does.
Yeah.
So it's an interesting thing, and I find this, and Sarah, you've met my wife. My wife is in her career, she wields a lot of power, right? And she leads teams and she tells men what to do all the time. And these are pretty high powered people. It's just totally different when, she's, when we're together, when we're, especially when we are in our home. And it's interesting that so many people have a problem with strong women that aren't their women, right?
Yeah.
So like, I have no problem with you, Sarah, saying that that you can do this sort of thing and all of that, and people might say, "Wow, that's very feminist talking points and everything," but I don't think so. Um, I don't want, and I've said this before, and I think people need to say it more often. I don't want a woman to be submissive to all men. I want my woman to only be submissive to me.
Exactly.
And and I actually prefer the way the dynamic my wife and I have, where she destroys men's confidence. She can, she's very, very good at what she does, and she's very strong-willed, and she's very, she's an angry Chinese woman.
Assertive, yeah.
Angry Chinese woman.
And, right? So, when, and that's fine. That's totally cool. She can destroy every dude she ever works with, and put them in fear for their lives for all I care. But in the home,
different attitude for sure.
It's a completely different dynamic.
Yeah.
Well, because you allow her the space to be that too.
Well, it's a question of allowing it. I just accept that that's who she is.
No. I mean in the home, you allow her to like let go of the armor and relax, and when you can relax because your husband's going to take care of everything, then you can like stop worrying about everything around you and be vulnerable. And that's what I was trying to explain to this dude. Like, you can't provide that space. I can already tell you that right now.
Right. And I think even probably more than that is, and I don't know, Sarah, you're pretty capable, but and obviously my wife's very capable, but my wife likes the fact that
my wife
every as far as she's concerned, as long as I'm involved, everything's gonna be fine.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the problems are going to get solved.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it freaks her out if I'm concerned about something, that is like, it freaks her right out, because that means that like it's way more serious maybe than she even thought.
Right.
And
I
so
can understand that.
So I don't know. I think that there's a lot of rhetoric in this in a lot of the spaces about how dominant men and submissive women, and I'm telling you, outside my front door, I want my wife to be just absolutely brutal.
Well, think about it. If we were just submissive to any man we know, that actually leads to more problems. Like, the only people I would be submissive to or listen to, and now they know I still have an attitude about it, but would be my brothers, my father, and then of course the man I'm with, which and like any man outside of that, unless I have grown and developed time to respect you and put some trust in things that you say or do, right? Like, I know I can trust if you make a decision on something, which, I mean, we haven't really collabed in that kind of degree, but I know if you said, I'm making this decision, I would say, okay, well, I'll take your word on it, because like we've kind of established collaborative friendship of content creators, I guess you could say, and I respect your opinion. Right. But would I be a total bitch to you about it? Fuck. I mean, on screen we have fun, but like outside of that, no.
Right.
You know, and like, but then I laugh because there's a lot of these podcasts where women come on, and then these random, you know, content creators will just demand that these women respect them after they're sitting there talking shit to them and calling them names and all of these things, and then they're like, well, you need to be submissive to me, and it's like, no, the fuck she doesn't. You
Yeah.
know, I mean, respectful to each other and civil, yes, that's one thing,
Yeah.
but
I don't think that. And again, I just go back to you. Um, outside of the home, I don't know that women need to be very submissive at all.
Mhm.
However, I want to say that because we have met and you have been around me, and I'm the same exact person in person that I am on the screen,
Yeah.
Mhm.
and I'm the exact same in everything in life. So,
Well, just a little shorter though.
am I shorter? I didn't think so.
I'm being funny.
But it could be.
Mhm.
I don't know how. I really don't know how tall people. How
How
tall
tall
people
you appear to
I am.
be?
Yeah, I don't know how. I mean,
I would guess 5'4" or 5'5" thereabouts.
no, I'm much taller than that.
Well, there's a picture of me and Grid out there on my Twitter. I'm 5'2", and you can kind of guesstimate from there.
Yeah, but again, to me, it's a so that's one of the reasons why you can say something like that with the certainty that you just said it is because we have met and you know who I am and you know that I'm a known quantity. Well, I think a lot of people forget, especially in the content creating space and in the live space, is I don't fucking know you.
Right.
Like we like EOD and I've talked, but for all I know, he could go crazy and do some weird TOS shit,
You
and
never
then
know. I'll just take my shirt off and start saying the N word and stuff.
right, yeah. Like, this is it's so there's when people have met and or they've communicated in a way for an extended period of time that they understand each other, and they understand what to expect that person's going to do in a situation. It's like I think you now understand that when I'm like when I was raging against Ryan the other night, I that's all just fun to me. Like there's no personal thing in there at all. I don't really care, and I just but I think it's funny, and I'm having a good time. I don't know if anybody else is, but I'm having a good time. And
That's the point. That's the whole point.
Mm-hmm.
and so unlike someone else who might actually be really angry and spurg out and again risk TOS or just leave the show and then talk bad about somebody for 6 months or whatever. um that's you can't have that confidence in those people, right? In a lot of people, because that's exactly what'll happen. And
That's fair. Yeah.
I try and be very fair. I try and be, I'm probably could do a little better, but that's okay.
I think you're unreasonable. I think you're an unreasonable man.
Unreasonable. Do you know where that quote comes from? Do you know why the channel?
The fucking Killdozer dude.
No, but that's
No,
close.
it wasn't Herman Niedermeyer or whatever.
No, but that's awesome that you think so.
That was ungovernable.
Yeah. So there's it's from a quote by George Bernard Shaw, who was a liberal. I mean, a leftist fuck back in 1907. And he wrote I mean, obviously, he lived longer than that, but in 1907, he wrote a play called "Of Men and Supermen," where he postulated that in the future, after 100 years, that the best and brightest, wealthiest men would marry the best and brightest, most beautiful women, and they would have children, and those children would be the best, brightest, most beautiful, all of that, and evolution would occur, and by now we would have basically the Morlocks and I forget the other ones, but the normal people, and so you'd have these supermen ruling class of supermen, and it was absolute tripe and horrible. But the only thing he really got right in the which leftists always get something right, and the thing that
I guess
Shaw
that's why
got
we
right,
keep them around.
yeah, that's why we haven't figured out which gene it is, so we can just zap it. And but Shaw, one of the things he got right was, and there's a quote, it's a very famous quote, that the reasonable man looks at the world around him and accepts things the way they are and bends to fit it. The unreasonable man looks at the world around him and forces the world to change to suit him. Therefore, all change must come from unreasonable men.
Oh.
Told
So are
you.
you going to change the world grid
I mean,
one stream at a time?
probably.
That's the plan, right?
You're going to start by buying a train, though.
It's funny because somebody the other day was like, now the train makes a lot more sense because I've all this week I've been antagonizing leftists by pointing out the fact that Trump's base basically elected him to load illegals into boxcars and truck them back down to Mexico.
Yep.
And,
Let's do
and
it.
of course, nobody likes the boxcar analogy because of Nazis, and nobody likes that analogy at all. So I'm like, and so they've been, but I'm like, and someone the other night, somebody in my chat was like, first, I get the train now. First, you buy the train.
Then you load it up with illegals and send it back to Mexico. Fuck yeah, let's do it.
Oh my God, Corinne.
And I was like, yeah, okay, I didn't think of that, but you're right. Right?
My God, that works.
So if Elon Musk suddenly buys a bunch of trains,
dun, dun, dun. We're all in for it.
He'd be bringing people in on H-1Bs. That's what Elon Musk would be doing.
Oh Lord.
I don't think he was that enamored with that. He just wanted to make sure that the system still existed because they were trying to because none of the leftists want H-1Bs in the country because those people don't vote Democrat.
Yeah. Well,
what I was talking to Rob about the other night was, how is it that we, if we really want to solve this problem, we can't. There's no way we'll solve the immigrant problem as long as the Democrats see an advantage in having those people here. And so, our goal.
Oh my God. No, wait a minute. Well, if we're kicking a bunch of people out, we need to get some other people in, right?
Yeah. So the only way that we can really solve this problem is by making these illegal immigrants so toxic to the Democrat Party, either by educating them and allowing them to move more towards the conservative side, or whatever it needs, whatever it takes to. And I asked Rob and Fabian Liberty and all of the other guys. I was like, what do you think it would take? And none of us could come up with an answer because the leftists will just keep spinning the Rubik's cube until they get the answer that they're looking for. And
For
that's
sure.
just what it's gonna be.
Well, the thing is, a lot of these folks are, traditionally Catholic. I mean, a lot of the Latino ones, anyway, are traditionally Catholic. They have actual conservative values from a cultural perspective that don't necessarily align with the left. But what attracts them to the left is all of the social programs and the money coming from the government for nothing. And that's what we have to put a stop to. This is one of the things Fabian was arguing about with Lactoid on that conservative panel with Gibbs the other day.
Yeah.
The thing, yeah. The thing is with that is it's all a pipe dream, in my opinion. They're shooting the moon, looking at the end game rather than thinking about what we can do today, right now. And part of that is just get rid of the people that are illegal and encourage legal immigration and encourage people to come to the border the right way. But.
Well, and I of course I brought up. I don't know if you were present when I was doing it, but what I brought back into focus is that when I was in, and of course I'm old, but when I was in third grade, I remember that we had a lot of Laotian refugees, and the Democrats were all about it until they realized that
Wait,
these.
you remember that in like third grade?
Why would I not?
Yeah.
That's a
Yeah.
pretty intense thing to remember at such a young age.
I remember. I mean, I have a very good memory.
Grid, I don't even remember what I ate today. I'm so proud of you.
That's short-term memory, though. It's so
Yeah.
different than long-term.
So I remember in third grade, I was in Miss Ace's class, and we had a bunch of Laotian refugees come in, and these people didn't have anything. They were refugees from Laos and Cambodia, fleeing the revenge of the NVA and the Chinese army that were left in the area after the Vietnam War. And I didn't understand that at the time. That understanding came later. I just knew that they were refugees. They had nothing, and they came from Laos and Cambodia, mostly in our area, Laotian. And these people came in. They learned English right away. They lived in communities amongst themselves. They were gainfully employed. They started businesses. They bought businesses, and they became basically pillars
Americans.
of the community.
They were vested. They were vested. Yeah.
And they 100% invested, and so they did not vote Democrat. And so the Democrats lost all taste for helping those people.
I know, it's interesting. I mean, living in Texas, I mean, we've had, obviously, we've had Mexicans cross the border forever now. And one thing that's interesting is you look at the ones that moved here legitimately, right? And a lot of them move here for farm and ranch work, right? Agricultural. I mean, it's just what it is. And they do it, legally. They come here, they get to work programs, and then they become citizens. And I went to school with, I can think of three just off the top of my head real quick, that the three, they couldn't even speak Spanish. Like, they literally did not speak Spanish because their parents would not speak. You know what I mean? Their parents came here, they moved here, they had kids, and then that was it for the speaking Spanish. Like, they learned English, and that's all they spoke was English.
That's good.
Yeah.
And it was the funniest thing ever to see. I mean, they were born here, they were Americans, but you wouldn't know that by looking if you were gonna, judge a book, and you would think, okay, they're Mexican and you speak Spanish, and they're like, what the hell are you talking? I don't speak Spanish. Or other Mexicans, right? You'd be hanging out in town or something,
and they'd start speaking Spanish to you.
Yeah,
Like, I have no idea what you're saying right now.
Other Mexicans would, because they do that. I mean, and
Yeah,
I probably
they do.
would.
I know.
I probably would too if I spoke another language, right? But
like German,
and they would just look at them and be like, I don't speak Spanish.
Yeah, the problem is a lot of people aren't assimilating. They want to maintain their old culture. They want to extract wealth from the economy and send it back home, and then go back home on the weekends and shit. And it's like these people are supposed to be claiming asylum. Asylum from what? If you're going to vacation back in the place that you're supposedly fleeing from, this is ridiculous. These people are not asylum seekers. They're fucking economic migrants.
Yeah,
and they're not interested in assimilating. They're more interested in extracting wealth. It's not good.
White rice reminds us that they fled the Khmer Rouge and assimilated. Yeah, they did indeed assimilate. And I mean, and again, so this is how I think things should work, right? Because this is one of my, early memories of dealing with, immigrants and refugees, and the same thing with the Cubans a little later in the mid '80s and into the '90s. Literally, I don't know if you guys remember, but every week, sometimes twice a week, there'd be videos coming out of Florida and North and South Carolina of these boats that these poor Cubans would get on, and they didn't even have motors most of the time. They were at the mercy of the current.
Oh, there's makeshift rafts.
Yeah, literally rafts.
Like literally drums, barrels chained together and just
chained or welded together, and they would put 2 or 3 families on it, and just they were doing anything they could, risking life, limb, and everything else to get to the U.S. And when they got to the U.S., they received refugee status. They received asylum. They became citizens, and without fail, most of those Cubans are to this day conservative, and I mean
Absolutely.
hardcore.
They're terrified of communism and what it did to their country.
Yeah, and
Cubans
their
are the best.
grandparents, their parents and grandparents are like, you don't know what it's really like to the kids. So it's an interesting. So and again, you will never hear the Democrats talk about the Cubans in Florida and all along the Florida coast, and what they went through, and all. You'll never hear it because those people are absolutely toxic to the Democrat Party. And the problem that we have right now is that the people that are coming across the southern border from El Salvador, Venezuela, all of these other places in South America, those people are they're not coming because they're running for something or they're looking for a better life. They're coming because they're promised welfare. They're coming because they're promised that all you have to do is show up and you get a house, you get a car, you get money every month. And so if you then tell those people, no, you're going to have to work for that, well, then they have a real problem with that. So I don't know. Anyway, but that's the people are very. Somebody in my chat the other night brought up that I had literally just been talking about buying a train like a few weeks ago, and here I am talking about loading people into boxcars.
Based.
Is this like some kind of foreshadowing shit going on?
I didn't intend it to be, but I mean, it kind of worked out that way.
You just got to grow the mustache now. You grow the
Yeah,
mustache,
boy.
and the transition will be complete.
Oh boy, we all might burn for that one.
I'm not sure I could pull off the bar, but I'm fairly certain that I could pull off a Mad Jack English Baron guy. You're gonna have
Try
to let
it.
my figure out a little bit. But,
Let's hear it.
I can't do the voice. No, just I could get the look.
Mhm.
So I'm gonna go to bed. I'm gonna
That's
send you
fair.
guys over to EOD. It's all
Fair.
set up. It's been awesome. Sarah, EOD, Clovertech, thanks. You've been a trooper, man. Your wife's gonna be so mad at you.
My wife's in the bed. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I know, but you're gonna be in bed all day tomorrow. She's gonna be like, hey.
My wife won't be mad at me. What the fuck are you talking about? She's not some feminist libtard.
Yeah, see, I'm gonna get up in 3 hours and go to the lake and fish, probably.
Nice.
That
Hell yeah.
sounds fun.
Yeah.
Well, have fun tomorrow, man. It was good to see you, Sarah. Good to see you again, Clovertack. Thank you for having me. Good times.
Thank you. Have a good time fishing tomorrow, Grid.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, have a great rest of your night. As always, be cool. Wear glasses if you need them, and get off my lawn.